South Africa, 6 marks. And section B is geographical skills and techniques, which is our map work for 30 marks. Right, so without taking much time, we need to go through our questions and we'll try to do some illustrations where there is need to illustrate and try to explain where we need to explain why we are advocating for the given set of answers to the given questions. Right, so our first question on rural and urban settlements is the sketch below shows various rural settlements. Match the descriptions in question 1.11 to 1.18 with letters A to F. Right, so we are going to look at these settlements here and try to match them with the given set of questions which correspond to the given settlement situation. Right, from A, B, C, D, E, up to F. Right, so we're going to start with our first question. Our first question is saying a settlement that is isolated. An isolated settlement, right, if we check here, we see that our buildings, when we have a situation of isolation, our settlement or the buildings must be further away from others. They must be far away from others. So if we try to analyze using our symbol of the building on those given set of settlements, we find that settlement number B is the one that is in isolation. Settlement number B, you can see that there is only one building here. As you can see, there's only one building, and this whole area is cultivated land. There is no other building around to suggest that there are some other settlements around. So it implies that this settlement is in isolation, is one on its own. So the correct response is settlement number, item B. Right, we move on to the next question. A settlement that has its shape influenced by a star shape. A star shape is a stellar settlement. So if we try to look at these settlements, we tend to find that this is a star. Like you can see how these rods are intersecting with one another. They give us a shape of a star. Like you can see this intersection here. And the buildings are located in such a way they are influenced by the star shape of that particular settlement. So the correct response for that one there, it is C. Then we go to the next point, the next question, question number 1.13. It says, a settlement that is a wet point. A wet point settlement, basically, I will try to quickly explain. A wet point settlement is a settlement that is established for the need to access water. Like we are saying, we are in an arid condition. We are staying in arid regions, like for example, in the desert, where water is a scarce resource. We establish settlements at a point where we can easily access water because water is a scarce resource. That is a wet point settlement. Then we have a dry point settlement. A dry point settlement, in that particular area, there is a risk of flooding. For the risk of flooding, then it means we must establish a settlement above the flood line. We must try to identify a high-lying area which won't be affected by flood because there is risk of flooding in the given area. That is a dry point settlement. So we want to look for a settlement that has been established because of the need to access water, a wet point settlement. That is number 113. Right, if we check settlement number E, there is a dam here and the buildings are surrounding the dam. So it means automatically these buildings are situated around the dam for the need to access water from the dam. So number E, item E qualifies to be the correct response for question 113. Then 114, a settlement that has a linear shape. Linear in the sense that we are looking at a settlement that has got a shape of a line that is linear. Right. So which settlement resembles a linear or a line? Right. If we check on A, we are seeing that there is this major route in between and the settlements are in linear form along that route. So it's A for number 4. Then number 5, a dry point settlement. We've explained what a dry point settlement is. If we check here, this is a swampy area. We can see this is a marsh or a vley, and this settlement is on a high-lying area. So it means this settlement was established here because this area is prone to flooding. This area is a swampy area, it's a vley, and there is risk of flooding in this area. That is why the settlement was established on this high-lying area. So it's D for number 5, 115. Our correct response is D. Moving on to the next question. Settlement built in the gap or pass. A gap or a pass, that is a passage in between a high-lying area, for example, a mountain pass. Right, which settlement is that one? That is number 116. If we check here at F, this is a high-lying area, and this is a high-lying area, and automatically this qualifies to be a gap or a pass. So settlement F is the one which has been established in a pass or a gap. So it's correct response F for number 6. Number 7, a settlement pattern which results in less social conduct. Less social conduct. If we are talking of social conduct, we are saying people are interacting with one another. But where there's less social contact, it implies that the settlement is in isolation, is dispersed away from other settlements. So B qualifies to be the correct response. It's an isolated settlement. There's less social contact. People cannot socialize because of distance. Then a choice of site of this settlement is influenced by soil fertility. If we check, that settlement is established for the sake of accessing fertile soils. Automatically, B qualifies to be the correct response. Why are we saying so? This whole area is for cultivation. This whole area again is for cultivation, implying that the major activity that is happening in that settlement is farming, and we cannot farm where the soil is not fertile. So B qualifies again to be the correct response. That takes us to the end of question number 1.1. Moving on to question number 1.2. Right, question number 1.2, it says, choose the correct words from those given in brackets. Write only the word or words next to the question numbers 121 to 127. Right, if you are checking number 121, it is saying urban expansion or urbanization refers to the increase in the percentage of people living in urban areas. Our correct response is urbanization. The increase in the percentage of people living in urban areas is urbanization. Urban expansion, this is the physical growth of the urban area. When the urban area is physically growing, is expanding, we have more buildings being introduced to the urban area. The space coverage of the urban area is expanding. That is urban expansion. So correct response is urbanization. Right, we move on to the next question. Central city or central place is an urban area providing goods and services to the surrounding rural population. We don't have a central city concept, we have a central place. A central place, we are saying a central place is basically an urban area that supplies the services and the goods to the surrounding farmlands or countryside. If we check towns like Uppington in South Africa, is typical example of a central place. It supplies basic goods and services to the surrounding farmlands around the area. That is a central place. Right, we have high order or low order services are required on a daily basis. What we require on a daily basis are low order services. High order services are those services that we do not need on a daily basis. We need them maybe once after some time. Low order services or low order goods, we are looking at those services of basic requirement. Like for example, goods like food stuffs, the groceries. We need them almost on a daily basis. We need food on a daily basis. Those are low order. And also relating them to the range of goods, they have got a shorter range. People are willing to travel for shorter distances to acquire convenient goods, the goods that they need on a daily basis. But higher order goods or services, for example, uh, services like university, it's a high order service. We don't really need universities on a daily basis, but low order services like primary schools. Right. So we move on to the next question. Maximum distance a consumer is willing to travel to purchase goods is that is the range of goods, like what I've been mentioning. Low order goods have got a shorter range. People are prepared to travel shorter distances to go and acquire low order services, but high order goods and services have got a wider range. Right, we'll move on to the next question. Overcrowding is a result of is it urban growth or urban expansion? It's as a result of urban growth. Urban growth, we are looking at the increase in the numbers of people who are in the cities and the towns. So as a result of the increase in the numbers, automatically the housing facilities cannot grow at the same pace as the pace of the growth of the population. And as a result, we have typical problems of overcrowding and the development of shanty towns or informal settlements. Urban expansion, basically, we are saying it's a physical growth of the urban area, so it does not contribute, it's not a result of overcrowding. Right. The dash, is it range of good or threshold population? Refers to the number of people needed for a business to make a profit. That is a threshold population. Threshold population, we are looking at the minimum number of people required to support a service in order for it to sustain and make a profit. So it implies that there is a certain number of people who must be in a given area to support a business, of which if the number falls below the minimum required, that business will fail and automatically will close because it won't be having sufficient customers to support its provisions. Right, that is with threshold population. Moving on to the next question, number 127. Developed countries have got a high or low rate of urbanization. Developed countries have got a low rate of urbanization. It is only in poor countries or developing countries where the rate of urbanization is very high. People move to urban areas in poor countries in the pretext of finding jobs and also because of poverty in rural areas, and also mainly because of lack of services, basic services in the rural areas. But in developed countries, it's very minimal. The trends are high in poor countries or developing countries. That takes us to the end of question number 1.2. We move on to the next question, 1.3. Refer to the extract below on land reform. We are not going to go through the extract, but we are going to go through the questions. Define the term land reform. Right. When you are looking at land reform as a concept, we want to give a definition of land reform. What is the geographical understanding of the concept of land reform? Right, we can say it's a process of redressing, the injustices of displacement and forced removals. Forced removals that took place during apartheid. It's one way of defining land reform. So when we're talking of land reform, we're saying we are implementing measures to try and correct the injustices of the past. We are redressing the errors that happened in the past. What were the errors that happened in the past? We had issues of displacement of people. People were forcibly displaced from their areas because of apartheid practices. We had the creation of the homelands by the apartheid government, and they forcibly removed people from certain areas. We had the Group Areas Act, which was amended by the government to remove people from areas that were designed for the whites and put them in areas that were designed for their races. So, because of that, it led to some form of inequitable distribution of land. So that is what we want to address with land reform. We want to redress the land injustices that were brought about by the displacement of people and the forced removals that took place during apartheid. So the main purpose with land reform is to enable people to have access to land as a policy. It's a policy which seeks to achieve equity and equal access to land for all South Africans in simple terms. That is land reform. Right. Let's go on to the next question. According to the extract, why has land reform program failed? Right, we need to go to the extract and check for evidence which suggests why the land reform has failed. Why is the government failing to redress the injustice of the past? Right, we are seeing that it is saying South Africa's land reform program has suffered main failures. It's guiding us that way. What are the failures? Its beneficiaries have in many cases seen little or no improvements to their livelihoods. This is a failure. Beneficiaries of the land reform have in many cases seen little or no improvements to their livelihoods. Which means if land reform is meant to benefit people and the people are not seeing any improvement in their lives, it means the process has ultimately failed to achieve its purpose. So we are saying it has failed for that reason, that the land beneficiaries have not seen any improvements in their lives. While we are giving them land, we are trying to improve their lives. We are trying to make the burden of landlessness worse, better. But now, given the situation that the beneficiaries are not seeing any improvement or they are seeing little improvements, then it suggests that this whole process is a failure. Right. Is that the only evidence that we have? We can also try to check and see if there is any other reason for the justification of the failure of land reform. It says land reform remains a contested or unresolved historical grievance. South Africa has a history of colonization, racial domination, and racially based land dispossession. The land restitution process is part of a broader land reform program, which includes redistribution and tenure reform. There is a general agreement that land reform has been a failure and needs to be sped up. Research shows that between 70 to 90% of the project, including land restitution, have failed. There is a general land reform has contributed little to helping beneficiaries earn a livelihood from land and creating self-sufficient farmers. So if we check there, we can also see that there is some failure there. Land reform has contributed little to helping beneficiaries earn a livelihood from land and creating self-sufficient farmers. If land reform has contributed little to helping beneficiaries earn a livelihood from the land and creating self-sufficient farmers, it means the land is not being productive enough. If people are meant to benefit from the land, they must become self-sufficient. They must not rely on constant support from the government. So, because the farmers are failing to self-sustain, that automatically qualifies the land reform to be a flop or to be a failure as a policy of the government. Moving on to the next question. Explain 2 reasons why land reform is necessary in South Africa. Why must the government institute land reform in South Africa? Why is it a necessity that the government puts in place land reform? Right? We can talk of to improve food production. We know well that if farmers are given land, they are going to utilize the land productively, and ultimately we are going to have food security in the country. So food production is going to increase, and ultimately we are going to achieve food security in the country. And also the basic purpose of land reform is to help people to have access to land. Help people have access to land. Land, remember, it's a basic factor of production that is required for people to succeed. So with land reform, we are helping people to have access to land, such that they also make a living out of that land. And again, we can also justify that to redress injustice. Injustices of the past. And mainly we are referring to apartheid. It's a necessity that the government engages in land reform to redress those injustices of the past. Black people were marginalized, they were not allowed access to land. And then we are supposed to correct that injustice of the past by giving the land to the people who deserve to be utilizing the land. And also, we can say land reform is necessary to alleviate poverty. We know well that there are high levels of poverty, and as a result, the government will try to find ways of reducing poverty. And one way of reducing poverty is by giving people land. If people have got access to land and are fully equipped to utilize the land, then automatically it means they are going to make a living out of that land and won't be vulnerable to extreme poverty conditions. That is the rationale, or that is the justification of why the government must engage in land reform. Right, we move on to the next question. In a paragraph of 8 lines, suggest methods that the government can put in place, um, that the method that the government can put in place to provide support to the people resettled on the land after land reform. Right, these people, the problem is if the government institutes land reform without support, then the whole process will become a fail. These people need support. They need to be supported in various ways so that the land reform process becomes a success. Because the basic idea is we want to see people prospering in life. We want to see the levels of poverty getting lower. We want to see people having access to land and utilizing the land productively. But if there's no post land reform support, then the whole process might fail and might fail to prove a point. So what must be done to try and provide support? Right. I'll try to illustrate the responses here. I'll erase this part and utilize it for question number 134. Try to find out measures on what the government can do as a way of supporting the beneficiaries of land reform. Right. This is response for question number 134. It's 134. Right. What must be done? There must be measures put in place. Government must put measures to ensure redistributed land redistributed land is used productively. What is the implication here? Some people will pretend as if they are interested in utilizing the land for the sake of just getting the land, and then they will not utilize the land for productive purposes. Or some of them might even attempt to sell the land for some other purposes. So the government must ensure that they keep track of the redistributed land to ensure that the land is used productively. They must always monitor or put measures in place to keep a watchful eye on the land which has been redistributed to check if the land is being used productively. Right, then also we need establishment of education centers. Establish education centers. Which is necessary for upskilling. In those communities where there is land redistribution, the government must try to establish education centers, like centers whereby farmers will get equipped with skills on how to utilize the land, whereby farmers are trained on different methods of farming and how to utilize the land effectively, such that the farmers have got relevant skills of how to use the land. Because in some instances, the farmers might be lacking some skills on how to utilize the land, and they might lack the knowledge of how to utilize the land. At the end of the day, they become unproductive because they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the skills. So if the government tries to establish educational centers such that the farmers are equipped with the right skills and the knowledge, it will be beneficial that the farmers will know how to utilize the land and how to ensure that the land is ultimately used productively. We can also add on training and development. The government can institute training and development in modern farming. The world is changing. We cannot keep on resorting to traditional methods of farming. Now the farmers need to be equipped with skills of modern farming. They need to be exposed to the modern world of agriculture. So it is also the duty of the government. The government can try to assist by training farmers, training and development in modern farming to ensure that the farmers are equipped with the modern skills of farming, and also they take initiative in incorporating the current methods of farming into their practices. Then we can also look at monitoring and evaluation. The government can do monitoring and evaluation. They monitor the situation. Is there any improvement? And if there is any improvement, then how can we enhance further improvement? Or if there's no improvement, what can we do? We'll find ways of addressing the situation and making sure that there is progress amongst the farmers who have been resettled. And also, we can look at other things like creating market areas for the farmers. Sometimes the problems of the farmer might be establishing a market for their product. They might be producing the products, but at the end of the day, they fail to market the product because they can't establish a market for their product. So that becomes a disincentive for further production by the farmer. You produce this particular season, you fail to sell, you end up incurring a loss. The next season, you won't produce as much because you know that there's no market for the products. But however, it is the duty of the government to try and create markets for those new farmers and also enhance trading amongst the farmers so that the business is viable. They will produce knowing well that there is a market for their product. So basically, those are some of the ideas that we can use but that can be implemented by the government to try and find ways of assisting newly settled farmers. Right, that takes us to the end of question number 1.3. We move on to question number 1.4. Question number 1.4 is based on Mtizane City turns 8 and exemplifies the changing face of township retail. We're not going to go through the text, but we'll go through the questions. Number 1.41. 141 says, the movement of commercial functions out of the CBD is commercial. The correct response is commercial decentralization. When you are decentralizing, we are moving activities from the core. We know well that main activities are centralized in the CBD. Commercial activities, they are centralized in the CBD. But however, because of some centrifugal factors, now some of the commercial activities are now being decentralized. They are now being moved to the outlying business district. That is decentralization, the opposite of centralization. When we are centralizing, we are concentrating activities, we are concentrating commercial functions in one area. But decentralization, we are moving them away from a focal point. Then number 142, the shopping center, Mtizane, is an outlying business district or planned neighborhood center, shopping center. Right, that one you can find it in the text. It says, since retailers began entering the neighborhood space in the late 1990s and more so in the recent years, township residents have benefited enormously, said Tanzania City General GM Tin Trieri, who Senda has become a mainstay in one of South Africa's largest townships, east of London, in East London. So, if we see here, this is a township-based shopping center. So our correct response is this is a planned neighborhood center. The shopping center is a planned neighborhood center. State 3 factors that promoted the location of the shopping center. What are the factors that favor the location of the center? Right, if you see where it is located here, on the map, the shopping center is located here. And if we check, we have the national route N2. And also if we check, we have route 345. And also if we check around, we can identify the factors that favor the promotion of that particular shopping center. So the justification here, I will just list. We talk of the access roads that we have seen there. We have the N2, the national route 2, and also we have R346. This facilitates the access by motorists. Motorists plying those routes, they can actually access the shopping center because it's easily accessible. It's just linked by those routes. Then if you also check, there is open space. Or a large mall. If you check on the map, you can find that there is open space, which ultimately gives space for a large mall and also parking. Remember, in the CBD, one of the major push factors is limited parking space. Because of congestion, there is limited space for parking as customers go to do their business. But in the outlying business district or in these planned neighborhood centers, you tend to find that because there is space, there's also parking space for the customers as they do their business. And also there's space for expansion. If there's need to expand the businesses, there is open space. It's a favoring factor. And also we can check is also close to outlying residential areas. outlying residential areas. So for that reason, they have a market base. There's a market because it's close to the outlying residential areas. And mainly in those outlying residential areas, that is where we find the most affluent customers. Customers who can afford, customers who are mainly the wealthy clients. So they tend to support those businesses because of their level of income. So basically, those are some of the ideas or the factors that favor the development of the location of that particular shopping center. Right. Then the next question is saying, how will the development of Mdantsane City Shopping Center have a positive social impact on the area? The question is saying positive social impact. We are saying, how is the society around the area going to benefit from the development of that shopping center? Right. So we can say because of that, there is job creation. People are going to benefit because there is job creation. Those businesses, they need people who are going to work for them. And automatically, they are going to employ people in the vicinity, and people are going to benefit. And also, infrastructure development. The area is going to have infrastructure being developed. Like, for example, roads are going to be developed, or water facilities are going to be developed. And what is also going to happen is a saving to people. It's a form of saving to the people. People no longer need to travel. Because now there is a shopping center around, people no longer need to travel longer distances to access basic goods or services. They now get those services in the shopping center. So they are now saving their money. Instead of them traveling for distances to go and access some services, now the services are within their vicinity, within their reach, just in their area of reach and convenience. So it becomes a saving part on the side of the people in the area. And also we can say it gives an aesthetic appeal. Aesthetic appeal. Because of the mall and the shopping center being developed, the area becomes upgraded. So at the end, it gives a beauty look in the area because now there is a well-established shopping center which looks beautiful in the area. It upholds the aesthetic appeal of the area because it has been upgraded. So basically, those are some of the ideas that you can use to answer that question. Right, we move on to the next question, number 1.45. Explain the negative factors in the CBD that resulted in the relocation of businesses to Mdantsane and its surrounding area. We are looking at what we call the centrifugal factors. Negative factors in the CBD that drive business out to the Mdantsane and its surrounding areas. Right. What we need to look at there, we're looking at the negative implications of doing business in the CBD. Right. So for that matter, we want to identify some negative implications of doing business in the CBD, which promotes people to decentralize. There is crime. High levels of crime in the CBD. We tend to find that there is lots of people in the CBD, and because of that confusion of congestion, some of the people, they take chances to commit criminal acts. For example, pickpocketing, vehicle theft, vehicle burglary, house burglary, shoplifting. All those things, they happen to disturb business in the CBD. So crime is very high. And also, we can talk of expensive rent or rent, expensive rentals. In the CBD, the land values are high, such that the rentals are also high for the business. So it becomes a negative implication for the business. Aspects like overcrowding. The CBD is overcrowded. There are lots of people there in the CBD. It's overcrowded. It's not conducive to do business in the CBD because now it's overcrowded. And also we talk of traffic congestion. Traveling in the CBD is not convenient because of traffic congestion. Mainly during the peak hours, it takes a lot of time for one to travel from one point to the other, and that inconveniences when you are doing business in the CBD. And also lack of parking space. Most of the businesses do not have parking space. As a result, they lose customers for that reason. And also we can check of lack of expansion space. Right, so because of lack of expansion space, there is also limited opportunities of expanding the business. Hence, in the outlying business district or in the shopping malls there will be possibility of space for expansion for the business, such that it attracts businesses to the outlying business district. Right, that gives us the justification of that question. Right, we move on to number 1.5. Student teachers share ideas about improving informal settlements in South Africa. Right, number 151, it says informal settlements are located in, where are they? In urban areas or in rural areas? Definitely we find informal settlements in urban areas. The shanty towns are found in urban areas. Informal settlements result in counter-urbanization or urban sprawl. They result in urban sprawl. What we call urban sprawl, we are looking at a situation whereby we have uncontrolled growth of cities and towns. When growth of cities is uncontrolled growth. For the reason being, informal settlements are not planned and they are illegal. It means people just settle wherever they feel they can settle without the approval of the authorities. And as such, that will give a formless growth of the urban areas or a shapeless growth of the urban area, which is uncontrolled because the informal settlements are just an invasion of land around the urban areas. So that is urban sprawl. Counter-urbanization is wrong. Counter-urbanization, we are looking at the reversal of urbanization, where people are now moving from urban areas going back to the countryside or the rural areas. Right. Moving on to the next question. State one reason why people settle in informal settlements. Why do people choose to settle in informal settlements? Right. There are a number of reasons which justify why people settle in informal settlements. Why do people stay in shanty towns? Right. We can talk of things like unemployment. And unemployment driving to poverty. And with poverty, we can talk of lack of skills. We can talk of things like high cost of housing. Then we can talk of influx of refugees. Right. So if we try to analyze some of this, unemployment, if a person is unemployed, it's most likely they don't have a source of income. And without a source of income, you cannot afford staying in the formal settlements because you are supposed to pay rent. And for that reason, you opt to stay in the informal settlements where the rentals are cheaper. And in some instances, you can establish your own housing unit and you stay there without paying rent. Then also poverty. For the same reason, if a person is poor, they don't have an income, they can't afford staying in formal settlements. And therefore, the only option is to go and stay in the shanty towns. Lack of skills. Lack of skills will lead to unemployment again. If you don't have the right skills which are required by employers, it automatically means that you are not employable. And the end result is you don't have a source of income and you opt to reside in the shanty towns. And the high cost of housing. In the formal settlements, the rentals are in some instances very expensive and unaffordable. And for that reason, if the rentals are high, it means people will opt to go and stay where it's cheaper in the informal settlements. Then also can talk of an influx of refugees or foreign nationals into the country that has put pressure on the formal housing. And as a result, some people will opt to stay in the informal settlements. We can also add that there is pressure on housing in the formal settlements. Because of the pressure on housing in the formal settlements, it also leads to the increase in the rentals. The price of accommodation will get high because there's high demand. And as a result, that will lead to some people not affording to stay in the formal settlements. All right, that takes us to question number 153. Unfortunately, there is a repetition here. This must be 154, but we'll take it as it is. Right, the next 153, we are going to answer it. Give two social injustices that people living in informal settlements face. Right, when we're talking of injustices, we are saying people must be having equal access to resources and a way of life. But if some are deprived of those privileges, then it's an injustice. In an urban area, we must have equitable access to resources, and also we must have equitable access to way of life. So there is some form of injustice that happens in the urban informal settlements. What are the injustices? Or we can talk of spread of diseases. Because of the conditions in the informal settlements, some of the conditions are unsanitary, they are unhealthy, that facilitate the spread of diseases. And also because of the level of population in the informal settlements, contagious diseases are likely to spread fast because people are crowded. Then we can look at social issues. There are so many social issues in the informal settlements which are contributory factors to the injustices. For example, social issues like crime, social issues like drug dealing, social issues like prostitution. Those are some of the social issues in the informal settlement. They are most prevalent. We are not saying they are not there in the formal, but they are most prevalent in the informal settlements. Crime is very high in the informal settlements, which is an injustice. People are exposed to a number of criminal acts. Drug dealing, the Nyaupes, they are predominantly active in the informal settlements. Prostitution is very rife in the informal settlements. So those are issues to the society. People are exposed to an injustice because of those issues. Right, then we go on to look at other things like lack of hygiene. Lack of hygiene, it's an people must be exposed to a healthy environment. But in the informal settlements, the conditions are unhygienic. So it's an injustice. There's lack of hygiene. Then you can also talk of lack of basic services. Basic services, they do lack in the informal settlements. You can give example. For example, refuse removal. Refuse removal is a basic service that must be accessed by all people in urban areas, but however, it is lacking in most of the informal settlements. Things like overcrowding, it's an injustice. Overcrowding, people are overcrowded and they stay in overcrowded conditions. That is an injustice in the informal settlement. Right. So we can use those ideas to justify the response to question number 1.5.3. Moving on to the next question. The next question is saying, describe two ways in which Sheikh dwellers often show their growing discontent or unhappiness in South Africa. People staying in the informal settlements, they are not happy with their way of life and they have to show their discontent. How do they show that they are unhappy with the living conditions in the informal settlement? That is the question. How do they pose out their dissatisfaction with the conditions? Right. We can look at protest action. They can protest. They do protests as a way of showing their discontent towards service delivery, towards poor conditions. They can do protests. Protest action. Then we can also look at it can get to the extent of blocking roads to traffic. In some instances, they will block some routes such that traffic cannot pass as a way of showing their discontent. Or in some instances, they can burn tires. Along roads. That is a way of showing their discontent, burning tires along the roads. Or they can also enhance in looting, engage in looting and damaging businesses. Or the shops. That is how people show their discontent. But not limited to this, there are some other ways that you can also talk about. But we are saying they can take protest action, they can protest. And usually those protests, in most instances, they will end up, they end up being violent. They don't engage mainly in peaceful protests. The protest action in most instances will end up being violent. Then blocking of roads and traffic, and also burning of tires as a way of showing their discontent, and also looting and damaging businesses and shops. We move on to the last part of the question number 1.55. Suggest measures government could implement to address the social injustices faced by people living in informal settlements. What can be done to try and improve the conditions of life of people living in informal settlements? Right. This is now the duty of the government. What can the government do to try and address the injustices in the informal settlements? We have seen that there are so many problems in the informal settlements. The people are exposed to a number of injustices, but now it is the duty of the government to find a solution to those injustices. What must the government do as a way of trying to solve the problem in the informal settlement? Right. We can talk of relocation of people. Relocate people to decent houses. For example, we talk of the Reconstruction and Development Program by the government, the RDP program, is trying to provide less costly housing to the people. So they must relocate those people to decent houses, which has been controlled by the government. The government is making all efforts to try and construct cheaper basic housing to try and accommodate people. And also what can be done? Provide cheap building material. Or we can say the government must subsidize subsidized building material to the people so that they can be able to do their own construction of decent houses and be able to stay formally. We can also talk of low-cost houses. The government must try to engage in low-cost housing, e.g. through the RDP. The government must try to establish housing units which are low-costing. And also the other problem, we can say provide basic services to the people because it's a problem. They lack basic services. So providing the basic services to the people, e.g. clean water, electricity, basic sanitation. It will improve the way of life of people because they live in unsanitary conditions, in unhygienic conditions. If the government tries to provide, then it can be better for the people. And also we can look at job creation. The government must try to create jobs to accommodate those people. And we can also talk of things like improving the education of the people and also the skills, upgrading the skills of the people, because some of the major causes is that the people do lack skills that are required by employers, and also some of them, they do lack education. So they need to access education so that they become employable, and as a result, they can also find a gainful way of finding income. Right, I think those responses are justified as correct responses to that question. What we need to do now, we need to move on to the next question, the question on economic geography of South Africa. Right, this question, question number 2, is based on that pie chart, which is showing the contributions of different sectors of the economy. Right, number 211, it says the total value of goods and services produced in a country in 1 year. The term here is produced in a country in 1 year. So we are saying the goods must be produced inside the country, inside the borders of the country. The correct response is gross domestic product, which is B, GDP. GDP means the total value of goods and services produced in an economy within a year. The next question is saying 212. Dash forms part of the tertiary sector of the economy. Tertiary sector, we know that it's a service sector. So which one is a service provision? Electricity, gas, and water. This is correct. Agriculture, forestry, this is primary. Construction is secondary. Manufacturing is secondary. So the correct one is electricity, gas, and water. Right. Moving on to the next question, number 213. Construction forms part of the dash sector. Construction is part of the secondary sector. Moving on to the next question. Which tertiary activity contributed the biggest percentage to the South African economy? Which tertiary activity? We must check on the activities there and try to establish the tertiary activity which contributed the highest towards the economy of South Africa. So we are only comparing tertiary services or services, right? This is primary agriculture and forestry. This is secondary construction. Mining is primary. Personal services, it's secondary. It's tertiary. It's 5.5. Transport storage is also tertiary. It's 9.1. Wholesale retail is also tertiary. It's 12.4. Government services. This can be a part of tertiary all. Yes, 13.6. Manufacturing is secondary. Finance, real estate, and business services is also tertiary 21.1. So if you compare this one gives us the highest figure. So finance, retail estate, and business services. Finance, real estate, and business services at D. That is the correct response. Number 215. Dash contributed the least to the primary sector. We just need to check. We need to check on mining and quarrying is primary. Agriculture and forestry is also primary. This is tertiary, is out. This is construction, is secondary, it's out. So we only need to check on these two, mining and quarrying and agriculture, forestry and fishing. We to check which one contributed the least between the two. Mining and quarrying, you can see there is mining and quarrying is at 5.2. Then the other one is agriculture, forestry and fisheries 2.2. So we are comparing 5.2 and 2.2. This is the least. So agriculture, forestry and fishing is the one that contributed the least. So our response is B, agriculture, forestry and fishing. Right, we move on to the next question. Number 216, Dash dominated the secondary sector. What dominates the secondary sector? Automatically, government services is out. Manufacturing, trade and catering. This is tertiary, and personal services is not secondary. So automatically, manufacturing is the correct response. 217. Dash contributed the least to the South African economy. What contributed the least to the South African economy? If we go here, we check the least figure amongst all this. Automatically is this one, 1.8. Electricity, gas, and water is only 1.8. This is 2.2, 3, 5.2, 5. They are all bigger than 1.8. So electricity, gas, and water is the least. Electricity, gas, and water at C. That's the correct response. Number 217. Right, move on to 218. What percentage did the tertiary sector contribute to the South African economy? We need to analyze and look at tertiary sector and see how much it contributed. We have to add up the percentages of the tertiary sector. If we add them correctly and identify them correctly, we are going to get a response of 1.18.4, which is B. Right, that takes us to the end of our first part of question number 2, which is question 2.1. We are moving on to 2.2. 2.2 is giving us examples of formal and informal sectors. Right, what you call the formal sector, those are registered businesses which pay tax to the tax authority, which is the South African Revenue Services. And the informal sector, we are looking at unregistered businesses, and those businesses, they do not contribute towards the tax revenue to the tax authority. Right, so we are supposed to answer our questions based on formal or informal. Right, many people are self-employed in this sector. People who are self-employed, they are in the informal sector. You do your own trading business, you are in the informal sector. The sector which makes the largest contribution to GDP of a country is formal, the registered businesses. The next one is saying the sector that generally shows a small profit margin. A small profit margin is realized in the informal. Businesses are on streets with makeshift shelters. It's informal. Greater job security and benefits prevail in this sector. That is the formal sector. Businesses are not registered with South African Revenue Services, like what we mentioned. It's informal. Then the last one, machinery and up-to-date technology is used in this sector. We can only get that in the formal sector. Right, that is number 2.2. We move on to number 2.3. Factors affecting sugarcane production by small-scale growers. We are not going to go through the extract. We are going to do the questions. Right. Identify a physical factor in the extract that had a negative impact on the sugarcane production in 2013 to 2017. We want a physical factor. Physical factor is a natural factor. So if we go to our extract, we want to try to identify natural factors which have impacted on the production of sugarcane. Right. It's declined from 50,000 in the 2000 to less than 13,000 in 2017. Results show that late harvesting, late fertilizer application, and chemical application were primary challenges facing sugarcane, likely to result in declined sugarcane yield. Other problems were a shortage in high wages, a shortage and high wages of labor, which was followed by high price of inputs, seed, fertilizer, insecticide, and pesticide, low price of cane, non-availability of fertilizer, insects. This is a natural. Pests. This is a natural. And diseases are natural. Lack of clean seed, those ones are economic. So if we check, we only want things which are natural or which are physical, because our question is specifically asking on physical challenges. So the insect, the pest, and the diseases are the ones which are natural. So any one of those. By how many metric tons did the sugarcane production decrease from 2013-14 to 2016-17? If we check there, 2013-14, it was sugarcane production in metric tons was somewhere there. And going to 2016-17 is somewhere here, which is around 1,500. There is above 2,250. So as an estimation, we want the difference between the production here and the production at this particular point. We want to find the difference there. How much has it decreased by? So if you are to take this measurement here, it's 2,000 and 2,500. So we can assume that it's slightly 2,200 and against 1,500. If we take those figures, we are saying is 2,000, 2.2, 2,200 metric tons minus around 15,000. This is going to give us how many metric tons there? That is around 700 metric tons. But however, we are just using an estimation here. Your responses are, as you are writing, it will also allow for a variation, because here the measurement is not ultimately pointed out. But by estimation, the correct measurement there must be around 2,200, because 2,250 will be at half point. Then we get to 2,500. So the estimation is 2,200 for 2013-14. And then for the 2016-2017, it's clear it's 1,500. So the difference there is around 700 metric tons. Right, suggest two ways in which the government can assist small-scale sugarcane farmers to increase production. What can the government do to enhance productivity of small-scale sugarcane farmers? Right, the government can increase education, or skills of the farmers. For those farmers to be productive enough, they need to be educated on farming practices, and also they need skills. So if the government it tries to avail the skills and the education, then those farmers can be productive enough. Then they also need support through subsidies or grants. If the government can also chip in to support those farmers through subsidies and through grants, then the government might be in a position to assist those farmers. And also easy access to services. If those farmers have got easy access to services or facilities, they can enhance their productivity or their businesses. Then we can also talk of development of infrastructure. The government must develop infrastructure in the areas where the farmers operate so that they can easily access whatever they need. For example, the road networks, the railway, so that they are able to transport the raw materials into their farms and also the final product and do whatever they need to do along the provided infrastructure. And also, we can look at the government must engage in research to improve production. The government must research to improve our production. The government can research on various ways of producing sugarcane. They can find new ways of how to farm sugarcane through research, such that the farmers will get that knowledge and the skills, and then finally the farmers are going to implement those strategies in their farming businesses, and ultimately they are going to increase their production. Right, number 2.3.4, we need to also check on it and analyze what's happening with the question. In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the economic challenges that currently impact negatively on the sugarcane industry. We want economic challenges. Our question is specifically looking for economic challenges that are impacting on sugarcane farming. That is number 2.3.4. 2.3.4, we need to answer this question here using economic arguments, something that has to do with income and making money and also sustaining a life. Right. One of the major things is limited capital. The farmers have no access to capital. For that reason, the farmers cannot effectively enhance their businesses because they don't have sufficient capital to boost their businesses. So it's a challenge on the side of the farmers because of limitation of capital. Then we can also talk of some other limitations like input costs. Input costs compared to returns. There is less profitability. The inputs are expensive. Inputs like seed, inputs like pesticides, insect herbicides, labor costs, they are high. And when compared to the output produce, when the farmer is now selling, ultimately the profitability is declining or is diminishing, which is a demotivating factor to the farmer. It's a challenge which is economic in nature. Then you can also look at insufficient protection. Against cheap imports. If the government is not implementing strict measures on the control of imports of sugar into the market, then automatically it's doing an injustice to the sugarcane farmers. They need to be protected enough. Sometimes their prices cannot compete with cheaper imports. So we need to do away with those cheaper imports and ensure that our local market sustains. So there's insufficient protection by the government against cheaper imports, such that when they get into the local market, the local farmers will lose business because people won't be buying locally produced sugar, for the reason being that it will be more costly compared to the cheaper imported sugar products and sugar resources. Right. So we can also look at sugar tax. The sugar tax is increasing production costs. Whenever the government is imposing the sugar tax on the farmers, it is ultimately adding to the cost of production. And as a result, if the farmers are paying more to produce the sugarcane, then they are suffering at the end. Their cost will become higher than the benefits that they are going to reap after selling the products. Then you can also look at other things like water restrictions. Water restrictions, they increase the cost of production. If water is being restricted, ultimately the farmers are made to find other alternative ways of providing water for themselves. So as a result, that is going to have a negative implication because by them accessing other alternative means of supplying water for themselves, they are adding up on the cost of production. And at the end, their profitability is going to decline. Right, that takes us to the end of question number 2.3.4. We move on to question 2.4. Right, it says South Africa's electricity force continue to place manufacturing in the Gauteng PWV core industrial region at risk. We're not going to go through the text, we'll go to the question straight. What energy sources led to the Gauteng PWV core industrial region declining? We get that in the headings talking about electricity is direct. In the heading of our extract is talking about electricity. Right. State true economic problems that the manufacturing industry is facing according to the extract. This is according to the extract. We want to try and identify the economic problems that the manufacturing industry is facing. Right. If we check the first paragraph, lack of reliable electricity is not only leading to lost production, increased costs, South Africa shrinking manufacturing sector, but he has left, there's no economic factor there. The region was at a tipping point and at a risk of becoming rust belt with significant plant closures, rising unemployment, and crime, as well as low rates of local and foreign investment. So if we look at this, rising unemployment or job losses, this is an economic factor, though it's socio-economic, rising unemployment. Then if we also look at this, there's plant closure, it's another factor. So there is plant closures, rising unemployment, and also we have a problem of crime. It's another typical problem. So if we check on those three, they qualify to be part of the problems that are faced by the industries in the Gauteng PWV. How will the automotive industry over time stimulate the growth of other industries? We are saying the automotive industry is a stimulator of the growth of other industries. How is that possible? Right, we are saying here, because of automotive industries, we also have component suppliers. And related service providers. Are created. If you are having an automotive industry, automatically the automotive industry will also require some component suppliers. Components, you are looking at parts of the production, part of the main product being produced. If you are producing cars, we might need someone to supply us with the tires. We might need someone to supply us with maybe the other components. We need someone to do production of the other components or supply the other components to make the whole production process finalized. So it creates businesses for other component suppliers. It is stimulating other industries and also related services. Like, for example, the automotive industry is related to insurance. We need to insure those cars. We also have to find out that service providers like insurers are also finding business. So it stimulates um, other industries. And also we can talk of the multiplier effect. There's also a multiplier effect to other industries. With multiplier effect, we are saying there is multiplication that is going to happen. If people are working in the automotive industry, they are going to earn money. And that money, they are going to use it on other services or other goods. They are going to use the money to buy from other suppliers. They need basic provisions like food. They are going to buy. And as a result of increased demand, they are also going to grow the other businesses where they spend their money on. So that is a multiplier effect. You are working for an automotive industry, but at the end of the day, you are going to get paid. As you get paid, you are going to buy some other goods and services, which imply that you are also growing the other businesses where you are buying from because of the income that you got from your employment in the automotive industry. So that is the multiplier effect that is also going to happen in the other industries. Right, moving on to the next question. Next question is saying, how will energy provision become a major challenge for the automotive special economic zone, which is located in the PWV Gauteng core industrial region in the next 3 years? We are looking at energy provision. How is it going to um, how is it going to be a major challenge? This issue of electricity is going to be a major challenge. How is it going to be a major challenge? It is going to cause rising energy costs. We are having energy crisis and automatically the cost is going to rise. Rising cost of energy, which will ultimately reduce profitability of the business if you are having high cost of energy. Then also we can look at there are going to be power cuts. If there are power cuts, what's the implication? Or if there's load shedding, there's going to be reduced productivity because there will be lost hours of production. It is going to reduce productivity because of power cuts. And also with that, the other problem that might rise, we can look at aspects like unreliable power network. We have a consistent problem of unreliability of power, such that it makes it difficult for planning to take place and ultimately to do as per plan, to work as per plan in terms of our production targets. It becomes very difficult. So because of some of those problems, we'll end up having a difficulty in the a challenge for the automotive industry in the next 3 years. And also because of power cuts, we can also have a factor promoting consistent feathering the power cuts, theft of power cables. That will disrupt, theft of power cables will disrupt power provision. This is going to worsen the situation. Because of the power cuts which are happening, people will take chances to steal the power cables and further worsen the situation. If power cables are stolen during times of power cuts, during times of load shedding, then it implies that it's going to worsen the situation. Even if there is now energy, now the cables have been stolen, we can no longer link to the grid. That gives us a further negative implication on the automotive industry, and is going to persist in the next 3 years because of theft of power cables. Right. The last question says, explain why PVW Gauteng industrial region is a preferred destination for Ford Motor Company international investors. Why are the Ford investors targeting to establish their manufacturing plants in Gauteng PVW core industrial region and not other industrial regions across South Africa? Why are they targeting to invest in Gauteng PWV? What's the motive? Right, if we check there, in terms of labor, Gauteng is the hub of many skilled and unskilled. Where they need skilled labor, the workers are readily available. Where they need unskilled labor, the labor is also available. Gauteng, remember, is highly populated. And for that reason, it's very easy for those companies to get labor to do production. Then you can also look at well-developed infrastructure. The infrastructure is well developed and is well maintained. The road networks, the railway networks, even if we need to do business by linking with air, we can also link effectively. There's well developed infrastructure. Then you also look at raw materials. They are readily available from the mines. Resources that are needed to produce the to work in the automotive industries, they are resources are readily available, the raw materials to support the industries. And also the market, there's a big market because of the population size. Remember, Gauteng is the highly populated, and for that reason, they can easily sell their products because we have a wide variety of potential clients for the purchase of the product. Then also you can talk of flatland for development of new industries or for expansion. There's flatland around Gauteng, which enables the businesses to expand and also to develop new industries. Right, those are basic reasons as to why they can target Gauteng. We move on to the next question. Refer to the infographic on the Dube Trade Port Industrial Development Zone. Right, the Dube Trade Port, the facts are given there. Name the province in which the Dube Trade Port is located. Dube Trade Port is in KwaZulu-Natal, which is our KZN. It's in KwaZulu-Natal. That is where we find the Dube Trade Port Industrial Development Zone. Then it says, state one type of industry from the infographic that is found in the Trade Port Industrial Development Zone. The type of industries that are found, you can just trace here and try to find the types of industries. Right, if we check, it is talking about the land and accessibility, the runway in Africa. It talks about access to two ports, eThekwini and Durban. Right, if we check here, we find the industries that are found in that zone. The automotive, we're saying the manufacturers of motor vehicles, they are part of the industries found there. And also if you check the textiles, the manufacturer of cloth, they are also found there. And also electronics, we also find them there. And also we find agro-processing is also present. in that um, industrial zone. So basically from the text, we can identify those ones as part of the industries which are found in Dube at Trade. It only needs one. You just pick one from the given set of the types of industries. Then number 253, name the international airport that is close to the Dube Tradeport Industrial Development Zone. The airport is given here is King Shaka Airport. There's a direct link with King Shaka Airport. Right, moving on to the next question. Explain one economic advantage of the airport that we've identified here. What is the advantage of the airport? An economic advantage of the airport. This airport here, an advantage is because of the presence of the airport, it has created interconnected infrastructure to compete on international markets. On international markets. For the reason that there's an airport close by, it means industries in that trade port industrial development zone, they can easily compete with other industries from abroad. They can sell their products to the international market because of the accessibility to the airport. So it has brought an interconnectedness of infrastructure that is going to facilitate the exportation on the international market. And ultimately, those businesses, those industries, they can be able to compete on the international market because they can easily access the airport and um, sell their products on an international scale. And also, we can also say it attracts investors because of its accessibility, because of the because of the airport. Investors can easily access the industrial development zone and can show their interest in investment. And they can also enhance investment in industries in the industrial development zone. And also, it has led to the creation of, you can also argue that it's advantageous because creates new markets. Because of the airport, the businesses here can also be able to access other markets and link their products to the international market and also try to sell their products within the reach of the airport. They can be able to export their products and it has enabled them to create new markets for their products. Right. Because of that, I think we can safely say we have come to the end of our first section. We have come to the end of section A, which is our question on economic geography of South Africa. Right, the next move is for us to go to the next part, which is our part on geographical skills and techniques. This is our map for Philippolis, then the map information provided here and the coordinates. We must also go through the information. The map information, it will help you in answering some of the questions. You cannot ignore the map information as you are doing the map question because there are some questions that might be asked coming based on the map information which is provided. And then let's go to our questions. Right. The first question is saying, the highest human-made feature at trigonometrical station 249 is D. the highest human made feature at trigonometrical station 249. Right, our map is not very visible, but we'll just be trying to guide you on how best you can be answering those questions, those typical map questions. For the reason being that the map has been reduced, and also the map is slightly faint. We cannot effectively pick up on some of the things being asked for that matter. So what you need to note there is the question is asking about a human-made feature. So you check on the features and try to find out if they are all human-made. Spot height, road, reservoir, communication tower. Then you go on to check. We are referring to the trigonometrical station at 1 in block A2 and height in block B3 on the orthophoto map. So you check, and then it says the highest altitude on the cross section is. Here we are referring to this cross section that has been drawn here on a horizontal scale of 1 is to 10,000. So our highest point, you can see that the highest point is here, and you check your height on the vertical side of the scale here. So for that reason, you can see that your highest point is 1,455. That is the highest point on your sketch of that particular cross section that has been drawn there. Right, moving on with the questions. Right, the next question is based on the horizontal scale of 1 is to 10,000. We're looking at the horizontal scale of 1 is to 10,000, which has been used on the drawing of the cross section. Right, the horizontal scale of 1 is to 10,000 on the cross section is A. What kind of a scale is it? 1 is to 10,000. That is a ratio. Is given. This one here is a ratio. A fraction scale, it would be 1 over 10,000. That is a fraction. When the scale is given as a fraction, it's like 1 is to 10,000. A line will be given a line and with some graduations. This is a line scale. Then a word. It will be presented in words. 1 centimeter on the ground represents, 1 centimeter on the map represents 10,000 centimeters on ground. That is a word scale. So this one is a ratio. When figures are expressed one is to the other, that is a ratio scale. Then calculate the vertical exaggeration of the cross section. Show all calculations. Right, when we're talking of vertical exaggeration, we are looking at the deliberate stretching of the vertical scale of a cross section to emphasize the height of low-lying features. We want to show or to emphasize the height of some features on the map. For example, the valleys or for example, the hills. We want to show them so that they are visible enough. We deliberately stretch the vertical scale of the cross section such that they become visible. So if we check on that, when we're checking on our vertical exaggeration, the formula is vertical scale over the horizontal equivalent. Right. The vertical scale in this instance, if we are trying to check, our horizontal scale is 1 is to 10,000, while our vertical scale is 1 centimeter is to 10 meters. We need to change this scale to make it in the same units. So if our vertical scale is saying 1 centimeter is representing 10 meters, we need to convert this to change the meters to centimeters such that we have the same unit of measurement. How do we convert centimeters to meters? We multiply by the number of centimeters in a meter, which is 100. So we are multiplying our 10 by 100. So 10 times 100, it gives us 1,000. So for that reason, our scale is 1:1,000. We have converted our 10 meters here on the vertical scale. 10 meters, we multiply it by the number of centimeters in a meter, which is times 100 to give us 1,000. So the ratio scale of the vertical is 1:1,000, and the horizontal is 1:10,000. So coming to our formula, we are saying the formula for calculating our vertical exaggeration is portrayed as vertical scale over horizontal HE. So if we use the two scales, our vertical scale is 1:10, 1:2, for the vertical is 1:1,000, divided by the horizontal scale is 1:10,000. So for this reason, we are saying if we had to use fraction scales, it means it's 1/1,000 divided by 1/10,000. So for this reason, therefore, we want to introduce a multiplication sign. It becomes 1/1,000 times, we invert this, 10,000 over 1. Sorry, it's 10,000 over 1. We have inverted our horizontal scale. When we introduce a multiplication sign, we invert this. So it's now 1/1,000 times 10,000 over 1, which is the same as saying 1 times 10,000, it gives us 10,000. Divided by 1,000 times 1, it remains 1,000. So we are dividing, we are cancelling the zeros. We remain with 10. So our answer for vertical exaggeration is 10 times, which means our vertical scale has been stretched 10 times so that we can easily see some features on the cross section. We can emphasize the height of, for example, low-lying areas like valleys, or we can emphasize the height of some small high-lying areas like the hills. We have stretched the vertical scale 10 times more than the horizontal scale to emphasize the height of some features. Right, the next question is saying vertical exaggerations on cross sections make interpretation of the landscape more, interpretation becomes more easier. Because we have emphasized the height, now we can see the height of the features. Give reason for your answer. We are saying exaggeration is deliberate stretching. We have deliberately stretched, it's deliberately stretching, and therefore makes landscapes more visible. We can now easily see the landscapes. If it's a valley, you can easily see it because we have deliberately stretched the vertical scale. It becomes a deeper low-lying area. If it's a hill, it becomes a high-lying area which is pronounced, which is easily seen. So it makes landscapes more visible so that we can have easy interpretation. Refer to the area asked in block A2 and B2 on the topographic map. Give the shape of the built-up area. Let's try to see if the area is visible on the map. We are referring to the topographic map, and we want to look at the shape of built-up area in blocks A2, B2. A2, B2, right, block A2 and B2 on this area here. Which map are we referring to? Refer to on the topographic map A2, B2 built-up area. Right, try to enhance our map, try to enlarge it, and try to see the features which we want to. All right. Area F, we are looking at this particular area here. We mapped the built up area, this one here. That's the built up area. So the question is saying, give the shape of the built up area. What shape is being portrayed by this built up area, which is labeled F? If you check, it continues going there. So the ultimate shape of this whole landscape, of this whole built up area, we can see it's slightly having 5 sides because this constitute to be side number 1, side number 2, 3, and this is side number 4. And the shape there, if we're trying to check the shape of the landscape, unfortunately, because of the nature of the built-up area, that portrays a rectangular shape in some instance. If we try to check properly on that particular, or it forms some form of a kite shape. If you are to look at it closely, because this end is becoming narrower and this shape, big part is becoming broader, such that it becomes more or less a kite shape if we are to look at it closely. Right. One reason for this general shape, basically we have to identify the reason for the shape. If we check that particular area, why is it having that shape? Right. Basically, if we check this whole built up area, it's more or less following a linear inclination. Like these buildings, if you can see, if you are to follow this road, the shape of this settlement is more pronouncedly, though there are some other buildings by the other side. It's not one line, but if we look at it closely, the overall shape of the landform of the built-up area, if you are to analyze it closely, it gives us more or less of a linear shape. It is more of a linear if we try to analyze that whole built-up area. And the reason that we can identify there is because of this route here. The buildings, if you check, they are located mainly following, if you check this one here, it's getting narrow as we get here, and also here it's getting narrow as we get here. But the major reason here is the buildings, the build-up area is influenced by this road here, which is 717. So the major reason for having a linear settlement in that area is because of the area is influenced by the shape is influenced by the road, which is R717. Is the one that is influencing the shape of the area of this built-up area because the buildings are ultimately following that route. Then it says state T2 situation factors that could have influenced the location of Philopolis. Situational factors that would have influenced Philopolis. Situational. We are looking at the relationship of this settlement in relation to the surrounding environment. What could have influenced the development of Philippolis in this particular area? Right, we try to look at the surrounding environment and try to see if there are any other factors related to the settlement which might have favored the situation of this particular settlement. Like if we check, there is presence of water bodies around the area shown by these dams. So for the sake of accessing water, this situation is ideal because of the presence of freshwater supplies in the form of these dams here. It could be a factor influencing the situation of this particular settlement. And also we can also check as things like for example, we check the presence of transport routes can also be a favoring factor, which has favored the location of Philippolis in that area. If we talk of the transport routes, there can also be some factors that would have favored the situation of that particular Philippolis. It is linked by major routes. And also, if you look at here, we might argue that there are resources around, mineral resources, there are diggings here. So because of these diggings, it would have promoted the growth of maybe some industrial activities because of access to resources from the diggings here. It could be a factor favoring the situation of Philippolis. So basically what you need to identify, you look around the settlement and try to establish some factors that would have favored or that are in relation to the development of Philippolis as a settlement. Right, we go on to the next point. Give one point of evidence from the topographic map that indicates that Philippolis is a central place or a central town. Right, if we check Philippolis' location here, this is Philippolis. We are saying it's a central place. And by a central place, we are saying it's an urban area which is responsible for the supply of services and goods to the surrounding rural areas. Philippolis is the only built up area or the only urban settlement here. The whole surrounding area is a rural area. So for that reason, we are saying people in this whole surrounding countryside, if we check around Philippolis, there's no other built up area. For them to access services, they have to access services in Philippolis. So Philippolis qualifies to be a central place for the reason being that it's an isolated urban settlement which is in the heart of the surrounding countryside. So it's a central place for that reason that it supplies basic services and goods to the surrounding rural areas or these farmlands here. That is why we are saying it's a central place. Right, checking on the next question. Why do the roads linking Philippolis impact, how do they impact on the sphere of influence of the town? Right, with the sphere of influence, remember we said the sphere of influence is an area from which a settlement attains people supporting services there. Where do we get people supporting our services is the sphere of influence. So by the roads linking Philippolis, ultimately, they are going to extend the sphere of influence. How are they going to extend the sphere of influence? Because of ease access. If a place is easily accessible, it means people are willing to, and are able to travel from longer distances to go and access services in that particular central place. Like if we check on our map, let's see if we check on our map, this whole thing that we are seeing here on the map here, right? We are saying if this road is linking into Philippolis and also some other routes here are linking into Philippolis, it implies that people are now able to travel for longer distances to access services in Philippolis, to get goods in Philippolis. It means people are now able to travel for longer distances. If there were no transport links, it means the sphere of influence will just be the close surrounding area of Philippolis. But now because we have these routes and also this major route here, it means people from as far as here, they can now be able to travel to Philippolis to get goods and services. So if we have transport routes, it's going to extend the sphere of influence. We are now going to have a wider sphere of influence, like this whole area becomes the catchment area for Philippolis because people can easily access Philippolis because of these routes linking into Philippolis. Right, that is how we justify the relationship of the roads to the sphere of influence of a given central place. Right, moving on to the next question. Right, our next question is saying, explain your answer. I think I've explained by that explanation. Because of the roads, there is easy access. People can easily access Philippolis. There is easy access into Philippolis. There is easy access into Philippolis. Hence, people can travel for longer distances. People can travel for longer distances to access goods and services there because there is easy access. State one advantage of the 717 passing through Philippolis for motorists. What is the advantage for motorists for 717 passing through Philippolis? Right. The advantage there for Philippolis for 1717 is that the motorists can find a place to rest. For example, they've traveled over a longer distance. They want a place to rest. They can easily rest because the road is passing through Philippolis. If they want to take a rest, then they can take a rest in Philippolis, or you can talk of refueling. Motorists can take a chance to refuel because the 717 is passing through Philippolis. And also, we can look at ease access to services. If the motorists want to access services, like for example, banking, then the route is passing through Philippolis. They can just do their banking. They can access the services that they want in Philippolis because it's passing through that sender. And also they can do shopping. There's an advantage for the motorists. They can do their shopping in Philippolis as they pass through. Right, then we'll go to the last question, which is a GIS question. Refer to the infographic below. Right, this is showing us a plane which is actually capturing images from above. Which GIS method did the aeroplane use to gather information? That is automatically remote sensing. The aeroplane is using remote sensing to capture information on that particular area. Images from the aeroplane were used to make topographic maps. Explain how South African topographic maps are standardized. How are they standardized? Right, the standardization of our maps, it happens in a way that the maps, when we're talking of standardization, we are looking at a way of making maps universal. We want to apply universality in the maps. So by doing so, we are ensuring that every map reader has got easy interpretation of the map information on the very maps that they are using when they are studying geography. So the effect of standardizing maps, we want to make maps universally applicable to all the map users. So what must we do there? Right, we apply what we call the cartographic standards to the maps, like the application of scale. The maps are drawn according to scale to make them standard. And also, if we look, the maps are also exposed to projection. We use standardized projection on the maps. There are several methods like the Mercator projection to represent the curved earth on a flat surface. Remember, it's the curved earth, but when we're drawing maps, we need to draw them on a flat surface. So we must apply some form of projection to correct the errors of transposing the information which was curved to put it on a flat landscape. So we also use projections such that we do not have misleading information or wrong information, because the information that has been captured there is from a curved surface. Our earth surface is not actually flat, but we need to take that information and put it on a flat piece of paper. We have to use projection. So projection is also another way of standardizing the maps. Then also we apply the symbols, and also we apply the key, the map symbols and the legend. We apply them like
Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2.
we can do a physical visit to the area and do a survey so that we can see the damage that has been caused by the um, soil erosion in that particular area. So that is one of the ways that we can use to actually collect primary data from that particular area. We can do a survey on the area. We can actually visit the area and do a physical survey on the area so that we can get the basic information or the basic data that we can collect. And also we can apply remote sensing techniques to access the data, for example, using drone systems. We can use a drone to actually view the area and get primary information on the area so that we can do an environmental impact assessment. Soil erosion in block D5 can affect farming, the farming area T. Mention 2 data layers in block D5 that GIS specialists can use to stop the spread of soil erosion. Mention 2 data layers in block D5 that GIS specialists can use to stop the spread of soil erosion. We go to the block D5. We want to identify data layers that can be used to stop erosion. Right, we can use data layers on drainage. We can study the rivers here and study how they impact on soil erosion. So a data layer on drainage is equally important. We can use that data layer and we can effectively implement measures on the data layer of drainage to control erosion. Then again, if we try to check besides drainage, we can also check on the data layer on cultivation. It can impact cultivational practices or farming practices. They can impact on soil erosion. Farmers might be practicing farming activities which are harmful to the environment, which can cause or exacerbate the level of soil erosion. We can also analyze the data layer on cultivated area. And also, if we slightly check in that particular block, I think those 2 data layers, they can effectively, or also the data layer on topography, the steepness of the area. Remember, soil erosion is also influenced by the topography of the area. So if we check those data layers, they can effectively help in assisting or finding solutions to limit the spread of soil erosion. Right, then it says identify a line feature that was used to limit the impact of soil erosion on farm area T. A line feature that was used to limit soil erosion, farming area T. Right, if we check, we have this line feature and this black line here. What are those lines for? We check on our map. Right, if we check here, we can see that this black line is representing a wall. So apparently they have put a wall to stop erosion here. If you can check this black line, it's a wall which has been put such that erosion cannot continue and affect this farming area. So a wall has been used in that instance, that black line, which is to the north of to the northwestern part of this eroded area. It's a wall, and that wall is meant to stop erosion. They've actually erected a wall which is going to stop the proceed of erosion into the farming area. Right, so with that being said and done, we can safely conclude that we have gone through our paper out of 150 marks. So for that reason, we can safely conclude that our discussion is come to an end. So it is my belief that it can also assist you as you prepare for your examinations. And to be precise, the question on economic geography, you have to specialize. And as you are specializing, the areas of specialization here for this paper, we have seen that for the industrial development zone, we are focusing on the Dube trade port. Remember, for paper 2 economic geography, you specialize. So the Dube trade port ultimately is the one that is going to be examined in the 2025 November exams, and also in 2026 May, June. So this is an area of specialization in economic geography. You specialize. So for the 2025 November examinations, the Dube trade port is your industrial development zone. So you must focus on that of your area of specialty. We have covered that. And also we check on the another area of specialization, the gauteng P.2. This one there, it stands for all the exam sessions. It's a compulsory P.2 region, but in this instance, we are saying you must also cover it because it's part of your examinable core industrial region. Then we look at the agricultural product. Here, sugarcane is also a product of specialization in agriculture for your 2025 November examinations, and is also your product for 2026 May, June. So for those who are writing the 2025 November examinations, it means for your June examinations, you will be examined on sugarcane production as a primary product, as your agricultural product. And also for the prelims, you'll be examined for sugarcane as your primary product, and also for your final examinations in November. And the same is going to happen for those who are going to write in May, June at 2026. So for that reason, you must know your areas of specialization for your exam session. So for this one, for 2025, your primary, your farming product is sugarcane. When you are specializing, then the other areas are common areas where you don't need to specialize. You are studying everything like the sectors of the economy. There's nothing to specialize on there. Informal versus informal sector, there's nothing to specialize there. Right. So basically, it was just a way of informing you to know your areas of specialization as you prepare for your exam. Geography paper 2. Right, we are going to look at the two sections that make up the theory part of our paper, which is question number 1 and question number 2 first. With the rural and urban settlements is the first question, and economic geography of South Africa is the second option. Right, so like as usual, the structure of our final paper, 60 marks per each section. For the two theory questions, then we have geographical skills and map work, which constitutes 30 marks to make a total of 150. Right, let's start with our first question on rural and urban settlements, which is question number 1. with question number 1.1, refer to the sketch below on the pattern and shape of rural settlements. Write only the letter next to the question numbers 1.11 to 1.17. Right, so if we try to analyze this illustration here before we attempt the question, we can try to figure out the sense of the settlement being illustrated on this particular illustration here. Right, you can see we have our scale here, which is 1:15,000, which is a relatively large scale map extract. And if you check your key indications here, we have cultivated land, which is represented by those lines, and we have trees, which are also indicated by that symbol that you can see there, and we have the farmsteads, which are indicated by those squares, and lastly the road network is being indicated by that line. Right, so if we check our settlements here, if we try to analyze the first settlement that we are seeing, which is settlement C here, I think you can see where settlement C is. Right, if you can check there, try to analyze settlement C in terms of its shape, you can see that the farmsteads are located in some linear form along the river. So this basically, when you're talking of the shape of a settlement, we can figure out that this is a linear settlement. And also, if we try to check on this part here, analyzing it using the concept of settlement shape, you can see that this is basically a T-junction shape for settlement F. Also, there is this junction which is forming here. There's this route and this route which is connecting here to form a T-junction settlement. And also, if we check on this part here, you see that there is a farmstead which is in the midst of a big cultivated landscape, or in a big farmstead. So basically, that is how we can try to interpret that illustration before we attempt the questions. However, let's proceed to check the questions that we have. And also, maybe before we look at the questions, I need to make a distinction between the two aspects of settlement. We have what we call the shape of a settlement and the pattern of a settlement. Those two, usually you tend to find that learners tend to confuse them. Right, when we are talking of settlement shape, right, that is where we have the different shapes that are formed by the different setting of housing units in a settlement. For example, you can talk of a circular shape, then you can talk of maybe a semicircular, then you can talk of a linear, where the housing units are in line, maybe along a transport route or along a river or along a mountain range. Then you can also talk of other settlement shapes, like talked of the circular, the semicircular, the linear. You can also talk of the T-junction settlement, and you can also talk of other settlement shapes like the stellar. When we're talking of a stellar here, this word is derived from the star, where we have maybe some intersections of modes of transport, of transport routes, and then we have settlements developing and radiating along such routes. That gives us a stellar shape. So basically, those are the shapes that we talk about. But when we are talking of settlement pattern, now we are talking of something different here. Under settlement patterns, we need to be clear. Whenever you get a question which asks about the settlement pattern, remember we have two patterns of settlement. It's either the settlement is a dispersed, this is a pattern, or the settlement is nucleated. Right. When we talk of a dispersed settlement, we are saying the housing units are further apart from each other. Like one is there, you find the next maybe after a kilometer, you find another one there, maybe after a kilometer and a half, you find another one there. It means these ones are in a dispersed pattern. Then what we call a nucleated or a clustered is one and the same thing. Nucleated and clustered settlement. Right, we are looking at a settlement whereby the units of housing are just as close to each other. that is an example of a cluster. The housing units are just as close to each other as is possible. Right, so that's the difference between the settlement patterns and the settlement shapes. You should be able to distinguish between those two. Whenever you're talking of a shape of a settlement, we are referring to those different shapes. And when you're talking of a pattern of a settlement, it's either a settlement comes in the form of a dispersed, or it comes in the form of a cluster or a nucleated settlement. Right, then that was just for the sake of clarification of maybe some aspects that tend to confuse or that are usually misinterpreted by learners in the examinations. Right, let's go to our questions and try to figure out the correct responses to the given questions, given that we have tried to analyze the illustration and tried to bring out sense from whatever is illustrated on the infographic that we are going to use in answering this particular question. Right, we move to question number 1.11. The settlement pattern at A is, we are looking at pattern at A. You see where A is here. You need to be very articulate. You see A is here. To this side here, you see there are these rows of trees, and A is just indicated here. And if you try to check relating settlement A to F, you can see that A is on its own, while F is on its own to the extreme southwest. And also if you check B here, B is also independent on its own to the extreme south. So these three settlements are independent of each other. So we are worried about A only as a settlement. What kind of pattern is that one? Definitely the correct response for that one, given the explanation that we have had on settlement pattern, you can see that there is only that settlement on its own, very far away from other settlements. So it means that settlement is in the form of a dispersed pattern. It's some form of an isolated settlement on its own. It's on its own there and is dispersed very far away from the other settlements to the south and to the extreme southwestern direction. Right, that is the response for the first question. We'll move on to number 112. The settlement pattern at B. Now we are analyzing B here. You see the difference between A and B. A is on its own, it's far away from other settlements, and the farmstead is just on its own. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farmsteads which are almost in the same periphery. They are almost within the same geographical space. So if we are to relate to the type of settlement again in terms of pattern, that is the clear opposite of what is happening at A here. What is happening at A is a true opposite of what is happening at settlement B. So if we are to analyze that one, we will tend to come out with the correct response as a clustered or a nucleated settlement. For that matter, it's clustered or it's nucleated. Right, we'll move on to number 1.13. Right, 1.13 it says settlement A or B is likely to generate more profit. If you are comparing these two, where are we likely to have more profits being generated? Right, we are trying to analyze the location of these settlements in terms of their pattern and try to relate to the activities that take place there. If you check, this is a rural settlement, and you know rural settlements, they are predominantly unifunctional. They offer one main service, which is primary services. They offer primary activities. Right, so which means for this instance here, our core activity that happens in this settlement is farming. So we want to try to relate farming to the nature of these two types of settlements, which is A and B. If you are to look at A is on its own, it's an independent settlement which is far away from other settlements, and which will also imply that all the land surrounding here is made to the best use by this particular farmer who is situated at A, which will enable them to have more land to do more productivity along and as they use the land surrounding their area of residence. And also if we check, there is this thing here which we can see here, which is indicated here. This is a windmill, which is indicated here. So this windmill is also a suggestion that there might be very serious commercial production taking place on this particular piece of land. Remember, the windmill is used, the wind pump is actually used to extract our groundwater. And in this instance, we want to relate it to farming activities, which will also imply that there is reliable water supply for this particular farmer on this particular space. And if we come to this side, you see that these farmers are clustered, which means they are sharing pieces of land, and also which will limit their production capacity given that the land is shared amongst a number of farmers, and also given that the land is split into smaller holdings or into smaller units, that will limit their capacity of generating profit. So if we are comparing the two, we have more reasons emanating from the side of AF being the one who has got potential, or being the farmer who has potential to reap more profits from the activities that do happen in that particular farmland. So in this instance, our argument is that is A. Settlement A is the one that is more likely to generate profit because of the given reasons there. They can engage in large-scale farming. They have got large piece of land, and also the wind pump here evident can also be used to substantiate the fact that they are the ones who are most likely to get profits from the operations of primary activities in that particular settlement. Right, we move on to question number 1.14. The river caused the settlement at C to have a dash shape. I think we have earlier on discussed about that before we attempted the questions. This river, because of the influence of this river, how has it impacted on the shape of the settlement? If you are looking at the farmsteads here, you can see there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. These farmsteads are situated in a line along the river. So the response there, the shape of the settlement is, the river caused the settlement at C to have a dash shape. We are saying the shape is influenced by the river, and the river is making the units to come in a linear form. So they are in line along the river, so implying that the nature of the shape of the settlement there is linear. Right, we move on to the next question, which is 1.15. The shape of the settlement at F is, right, we go to F, we check here what kind of shape is it. When we talk of pattern, I think we now know the difference between a pattern of a settlement and a shape. Here we want the shape. Definitely it was, if it was asking about the pattern, we would say it's clustered because the units are close to each other, but we want the shape. What kind of shape is formed here? You see we have units coming from this side, they get to the junction, they branch. And also we have units coming from this side, they get to they branch like this, giving us a T shape. So in this instance, that kind of a settlement shape is a T junction type of settlement, influenced by the intersection of this route coming from this side. It's meeting with this other route, which is going from the southeastern to the northwestern part of the mapped area here. So it's a T junction settlement based on what we have observed there. Right, is giving a T junction shape. Right, to move on to the next question, which is D is located on high ground due to the threat of flooding and is called a dash settlement. Right, let me clarify before we answer these two questions, so that maybe we are able to figure out how we are saying it's the correct response and how we are saying the other response is not correct. Right, we have two types of settlement according to relationship to water. Settlements, remember, are established also in relationship to water. But the difference that we need to note here, we have two classifications of settlements relationship with water. Number one, we have what we call a dry point settlement. And then number two, we have what we call a wet point settlement. between these two, one of these two settlements is established at a point which is safe from threat of flooding. We establish a site of a settlement after considering the safety of the place in relationship to risk of flooding. So that is what we call a dry point settlement. The settlement is established at that particular site because it's a safer site when we talk of the risk of flooding. So it's a dry point settlement, and it's located at a place, usually a higher ground, which is not at risk of flooding. That is a dry point settlement. And when you talk of a dry point settlement here, we are not saying there is no water, but we are saying we are settling there because it's safer from the risk of flooding. That is a dry point settlement. Then we look at the wet point settlement. The reason for the establishment of this point here, of this settlement, is for easy access to water as a resource. We establish this settlement so that we can easily access water as a resource. The typical example that I can give for this one, let's say for example we are in an arid region, we are in a desert area. It does not make sense for a settlement to be established maybe 5 kilometers away from the water source, so that you can travel every day to go and get water 5 kilometers to and from. That doesn't make sense. We have to locate as close as is possible to the source of water, because that region, water is scarce. In that particular region, water is a scarce resource. Therefore, we need to locate as close as is possible to the water source so that we are able to access it. So that becomes a wet point settlement. For example, in dry areas, settlements that are established close to the oasis, the place where we can access water in an arid region, those are wet point settlements. So that's the difference between the two. Dry point, we are locating at a place which is safer from risk of flooding. Wet point, water is a scarce resource. We have to locate close to the available water resource. Right. Let's try to make sense from our two questions. D is located on high ground due to the threat of flooding and is called a dash point settlement. A dash settlement. From our responses, the correct response is dry point. Is at a place which is safer from the risk of flooding or from the threat of flooding. So is a dry point settlement. Then E is close to a supply of water and is referred to as, for E now, is a wet point. We want to access water. The reason for the establishment of that particular settlement over that ground is that we can access the resource easily. That is why we are calling it a wet point settlement. Right. So basically that is the distinction of establishment of a settlement in relation to water. Right. Then quickly we need to move on to the next question on our section 4 for settlement studies. Right. And the other thing is when you're in the examination, you should try to maximize the marks that you can get from these short questions by just being very quick to reason and being very quick to remember some of the aspects, because these questions are the ones where you should maximize on the marks and try to get maximum marks for these short objective questions. Right, we move on to the next section, which is question number 1.2. It's a question on multiple choice type of questions. Right, we are going to go through the questions quickly and try to identify the correct responses and try to make some explanations as to why we are saying those responses are the ones which are correct. Right, we go to the first question, number 121. It talks about a dash is an area where a group of people live that has buildings, communication network, and functions. Right, that is the simplest definition of a settlement and nothing else there. Settlement is an area where a group of people live that has got buildings, and communication network, and functions. That is a settlement. If you are to define situation and site, I think you also need to define these two. When you talk of a site of a settlement and a situation of a settlement, those two concepts are a little bit different. They are different, but we should distinguish between them. A site, that is the actual ground. When you're talking of a site, we're looking at the actual ground where a settlement is established. And situation, we are looking at the location of a settlement in relation to its surrounding environment. How the settlement relates to the other environment surrounding it, that is the situation of a settlement. So basically, that's the distinction between those two aspects that needs to be clear. But the correct response for that one, we have figured out that it's a settlement. We move on to the next question, which is question number 122. The dash is the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas as compared to rural areas. Right. Is the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas and as compared to rural areas. There are two concepts that need to be clarified based on such geographical concept of urbanization and level urbanization and rate of urbanization. We need to clearly clarify on those aspects and make them clear as is possible so that we demystify the confusion that learners usually go through. When you're talking of urbanization, let me start by giving the response to this one. The correct response for this one is urbanization. For this question, our correct response comes here. Right. Why are we saying it's urbanization? We are saying the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas compared to rural areas. That is the process of urbanization, when people are now moving and preferring to stay in cities and towns. And we now have a situation whereby there are now increasing percentage of people living in cities and towns compared to people who are staying in rural areas. These are the concepts here: urban growth and urban sprawl. There are also geographical concepts that we might need also to explain on. When we're talking of urban sprawl, we are looking at uncontrolled growth of cities and towns, or it's rather some form of formless growth of cities and towns. For example, when we have informal settlements sprouting and growing, it's an example of urban sprawl. They are formless and they are unplanned for. So just a situation whereby the urban area grows without a particular defined form or defined shape. So it's a formless, or we can say it's shapeless, or it's uncontrolled growth. The urban area just grows anyhow in any direction without a formal plan, without following a proper plan. Then urban growth is the increase in the numbers of people in urban areas. There is a difference between urban growth and urban expansion. Urban growth, we are looking at people. When the urban area is having more and more people, that is urban growth. More and more people preferring to stay in urban areas. We are having more people in urban areas. That is an urban growth situation. So we are seeing the difference here. We are not comparing to any way. We are just looking at the urban area. And we are saying in the urban area, there are more and more people who are staying there. That is urban growth. The urban area is growing because there are more people who are staying in the urban area. We are not comparing to rural areas. The moment we put the aspect of comparing to rural areas, we're now saying there are more people who are staying in urban areas as compared to there are now more people who are staying in urban areas as a percentage compared to the people in rural areas. Now we are going back to urbanization. Right. So urban growth is different from urban expansion in this sense here. Growth, we are saying, is we are looking at the perspective of people in the city or in the town. There are more people who are staying in the city. But when it's expansion, we are looking at the physical growth. It's no longer about people here. We are looking at physical growth. Remember, as the urban area grows, there are more buildings, there is more infrastructure being introduced. So that expansion of the physical outlay of the buildings, or the expansion of the peripheries of the urban area, is what we call the urban expansion, right? Basically, that is it. Let's move on to the next question. Right, the next question is talking about the formless growth of urban areas. I think earlier on we have discussed about that. When you talk of formless growth or shapeless growth or uncontrolled growth of cities and towns, we are looking at a situation of urban sprawl. Right, we move on to the next question, number 124. The physical growth of an urban settlement is referred to as, I think we've also discussed this. This is expansion. We have tried to define between the two. Right, this is urban expansion. Then an increase in the number of people living in urban areas is known as. You are now seeing the difference between these two questions. The increase in the number of people living in urban areas is known as. This question is not the same as this question here. Is the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas compared to rural areas. Is not the same. We cannot give the same response to these two questions because they are not the same. The increase in the number of people living in urban areas is known as, that is urban growth, like what we have earlier on explained. Right. We move on to the next question, which is number 126. The largest increase in the level of urbanization in South Africa is from, we are comparing the years here, from which year to which year. So which means we are taking 2018 to 2019. We subtract these two. 66.9, we subtract 66.4. It gives us 0.5. If we are to take from this one to this one, which means here our percentage increase is for this option, it's 0.5. Then we move on to 2019 to 2020. 2019 is 66.5, 2020 is 67.2. We also try to figure out the difference between the two, which gives us a difference of 0.3. If you had to say 67.2 minus 66.9, we get a difference of 0.3. Then we go on to the next item, 2020 to 2021. 2020 is 67.2, then 2021 it's 67.9. If you check the difference there, it's 0.7. Then we move on to the last, 2021 to 2022. It was 67.9. It went on to 60, up to 68.3. So the difference here is 0.4 again. So we want the one with the biggest increase, which means this one is the one which has got the largest increase from 2020 to 2021. Right, which is option number, item C. Response number C. Right, move on to the next question. Number 127. The dash of urbanization refers to the pace at which urbanization takes place. The dash of urbanization refers to the pace at which urbanization takes place. So the correct response there is the rate of urbanization. The rate of urbanization refers to how it takes place. Right, we move on to the next question. The advantages of counter-urbanization for urban areas are decreased what and what. When we're talking of counter-urbanization, we need to maybe clarify on this concept here. When we're talking of counter-urbanization, is the reversal of rural to urban migration. We have these people moving from rural going to urban areas. This is rural-urban migration. Then we now have a reverse, urban to rural. This is now what we call counter-urbanization. What is the advantages of having people now moving out of the urban areas going to the countryside or the rural and the surrounding farmlands, what will be the advantages? What will get decreased? Right. The correct response there is, if we check here, pollution will get to decrease. If we are having less people in the cities, it means they contribute towards reduction in the levels of pollution. So we take that response is correct. And we take this one here, land value. Land value is not an advantage for having a decrease in land value. Then we can also check the static appeal does not decrease. If there are less people, it means it is going to increase. How the urban area looks, it looks more beautiful with less people than being congested. Then there is also decreased traffic congestion. It's also correct. If there are less people, high chances of traffic congestion will also get decreased, because the number of vehicles flying the routes are also going to decrease with the decrease in the size of the population. So item number 1 and item number 4 constitute to be our correct combination of responses, which fall under a letter C. Right, we are done with this question, the multiple choice section. We need now to quickly move on to the section of the higher order, middle order, and higher order questions, where we are now supposed to apply geographical logic and reasoning, and also where we are supposed to show that at least we are geographers who have learned something in class and who are studying and still being able to capture some geographical sense from whichever text they will be studying from. Right, let's look at this graph here. Refer to the graph and cartoon below showing rural-urban migration. The title, if you check here, it says predicted or expected difference in the percentage increase of people that moved from rural to urban areas between 2000 and the year 2030. So we are having these different continents for 2000, and we are having the very same continents for 2030. On our vertical axis, you can see we have percentage living in urban areas, which means we are expressing the population as a percentage of, this is a percentage express of the people who are staying in urban areas as a fraction of the total people in that particular continent. So we see we have Asia, Africa, Europe, South America, and North America. That is for 2000. Then what is expected in 2030? The trends were like this in the year 2000, like you can see the title here. In 2000, those were the trends. But what is going to happen in 2030? We're going to have a new trend. According to the expected here, or the predicted, this is what is going to happen around the year 2030 to those different continents in terms of the numbers of people who are moving into cities and towns. Right, then if we come here, we also need to analyze what is happening on this cartoon here. You see there's this figure here. He's thinking about better jobs in the city. He's in the rural farmland and the mind is focused in factories in town. You can see there are factories here. He's imagining that the moment they follow this route, they will get there and attain better, be able to secure a better job in the city. That is what that figure is having in mind. Right. So let's check our first question. Question number 131. Which continent is predicted or expected to have the highest percentage of people that would move to urban areas between 2000 and 2030? This is a matter of checking and comparing the statistics that we have for each and every continent as in 2000 and as they expected for 2030. If you check for Asia, it's 37 in 2000 and is going to increase to 50 as in the year 2030. So you can see the difference there from 37 to 50. That is a difference of plus or minus is 13. If you subtract these two, 37, 50 minus 13 is a percentage increase of 13%. 13% more people will move as compared from 2000 to 2030. Then you check Africa is having 37 and is having 54. So you can see that there is a wider difference here. 54 minus 37, that gives us 17. Then if we check for Europe here has got 73 and has got 80 in 2030, the prediction. The difference here is just a difference of 7%. South America 76 and 85, which is also a difference of 9. From here, positive 9, 76 to 85. Then we look at North America from 79 to 84, which is also a percentage increase of 5%. So relating to our question here, we want the continent that will have the highest percentage of people that would move. So in this instance, our correct response is Africa. Africa is having 37, is expected to reach a high of 54 as in 2030 as the prediction. So it comes that our response for that one is for Africa. Then determine the predicted or expected difference in the percentage of people of the answer above that would have moved between 2000, right? So it's simply we are saying in 2000 is 37% and it is going to increase to 54%. We want the difference between these two. By how much? So it's like we are saying 54% minus 37%, which will give us 17%. That is how we do the calculation. We move on to the next question. Why would the rate of urbanization of the continent answer to above will be so high? Why do we have such level of such rates of urbanization being such high in Africa? But you look at it from the perspective of the push or the pull factors. You explain it on the perspective of either the push side or the pull side. If you explain it on the side of the push side, on the side of push factors, you look at what drives or what forces people away from rural areas. What is uncomfortable that make people want to move out of rural areas to go and stay into cities and towns? You can talk of things like lack of employment opportunities in rural areas. There are limited employment opportunities in the rural areas. It's a push factor that will force people to want to go to cities and towns in Africa so that they attain a better life. Like what that figure is thinking about better jobs in the city. So it means in the rural area, there will be lack of employment opportunities. Or we can also look at it from the side of a decline in production, in agricultural production. Agricultural production in most instances is declining in the rural areas, and remember those people mainly they rely on those primary activities. Then it means there's no more incentive for them to keep staying there if their core activity is no longer profitable for them. Or you can look at it from the side of poverty in the rural areas. Many people in the rural areas, they live in absolute poverty, and hence they need to better their lives by going to cities and towns. So there are so many that you can mention on the side of the push factors. Or you can talk of poor infrastructure in the rural areas, poor service provision, lack of housing. All those are factors that you can mention on the side of the push factors, which will force people to want to go to urban areas. Or if you want to look at it from the pull side, we're now looking at what is in the urban area that attracts people to come from the countryside and want to join the residents of urban areas. You are converting the opposite of what you would have just said as push factors, like availability of job opportunities, or you can talk of better life in the cities or in urban areas, or you can talk of better services like education or health care is in most instances better in the cities and in the towns. So those are some of the reasons which are on the side of the pull factors. Better infrastructure in the urban area is a pull factor. Right, let's move on to the next question. Why does the pull factor indicated in the cartoon often lead to disappointment? The pull factor here is better jobs. This person here is attracted by better jobs in the city. They are thinking that the moment they set their foot in the urban area, they are going to find themselves securing a better job in the factory or somewhere in the industries. That is what they think in their mind. But the question is saying it will lead to a disappointment. How then will someone get disappointed given that they are having high hopes in them securing a job the moment they get to the city or the moment they get to the nearby town? How will it become a disappointment to such kind of a person who has got such high hopes? Right, the first question, the first thing that you need to note is there is limited jobs available in the cities and in the towns. This mentality here doesn't hold the reality. Better jobs in the city, there are limited employment opportunities, which means that will become a disappointment. The moment you get there, you tend to find that there are so few jobs, because remember, the economy is not growing at the same pace which will compensate the level of urbanization. The rate of urbanization is such fast, and the economy is not growing at such a pace to accommodate all those people who are moving into cities and towns. So there's limited employment opportunities in the urban area. That can be a disappointment. And also we can talk of a skills mismatch, or maybe the level of education. Right. When we talk of skills mismatch here, we are saying, let me just indicate the points. Right, we are saying skills mismatch. Skills might mismatch. You think the skills that you have or that you are bringing to the urban area are relevant to what is happening in the urban area, or to find that your skills are not even required by any employer in the urban area. Maybe you have skills in some particular field, you are specializing in maybe some primary activities that you are focusing on in the rural area, then you want to go to an urban area, and then you tend to find that the sector which is dominant in that urban area maybe is mainly a secondary sector where people are involved in manufacturing processes, and also the tertiary sector where you find people working in banks, you find people being employed in several service provision sectors. So you tend to find that your skills won't be relevant to such. So those hopes will end up being a disappointment. You go all the way to an urban area hoping that you are going to fit there, then all to find that your skills are not relevant. They are not matching to what the urban area requires. Or you can also talk of high unemployment in the cities. The moment you think of going to an urban area, you should ask yourself, the job that you want to go and try to find, there are other people who have been in the very same urban area for the past 2 years who are not working. They are failing to secure that kind of job. There is already high unemployment in the cities and towns. Then for you who is just coming today, you have come with high hopes that you are going to make it, not knowing that there are people who were already there before you who are not even employed. So that is also another disappointment that might come, that you tend to find that already in the urban area there are people who are not employed, who are trying so hard to secure those jobs, but they are failing to secure them. Then you can also check on competition. There are so many people looking for the same jobs that you hope to find there. So that competition is also going to be a disappointment. Sometimes you tend to find that you are overpowered in terms of maybe the level of experience or the level of skills that you have by some other people whom you are competing with for the same vacancy. So it acts as a disappointment to this figure here who is hoping to get better jobs in the city. Or we can talk of an affordable cost of living. Cost of living in the urban area in most instances is high, which will also mean that when you are still on job hunting, that is going to be a very big challenge for you to sustain in the urban area while it's on the phase of job hunting. You still need to get the basics. You need to move from point A to point B. You need transportation, and you are not employed for that matter. And you still need to fend for the bills, like you need to pay rentals. All that constitute towards the burden of you failing to secure the job that you are hoping for, because the cost of living in the urban area will be way far higher. And given that you wouldn't have secured the job that you are hoping for, you are still beyond the phase of job hunting. That is going to be a very serious challenge that will lead to it being a disappointment. And you tend to find that some of such hopes will die, and the person will reverse to go back to the rural area where they are used to. Right. Those are some of the disappointments that can come along and act as a hindrance to the fulfillment of such dreams by people from rural areas. Right. We move on to the next question, which says, suggest strategies that could be implemented in rural areas to reduce rate of urbanization. What then can be done to rural areas so that we reduce the numbers of people who are moving from rural areas going to cities and towns? Right, that is a simple question that just requires open reasoning. Right, we can talk of improvement in service delivery, because the moment we are able to identify the cause of the movement, then we address the cause of the movement, then it means we are solving the problem. People are moving because of poor service. Then what should we do to the service provision? We should improve service delivery and provision in rural areas. Provide those services that are wanted by people. Maybe it's education, they are going to cities to attend schools which are better, or maybe it's healthcare. We offer such services to the rural areas, and those people, they have no incentive of moving away from such rural areas, because all what they are going to get in the urban area is now upon them in the rural area. So we talk of infrastructure development and upgrading of infrastructure, existing infrastructure. We talk of provision of basic services like education. We talk of electrification programs for rural areas. Provide electricity, provide clean water, provide basic sanitation in the rural areas. Those are some of the measures that can be implemented to try and retain the rural residents in their original space. Then we can also talk of improvements of the agricultural sector, maybe through introduction of irrigation farming, or we can talk of cooperative farming being introduced in the rural areas, because we're saying these people, they rely on the primary activities and predominantly agriculture. So we should try to resustain agriculture in the rural area so that it becomes profitable for the inhabitants of the rural area. For example, in those areas which are arid, if we are trying to implement irrigation farming, that will become viable for the residents in the rural area, and they wouldn't have any incentive to want to move out of their original areas of residence. Right, and we'll also talk of other things like that can be done. We can talk of industrial decentralization. We try to decentralize industries from industrial regions, core industrial regions, and try to also develop some industries in parts of the rural communities so that we create jobs for those people. Because remember, we have been mentioning about people hoping to go and find better jobs in the cities and towns. If there is industrial decentralization, it implies that those jobs will now be available for the people in the very same rural areas that they do want to move away from. So we do decentralization of industries. Right, those are some of the measures that can be implemented. We can talk of incentivizing people in rural areas. The government can maybe make an initiative to maybe pay some grants for people staying in rural areas so that they can sustain and they can find ways of making a living in their very own communities, right, as a measure to try and limit their movement into cities and towns. Right, that was question number 1.3. All right, we need to move on to the next question, which is question number 1.4. Question number 1.4 is based on the model of urban settlement, which is the multiple nuclei model, the model which was done by Harris and Ullman. Right. If you check this model here, it's indicating the different land use zones that we find in the urban area, and here they are numbered according to this numbering system which is used on the sketch here, and the key is indicated here to show which land use zone falls in which sector, numbered as per the sketch indicated on the left of your urban area. Right, so you tend to find that we have number 1, which is in the center, which is almost at the center of our urban settlement here. If you check number 1, the label for number 1 is there. Our number 1, we find it here. Our number 1 is the CBD, which is the Central Business District. Right, this is the commercial core of the urban settlement, where we tend to find that we have the concentration of the commercial activities in this particular zone here. That's the commercial heart of the urban settlement. And if you try to check from our urban settlement, you tend to find that your CBD falls here. This is where we get your CBD around this area here. And you can relate the features of the CBD, the surrounding environment. You can see the nature of the buildings that we have here. We have high-rise buildings. All these buildings, they are very tall buildings, high-rise buildings, for the reasons being that land is expensive in the CBD and there's no more space for horizontal expansion. You cannot expand horizontal in the CBD because the land is used up. The only space for expansion is to expand vertically, which means the height of the buildings will be so high, because that is the only way we can expand in the CBD given land limitation and also high land values. Right, and also if you check the density of the buildings, they are also dense within the CBD here for the same reasons that land is scarce in the CBD. There is no space to waste. All space is put to the best use and is put to a maximum use that returns to the owner of the space. Right, then we go to zone number 2. Number 2, we tend to find that is there. Zone number 2 is light industries. You can see from here, and if you try to pick it out from here, you can tend to find that our light industrial site might be there on that urban settlement as indicated there with our second numbering, which is number 2. Light industrial activities, I think you still remember about what happens in light industries. Right, light industries, we are looking at those kind of production that relatively does not that do not require very large spaces and that do not cause high levels of pollution. For example, we can give examples of maybe clothing manufacturers. They fall part of the light industries. You can also talk of shoe manufacturers. They also fall part of that sector of industries. And also you can talk of maybe furniture manufacturers. Those are typical activities that do happen in the light industries. If you check, their production process does not need much space, does not need a very big space, and also their level of pollution is relatively lower. They do not cause much pollution in forms of air pollution and noise pollution. That is why they are compatible to the CBD here. We are having our CBD at number 1, and the light industries, we are tending to find that it's just close to the CBD. It's just occurring in close proximity to the CBD. For the reasons being, those activities, they do not cause much pollution, and hence they can be compatible with either residential areas or the CBD. Then we have the low income residential area, which is number 3 there. Low income, we also tend to find that is closer to the light industries and also is closer to the CBD. For the reasons that these people here, they are low income, they tend to locate close to their source of to their workplaces rather, because many of them, they will be working in the light industries and some in the CBD. That is why this zone was created in this particular space there too, for ease access to the places of work either in the light industrial site or in the CBD. And also given that these people are low income, we don't expect much of them to, many of them to be having private vehicles to ply their routes going to different workplaces which are further away from where they are staying. That is why, for the reason, the zone is located just close to their workplaces, so that it's a walkable distance, or it's cheaper for them to commute to go to their workplaces here. Then we have middle income residential, which is number 4. Number 4, you can see where it is here, which is roughly this area here. You tend to find our middle income residential. So you are seeing that the middle income is now a little bit far away from the CBD and also the light industries. They are now further away. This middle income, remember, they have a better way or better life. They have a better life in the sense, and hence they locate a distance away from activities in the industries, like in the light industries, and also they locate a distance from the CBD. They usually have private ownership of modes of transport. They can easily drive and get to the CBD conveniently, given that there is increased ownership with increased level of income, ownership of modes of transport. The middle income, they can be able now to stay further away from the CBD and the light industries, for the sake that they are now having private ownership of their own modes of transport. Then we have number 5. Number 5, zone 5 is here. You can see like this part here. This is the high income residential, what we call the suburban areas. These areas are now very far away from the CBD and on the outskirts of the city. You are seeing where zone number 5 is at the periphery of the city, on the outer edge of this city here. They are very far away from the central business district, for the very same reasons that, even that these people have got high income, they definitely have their own modes of transport. They can drive into the CBD, and also because there is free space here, they tend to locate away where they can have free space and healthy and clean environment, away from pollution activities that are concentrated in the CBD and in the industrial areas there. And if you check also the nature of the housing units, you can see that the housing units are looking like they are very big units, and they are spaced very far apart from each other. Right, then we go on to number 6, which is a heavy industrial site. Our function, number 6, you tend to find it there, which implies that our number 6, you are picking it there. Then we have the outlying business district, which is number 7. Number 7 is here, close to the high income and in between the high and middle income. Number 7 is here, the outlying business district. Right, when we're talking of outlying business districts, we are looking at decentralization of commercial activities. Some businesses are now moving out of the central business district for the different centrifugal reasons that happen there, like for example, levels of traffic congestion within the CBD, level of crime, level of pollution in the CBD, competition, all those factors, they drive some businesses out of the core CBD here, and they tend to decentralize and locate in the outlying business district, like here. Right, then we go to the residential estate. That is number 8. You can see it's there. It's an independent on its own. Then we have number 9, the industrial estate. Industrial estate is number 9. Number 9 is here, which means the industrial estate is also there. So basically, that is the model that we are referring to. This model of multiple nuclei, model by Harris and Ullman. Right, let's go to the questions and try to figure out how best we can attempt such questions. There we're just interpreting the model and trying to figure out how it explains the distribution of different functions within an urban setting. Now we want to analyze the questions and try to figure out sense and see how we can best answer those questions using geographical sense. Right, number 141, it says state 2 characteristics of the multiple nuclei model evident in the sketch. We are looking at this sketch here. What is evident there that we can see and that we can use as a feature or a characteristic of the urban settlement model? Right, we can talk of the separation of functions. Functions are distinctively separated from one another. Like if we check here, there are boundaries which show us the demarcation of a given zone, which means from this illustration here, we have a distinct zone whereby there is one core activity that takes place. If it's a low income residential, it means that is the dominant activity that happens in that area. So from what we are seeing there, we are seeing that they are separated functions. And also let's check the CBD. The CBD is there. It also shows us that the CBD is at the core, is at the focal point of the settlement. Like what you are seeing there, activities are concentrated around the CBD. So the CBD is at the core. It's also evident. You can also see that from that illustration. And also it shows us that it's a multiple nuclei, as the name suggests, meaning to say that the city is organized around multiple centers. We have the core CBD here, and the activities are centered around the CBD. We have the outlying business district here. We also have activities happening around. This becomes a focal point for this area, and this also becomes a focal point for that particular area. So it implies that the multiple nuclei is shown there. We have a city which is organized around some multiple centers. With the growth of this city, we are likely to have another outlying business district growing somewhere. So it will also become a focal point for that region, and people will concentrate activities around that focal point. So the effect of a multiple nuclei is also evident on the sketch or on the illustration that is indicated there. Right, let's move on to number 142. Identify land use zone 1. Land use zone 1 is here. It's indicated that is the central business district, or basically the CBD, that is zone number 1. Central business district. That is zone number 1. Then account for the location of zone, let us zone 1. Account for the location. We are saying give reasons why it is located where it is. You are seeing that the CBD is at number 1 here, and is encircled by zone number 3, there's zone number 2, there's zone number 3 again here, there's zone number 4 on this side, and the CBD is at the focal point, it's at the center. Why is it there, or what reason can we use to justify its existence on that part of the urban settlement? Right, number 1 we can say is the commercial center of urban settlement, hence it should come at the core. Is the commercial center. All commercial activities are centralized and are happening in the CBD. So it means some other functions will occur or will happen around the commercial center, and then the CBD forms the core of the whole urban settlement. Because there is concentration of commercial activities in the center of the urban settlement, it also implies that other functions will tend to develop around the commercial core, which is the CBD. And also, it's easily accessible. It's linked by different transport routes which ply from different directions. So for that reason, it's the one that provides the services for the settlement and other functions, and hence they have to develop around it. The CBD being here at the center of the urban settlement, it implies that services that people want, they get them from here, and hence they have to locate surrounding where they get their services. Right, we move on to the next question, number 1.4.4. Explain how the development of the outlying business district, OBD, labeled number 7, was influenced by crime rates and traffic congestion. Right, we are analyzing the problem of the development of the OBD as a result of those urban settlement issues of crime rate and traffic congestion. We are relating them to the development of the outlying business district. So when you're explaining here, we are trying to figure out how this problem, this urban issue, contributed towards the establishment of this outlying business district which we find here. There is now an area which has got some commercial activities which are also provided in the core CBD there, but now these ones are in the outlying area. This one is in the outlying region. Why did it come there in relationship to crime? Crime rates here in the outlying business district, there is lower crime. There's lower crime in the outlying business district. We are comparing the CBD here, the main CBD there versus the outlying business district. And how does lower crime rates contribute towards establishment of that business district? Given that there is less crime rate, it's safer for businesses to operate in this zone here. It's safer for businesses to operate here because of less crime rate and hence the development of this outlying business district. And also for the safety of the customers. Customers are much more safer doing business here because there is less crime rate, which means it will attract more customers who fear for their valuables, who don't want to go to the CBD where crime is rife. And also if you try to look at it from the cost to business, remember, if there is high crime, businesses are also forced to incur high costs, like for example insurance. Insuring their properties, it will be costly if there is high crime rate in the area. So it also implies that businesses will be favorable to locate here because it's less costly in terms of payment of insurance is related to crime for their businesses. So that is basically what happens with the outlying business district. And if we check also, let's go to a traffic congestion. How do we relate traffic congestion to the development of this urban outlying business district? Right, here there is less traffic congestion. Why is it that there's less traffic congestion in the outlying business district? Right, this has less traffic volume. Traffic volume is limited here. A lot of people, they do their businesses in the CBD, and hence there are so many vehicles that tend to go to the CBD. But the outlying business district, we have fewer people doing business in the outlying business district, and hence the volume of traffic is limited, and hence it's easily accessible because of limited or almost no traffic congestion. And also accessibility is easier because there's less traffic. It gives it easier accessibility by people doing business there or the customers who want to come and buy or acquire different services offered there. The roads are not congested. Then if we check also in terms of traffic congestion, basically in terms of traffic congestion it's fine. Talk also of like other contributing factors which will make this area develop into an outlying pronounced business district. Factors like level of pollution. You tend to find that there is less pollution in those outlying business districts, and people are more comfortable doing businesses in such places because it's more convenient for them and it's much healthier and easier for them to go about their normal businesses in such outlying business centers. Right, so we need to move on to the next question. Why will the multiple nuclear model depicted in the sketch not apply to all urban areas? Right, we're saying this model here, it applies where it applies. In some areas it doesn't apply. Why is it not applicable to all urban areas? Right, there is a number one we can say. Cities are planned according to government policy. So if the government policy does not conform to what is here, it means that city can never resemble what is shown by that model. The government plans or the local authority plans how the city should be structured. So if the plan is not compatible to how the model suggests the distribution of land use, it means that model cannot be applicable to that city or to that town. And also, if we check the level of development, this model can be applied to the Western world. It cannot be applied to cities in the developing world or in the third world because of the differences in the level of development. It does not apply to much of the low-income countries, cities in low-income countries or the third world. This model is not actually compatible with that. Then you can also look at it cannot be applied, or it cannot apply in all cities because it doesn't consider the historical background of the development of such cities. Like for example, talk of a South African city. Remember, we have another model which is a South African city, which is a symbol of how cities in South Africa look like. They are not they do not have the same setup as what this model suggests by these two guys, Harris and Ullman, because of the legacy of apartheid in South Africa. Remember, there was Group Areas Act where people were supposed to settle according to ethnicity, not because of level of income. So you tend to find that there were areas for black people and areas for white people, areas for the Indians, areas for the coloreds, because of the implication of apartheid, which will mean that this classification of residential areas according to level of income will not be compatible with South African cities, because South African people were not grouped according to their level of income, though to some extent, but basically they were grouped according to their races. So it ignores such historical background, and it means it cannot apply to some cities, like for example in South African cities, because of the legacy that was left by apartheid. Right, basically that's the idea behind such. Right, we go on to question number 1.5. Right, it's a text, it's an infographic with this picture here and what is indicated here. Right, we check the first question. Define the concept urban blight. Urban blight, a geographical concept, or in some instances you tend to find that besides using urban blight is indicated as urban decay. What is it that we call urban blight? We'll try to define it in simple terms. Right, basically when we're talking of urban blight, we're looking at the decline or the deterioration of urban areas. Urban areas are declining and they are deteriorating. The deterioration of urban areas, which is mainly seen in the form of crumbling infrastructure. Like if you see what this building is like, it's not in a good state. It's in a crumbling state. And also in the form of abandoned buildings. That is evidence of urban decay. So basically the situation of deterioration of an urban area, the area is deteriorating, is losing its value, and is having a situation of crumbling infrastructure, and is having abandoned buildings, and is having neglected buildings or neglect. That is basically the situation of urban blight. Like what this house suggests, it tells a lot about the problem of urban blight. Then give evidence from the photograph that urban blight has taken place. What can we see here which shows us that there is a problem of urban blight? Right, let's look at these windows here. You see how those windows look like, these windows here. Those windows are broken and are never replaced. They will just stay like that. So it's one evidence of these broken windows all over around that you are seeing here. And if you also check, this building shows lack of maintenance. The way it appears, you see, look here. If it was a maintained building, it would be having a uniform paint. But if you check there, it looks very old and looks unattended. So it's also evidence that the building shows lack of maintenance or is neglected. And if you also check here, the written tiger, there's no one who can go to someone's wall and just write the way they want, or just put some caption of whatever is in their mind on someone's building. This graffiti here also shows that there is urban blight taking place. You cannot have a proper building in an urban area being written however, or being written some fun text. So it's also evidence that we are having urban blight taking place. And if you check around the area here, there's evidence of polluted land. There is evidence of dumping taking place there. So that is evidence of urban blight that you can see. There is every physical evidence of littering around. People just litter anyhow. They don't mind. They don't take responsibility over the environment that they are living in. So that is evidence of urban blight that you can see. Or if you can figure out some other forms of evidence, yes, they might also be there. I might not be able to see everything and sum up everything, but those are some of the pieces that I have managed to track and expose. Right, let's move to the next question. Why is urban blight more dominant in the transition zone or zone of decay than in other land use zones? There is a specific zone whereby urban blight is much pronounced. That zone of transition where we are moving from the CBD going to some residential areas. That zone where there is a mix of functions, where there is, it's not a very clear function, it's a zone where we have one dominating activity, but we tend to find that there is an intermixing of different functions of the urban settlement happening within the same zone. That is the zone of transition, which immediately falls on the periphery of the central business district. Why is it that we have urban decay happening in that particular zone? Right, number one is for the reason that its proximity to the CBD. This area is closer to the CBD and is exposed to the dangers of massive urbanization. So we are saying its proximity is closer to the CBD. And it being closer to the CBD is the one that suffers the consequences of the negative impacts of rapid urbanization. For example, pollution. To be specific, let's say land pollution here. People in the CBD, sometimes if there is ineffective refuse removal, they tend to dump their waste in this zone. It's just slightly outside where they operate, and they tend to do illegal dumping in such areas, such that at the end of the day, the area becomes an area which is not pleasing, which is deteriorating. And also crime is also at risk of criminal activities happening in the CBD. People who do criminal activities, they will find their haven or their hiding places somewhere in that zone outside the CBD. So its proximity to the CBD will give it a disadvantage, and it will end up having such negative implication. And also, if we look at the owners of such buildings, the owners basically they do nothing to repair and replace the old buildings. Why don't they take care and repair those old buildings? They will be speculating. Remember, that is the future of the CBD. The transition zone is the future of the CBD. The CBD, if it expands into the zone of transition. So the owners of such properties in the zone of transition, they speculate. They just keep the buildings for the sake of keeping them, hoping that in future there is going to be that transition. There is going to be that change process whereby the land value is going to benefit them when more commercial activities are now invading the zone of transition. So it's also a perception of speculation by the owners. They do not maintain the buildings. They do not want to incur extra costs, hoping that in future they are going to reap the benefits of increased land values as the CBD encroaches into the zone of transition. Right, and also we can look at other factors like industrial decline. The industries have declined. Remember, the zone of transition was previously the home for the industries. People working in the light industries, they are the ones who usually stay in the zone of transition. And some of them even working in heavy industries, they were staying in that zone of transition. And given now that there is some situation of industrial decline, if the industries are declining or they are relocating to some other places, it means those buildings that were previously occupied by the people who were working in the industries are now being abandoned, because the people are also moving following their source of employment. If the company is relocated from that particular settlement, it was the major company which was having people working for it and staying in that zone, and the company is relocated. It means automatically those people cannot be easily replaced, and those buildings will end up being neglected and will end up facing a state of deterioration. And also zoning and land use uncertainty. Zoning and land use uncertainty. We said this zone has got mixed functions. So the future of this zone is not very predictable. It's very uncertain, such that people do not want to invest much in that particular area. For example, if you think of investing, you want to buy a property in the zone of transition, maybe to use for maybe residential purposes. You want to buy a building in that zone, you repair it and you maintain it and use it for residential purposes. What if the function changes? In future, maybe the town planners, they decide that we no longer want residential functions around this area. Land is becoming more scarce. We want to only occupy this area with commercial activities. Then what was going to happen to your investment? So that issue of zoning and land use uncertainty is also a factor that people will end up neglecting those buildings. They do not want to invest much in them, for they are not sure of what is going to happen to such an area in the future because of the differences in the land use that might be implemented in the very same area. And also you can talk of absent landlords, what we call the absentee landlordism. Absentee landlordism. Right, we are saying the landlords of these properties or the owners of these properties, in most instances, they are absent. They don't stay in that zone, because people who own properties in that particular zone, most of them maybe they are affluent people who are rich. They are staying in the suburban areas, they are staying in the high income areas. And for them not being physically present on their premises, they tend to not pay much attention on the buildings. What they can only pay attention is receiving their rentals, maybe at the end of the month, if they are using such properties for rental purposes. That's what they can expect. But taking physical action on repairing the buildings in their absence, that is a long process. So mainly those people, they do not stay in that zone. They are absent from where the buildings are located. They don't stay in the very same buildings, and hence they cannot keep an eye on everything that happens on their buildings, given that they won't be physically present in that particular area. Right. We move on to the other question. We are done with our question form. No, not done. We are going to finish number 1.5.4. The last question, the 8-mark question on settlement geography. In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the positive impact of gentrification on the transition zone. Right, it talks about gentrification in the text there. I don't know if it's clear or if it's fully described what the process of gentrification is. Right, it says city neighborhoods such as the Maboneng precinct and Fordsburg have a fast developing modern feel about them. Rental prices within them have increased accordingly. This is due to improvements to attract more middle-income residents. The process of gentrification resulted in the renovation of old buildings. The social illustrated by a wave of eviction of the original residents who have lived in unsafe and abandoned buildings, often for decades, because they could not afford better accommodation. Right, so it's explaining the process of gentrification. Right, basically what we call gentrification, we are looking at a situation whereby they are now wealthier people who have got higher incomes and who are more affluent. They are now moving into areas that were previously low income areas. Someone is moving from a higher class, is a high class individual who is opting to move to an area whereby much of the people in that particular section are low income people. And what is the implication of that? Those people, if they are working, they are moving towards that area of low income people, and also they are moving towards in the working class neighborhood. It will imply that there will be a change in what will happen in that particular area. If more people come in, people who are of a higher status, they are moving towards an area that was predominantly occupied by low income people. That is going to cause a transition, that is going to cause a process of change in the way through which things are done in that particular area. And we can talk of positive changes that can be noted. For example, the area's culture is going to change. If lower income people are having a culture of maybe hooliganism and destruction of the environment and not taking care of the environment, then wealthier people are joining in that particular society. It will mean that the culture is going to change. The culture of the area is going to be changed gradually. People will start taking responsibility over the environment. And it also means that the demographics are also going to change. The demographic situation is also going to change, and also the economy at large is also going to change. If it was an area dominated by poor people, it means the economy will be lowly performing. And once more people get in, people who are of a higher status, that will mean that the economy will start to revitalize and get back to working. Right, that is the process of gentrification. Right, so what is the implication of gentrification on the transition zone? If you're having more affluent people, more wealthier people getting to stay in the zone of transition, what is going to happen? Right, we want to look at the positive impact of gentrification in that zone. How is it going to be transformed positively by the coming of wealthier people to stay in that zone? Right, when talk of revitalizing of neglected area, the area is going to be revitalized. It was neglected, but now given that there are affluent people who are coming to the area, it means we have a situation of revitalizing of neglected area. Some of the buildings which were neglected, they are now going to be reclaimed and they are now going to get back to new life. Introduces new life to the decaying area. The area was not maintained, but now given that there are people who are responsible, who have joined, who have opted to stay in the area, they're going to bring new life to the decayed buildings and they're going to revitalize the neglected area. It's going to get back to life. And how is it also going to impact? It's also going to impact on increasing property values. Like what is indicated in the text there. There were so many people who had stayed in that particular area, but however, they were forced to move out because they could not afford the new property values that were now in place because of gentrification process. So increasing property values are going to increase. And that is to the benefit of the zone of transition. If you are now having properties which are valuable, unlike just having neglected buildings which are in a dilapidated state and where there is high pollution and high crime levels, now the area is revitalized, is now having higher property values. That is a positive implication because there are new residents and new buildings that are going to, new businesses that are going to come. They are going to upgrade the property values of the area and making the area more attractive. The area becomes more attractive for investment. No one wants to do business where there's no potential for viability of the business. But now, given that we now have wealthier people in that locality, it will also mean that investors can now target the area for the different forms of investments, because now there's potential for business growth in the area. And we can also talk of improved infrastructure. Infrastructure is going to be improved in the area. Infrastructure. The area was neglected, but now, given that we have affluent people who have joined in the area, they are now going to do maintenance and repair of some infrastructure in the area. For example, lighting. Street lighting in this zone of transition, usually tend to find that the street lights are broken and are not working. But now, given such coming of the people, we tend and expect to find that they are going to improve the infrastructure. Such examples like the street lights can get back to working as an example, or you can talk of maybe the street sidewalk. The walkways are also going to be maintained because of gentrification process. And what else can we talk about? We can talk of enhancing the local economy. The local economy was dying. Businesses were moving out because of fear of criminal activities and also because of lack of potential customers in the area. But now the economy is now revitalizing because there are now affluent people in the area and who are also going to create jobs for the people around. So we have a job creation happening, and people in the zone of transition are being in a position to secure jobs for themselves in that particular area because of the coming in of investors into the zone of transition. Then we have the other benefit. You can talk of reduced crime. The zone of transition, remember, it's a zone which is dominated by neglected buildings where people illegally occupy. Such people, usually they are criminal acts. They do criminal acts and they are now going to move out of the area, given that the properties are now being taken care of and the land values are now getting higher. They can no longer keep on affording staying there, or they can no longer keep on illegally occupying such buildings. So which will also mean that crime levels are also going to get reduced, and that is going to have a positive implication on the society of the people in the zone of transition. Right, those are some of the responses that are possible to such. And you can also mention of other aspects like increased diversity. There's increased diversity. We now have people of different levels of income staying in the same locality, which will also contribute towards the diversity of the area. Unlike having an area which is fully occupied by low income level people only. And also can talk of improvement in services, improved services in the area. The coming of the people from the affluent areas and coming of high income people is also going to contribute towards better service provision. For example, you can talk of healthcare is going to improve. If, for example, the healthcare institution had vacated the area for the various reasons and for the reasons of decay, now we can have a reintroduction of the same service and them being viable, given that we now have people of a higher level of income in the very same area. So it's going to assist in the provision of a better and quality services in the zone of transition. Right, those are some of the responses to the paragraph question. And when you're answering the paragraph question, you should answer it in full statements and not in bullet form, because the question says in a paragraph. So which implies that when you're writing a paragraph, it's continuous writing, and you should raise at least 4 points. That is the minimum for you to get 8 marks. If you write 4 independent points which are fully explained and they make geographical sense, then that's what can guarantee you to get 8 marks. But it is also advisable that you even write more than 8 marks in case you repeat the same concept, thinking that you have created a new different point or an independent point. but you have just repeated the same point. So the more the number of points that you present in your paragraph, the more secure will it be in terms of acquiring the marks for that particular section of a paragraph question. Right, we'll move on to the next question, which is question number 2 on economic geography South Africa. Right, it's looking at industrial regions for South Africa. We have the contribution that they make towards the economy of the country, contribution to GDP by each industrial core region. Right, we have Durban, Pinetown, Southwestern Cape, Gauteng, PVW, and Port Elizabeth, Uitenhage. Right, the first question is, which core industrial region contributes the lowest percentage? That is just an extraction question. We just check on the contributions made by the different industrial regions here. This is 16.3, 14.2, 35.2, and lastly we have 37.9. So the lowest basically is Port Elizabeth, Uitenhage, which is option B. It's the one that is contributing the least amongst the industrial regions indicated there. Right, number 1212, the dash is the main source of water for Gauteng PVW core industrial region. We are saying the industries around Gauteng, the PVW, where do they get their supply of water from? Right, the supply of water for the PVW is the Vaal Dam. That is where they get their water for their different operations. Right, then we'll move on to the other question, which is next question 2.1.3. right, it says access to dash is an advantage of Port Elizabeth Uitenhage core industrial region compared to the Gauteng PVW core industrial region. What is the advantage in terms of access that is enjoyed by the PE Uitenhage industrial region compared to Gauteng? Right, the response which is correct there is harbors. Right, the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage has good access to the harbors, while East Gauteng, remember, is inland and it does not have access to direct access to the harbor. So the harbors is an advantage that the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage has over Gauteng PVW. So for this one, the response is response number D, and here the response is number C. Then we'll move on to the next question, which is question 214. Dash is the main industry located in the Gauteng PVW core industrial region. Right, the major activities that take place here in the Gauteng industrial core region is basically iron and steel industry. That is the dominant activity that takes place in this core industrial region. Then 215, we're looking at the Kwega Industrial Development Zone, the IDZ. I think we also need to check on the IDZ and the SDI. The IDZ and the SDI, these are two different concepts that are usually mistaken by the learners. Right, the IDZ is what we call the Industrial Development Zone, and the SDI is the Spatial Development Initiatives. Those two are not the same. Right, we're going to explain the differences between the IDZ and the SDI. I think there's another question which relates to a spatial development initiative at the Wild Coast. That is going to be a section that we're going to illustrate how those two tend to differ. Right, for the sake of this question here, let's attempt to answer the question directly. Right, the Kwega Industrial Development Zone is found in the dash core region. Is found in the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage industrial region. So the response which is correct for that question is response number B. That is where we find the Kwega Industrial Development Zone. Right, we move on to number 216. The main raw materials found in the Gauteng PVW core industrial region. What raw materials are found within this Gauteng area, and which are also the components of production processes taking place in industries that do exist around the Gauteng PVW region. Right, our first response is gold, which is probably correct response. Fruit, Gauteng being a commercial industrial region, we do not have much farming activities taking place around here. So fruit cannot be regarded as one of the major raw materials that are used in production processes around the industries in Gauteng. Then iron ore is probably a correct response, given that we have so many mines around and activities taking place. The dominant activity is iron and steel, which means we must be having vast supplies of iron ore around the industrial core region. Then we have fish resources. Given that Gauteng is inland and has got very limited water bodies, we cannot talk of fish being one of the major raw materials that are used in the production processes happening around Gauteng. So the correct combination counts to be response number 1 and matched with response number 3, which is a combination of gold and iron ore, which falls under response B. Then number 217, we move on to the next question, which is 217. Check 217 says, the dominant industrial activities in the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage Core Industrial Region. What is the major activity that happens in the Port Elizabeth Industrial Region? Right. The major activities is chemicals and metal processing. Chemicals and metals processing. That is the response to that question. Chemicals and metals processing, which comes as response number response item B for that question. Right, with response item B. Right, we can move on to the next question. 218. The disadvantages of industrial centralization to the Gauteng PVW core industrial region are: what is the disadvantage of concentrating industries in Gauteng? It's number 1, water shortages. It's a probable correct response. A small labor force. This cannot be a correct response. There are so many people around who are willing to work and who are able to work. Small markets. This cannot be a probable disadvantage. The markets are very big. There are so many people who are willing to buy products from such industries. Air pollution. This is probably a correct response. Because industries are centralized, they cause more pollution. Because industries are also centralized, they compete for the limited water resources. So item number 1 made with item number 4, which is response C. Right. That is basically the multiple choice section of our first part. We need to move on to the other part, which is the part on the other question, which follows after this. It's question number 2.2. Right, quickly going through the question. It's a question which requires us to match the column A versus column B with the responses Y and Z for each item. Right, this one we are going to do it quickly. The difference between the formal and the informal sector. Right, the formal sector we are looking at the formally registered businesses, and the informal we are looking at mainly those ones who are self-employed, who are not formally registered by the authorities. Right, the term used for unregistered businesses, the question is saying unregistered. When something is unregistered, it means it falls under the informal sector here, which is Z. Characteristic of the informal sector: workers are self-employed or workers are employed by national enterprise. Workers are self-employed in the informal sector. They do their own thing. Right, move on to the next question. 223. Reason for high number of immigrants entering the informal sector. Why do we have so many people from other countries contributing towards the numbers in the informal sector and not the formal sector? Right, the response there, correct response is Y. Lack of documentation. Without proper documentation, you cannot join the formal sector because you need to be properly documented if you are an immigrant. Right, then number 224, example of an informal sector, we have pep stores and car guard. Right, definitely pep store is a registered business which is operating almost everywhere around South Africa. We cannot say it's an informal, but car guarding, the car guards, that is an informal sector. Then we move on to 225, benefit for consumers buying goods from an informal trader. Why is it beneficial for buying goods from an informal trader? The correct response is Z. Goods can be purchased at a lower price. Then we move on to the next question, 226. Reason for the growth of the informal sector in South Africa. Why are we having so many people in the informal sector in the current situation of South Africa? Right. The correct response there is why. Limited jobs available in the formal sector. Given that the formal sector is failing to absorb all the potential workers, then people are resorting to finding a way out on their own through the informal means. Then a challenge facing the informal sector. What challenge does the informal sector face? Correct response is Z, which is exposed to harsh weather conditions. Mainly tend to find that the people in the informal sector, they do not have formal places to operate from, or they do not have formal shelters to operate from, and hence they will end up facing such a challenge of harsh exposure to harsh weather conditions. On a rain day, it's raining, you are on the streets. On a hot day, it's very hot, you are on the street again. On a cold day, on a wind day, so they get exposed to harsh weather conditions. Right. We go on to the question of food security. There is a graph which shows a global food insecurity. Insecurity in this instance, number of people in millions, and the trend of food insecurity you can see there, 198, 368 going upwards like that. Let's go to questions. Right, state the trend evident on the graph with regard to global food insecurity from 2019 to 2023. What is the trend here? What's the trend shown on this graph? When the question says the trend, it says interpret what is happening there. It means, is it maintaining constant? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing according to what you see from the graph? So the trend here, if you check, the trend is increasing. The general trend that you can see there is that there is increasing food insecurity. So basically, the response for that one is increasing. Then according to the extract, what are the reasons for the trend shown on the graph? According to the extract, right? The extract gives us the reasons here, right? Largely linked to climate change. It's one factor. The COVID pandemic is another factor which is leading to food insecurity. And lastly, poverty. Those are the three factors indicated there that are contributing towards food insecurity. There is climate change, then there's the COVID pandemic, and lastly, there is poverty. Right, that is the response to 232. Then 233, what positive impact could the global food trade restriction measures have on South Africa? If we are restricting food trade, it means we are limiting the volumes of food products getting out of the country. What is the benefit of that? Right? It implies that if we introduce such, it is going to have a positive impact on the South Africa economy. How does it reap positive benefits? It means it will increase domestic or local supply. If we are restricting exportation of food products out of the country, it means the local market or the domestic market is going to have an increase in the supply, and hence people will get sufficient and nutritious food for a healthy life. Right, we move on to the next question. 2, 3, 4. Explain how two physical factors negatively impact South Africa's food production. Physical factors, we are looking at natural factors in that instance. How two physical factors negatively impact on South Africa's food production. The physical factors that we can mention here, we can talk of physical factors like climate change. It's a physical factor. When the climate is changing, we are looking at a situation whereby we are having frequent droughts now. Because of climate change, we are having frequent droughts. If we have a frequent drought, it means the frequent droughts are going to affect crop yields. Frequent drought affects crop yields. We cannot have high yields if there is a drought situation. Or we can talk of climate change in the form of now we are having frequent flooding. Those floods are going to affect, because they are going to affect the farmlands and are going to affect the yields. Then we can also talk of other physical factors like land degradation. The land is gradually being degraded, and land degradation is contributing towards low yields. The soil is losing its fertility and now is no more productive enough to produce enough food. So that is going to contribute towards low yields again because of soil fertility loss. Then we can also talk of other factors like the topography. Topography of the area is also a physical factor that can affect. We look at some areas where there are steep slopes. Those slopes are very difficult to do agricultural production or to do successful agricultural production. And hence, at the end of the day, we tend to find that we do not manage to have sufficient food reserves. And also, maybe we can talk of water scarcity. It's also another physical factor. The scarcity of water. If we are having a situation of scarcity of water, we cannot access water, it hinders irrigation. Once irrigation is not viable, it means we cannot get sufficient food. That will contribute towards food insecurity. Water scarcity is going to hinder effective crop production or livestock production. It's either way. You cannot have effective livestock production or effective crop production because of scarcity of water. So basically, those can be some of the responses are the physical factors that hinder, that are likely to hinder food security. Right, we move to the next question. 2, 3, 5. Suggest measures that the government can implement or put in place to support in achieving food security in South Africa. What can the government do to ensure that all people have got sufficient and nutritious food for a healthy life? What should we do? Right. The government, what can it do? It can encourage, for example, cooperative farming in the farming communities. Encourage cooperative farming amongst the farmers. If farmers do cooperative farming, there are high chances of them reaping positive results because of shared effort, unlike farmers working independently on fragmented lands. So cooperative farming can work. And you can also talk of enhancement of farmers of skills. Some of the farmers, they do not have the right skills to do effective production. So the government should maybe do some skills training, skills development programs for farmers. If farmers are equipped with the right skills, it means it can be beneficial for them to acquire such skills and being able to employ the skills for the benefit of the country at large, because they will be productive, highly productive enough. We can also think of skills development, or can talk of it in forms of education and training. We send our farmers to training institutions so that they acquire the right knowledge about how to manage farming businesses. But you can also think of it in the on the side of affordable credit for farmers, or introduce low-cost loans. If farmers have got access to finance, they can now be able to finance their farming operations and be able to come out with good production from their operations. So if we afford them low-cost loans or affordable credit, that means the farmers can acquire whatever inputs they want or what they want to use in their production processes, and hence enhancing agriculture. Or we can talk of irrigation farming. The government can try to introduce irrigation farming. Given the rainfall trends now, it's no longer viable to rely on the precipitation from nature as it stands, because now there are frequent droughts. So if we can introduce irrigation farming, I think that can also help to cater for production during the dry seasons or during periods of below average amounts of rainfall. And then maybe we can also talk of lucrative producer prices. If farmers are going to get better prices for their products, they are also going to be motivated to produce more. If the producer price is economic, the farmers will tend to put more effort in production and in an effort to benefit from their operation. So it's also a positive implication. And you can also talk of subsidizing farmers, subsidies to farmers. The government can issue and give out subsidies to the farmers so that they can enhance productivity, and the result is positive for the whole of the country, and we do away with the problem of food insecurity. Right, move on to question 2.4, which is a question on platinum mining. Right, it has a text and a map. Right, we won't waste time looking at the infographic. We'll go straight to the questions. Right, what is the percentage of the world's platinum reserve? What percentage of the world's platinum reserves does South Africa have? This is a simple extraction question. If we come here, we find the answer here. Mining for platinum group metals PGM is widespread over South Africa and holds over 80% of the world's reserves. We are done with that one. We'll move on to the next question. 4242. Give evidence from the extract that platinum production in South Africa is influenced or affected by a social factor 1 and service delivery factor. Again, it's extraction. Social factor, we find it here. Apart from the labor strikes that challenged the platinum mining industry. This is a social factor. It's talking about labor strikes that are giving a challenge to platinum mining. Then a service delivery, you find it here. Access to affordable and reliable electricity is also critical. The service delivery. So this one is social, this one is the service delivery. That is the evidence that we find from the extract. Right. Refer to the map and name 2 provinces where platinum is mined. We go to our map. Our map is indicating the provinces, and this symbol is indicating platinum mining. We see here, we have the symbol, Free State. We come here, Northwest, we have the symbol. Here, Mpumalanga, we also have the symbol. Here, Limpopo is also have the symbol. Here, this is Gauteng, though it's not named. It's Gauteng at the score here, somewhere in between here. It's also having the same symbol. So it's Limpopo, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Free State, and Northwest. Those are the provinces according to the map that do have mining activities for platinum. Describe the general trend of the platinum supply between 2016 and 2018 and between 2020 and 2023. Let's go to 2016 to 2018. 2016 to 2018 is this part of the graph. The trend is increasing, like what you are seeing there. From 2018 to 2016 to 2018, it's increasing. Then what's the trend for this 2020 to 2023? We come here 2020 to 2023. Okay. The trend is decreasing. The trend you can see there is decreasing. So that is how the trend is looking like. For this phase it's increasing, and for this phase it's decreasing. Right, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, suggest strategies that government can implement or put in place to address challenges of platinum production. The challenges of platinum production, for example, the challenges that we have noted there: a social challenge of labor strikes and a service delivery challenge of electricity. What can the government do to try and address such problems? Right, you can talk of the government dealing with labor strikes. How can the government solve the problem of continued labor industrial action by workers in the platinum mining industry? The government can collaborate with mining companies and trade unions to try and identify a feasible solution to the problems which are being realized. The government as a stakeholder can come and settle down with the mining companies, with trade unions, trying to figure out a way so that there is no continued labor unrest. There is no labor unrest in the platinum mining industry, because it has given a negative implication on production levels of platinum, given the continued industrial action that is taken by workers in the platinum mines under the influence of their trade unions. And also with electricity provision, what can the government do? You can also look at the government coming out with alternative ways of generating electricity. We understand that ESCOM is overwhelmed, and mainly our electricity, the major electricity supply, is maybe from coal reserves. If the government can maybe initiate on other new methods of generating electricity, or maybe intensifying nuclear production of electricity, then that might be a positive move towards solving the problem of electricity supply to platinum miners. Then you can also talk of policy interventions and supporting mining companies. The government should implement policies that are favorable for the operation of the mines, such that they help solve some of the problems that the companies do face. And also the government should invest in infrastructure development. Those companies, for them to operate, they are having a challenge maybe of infrastructural connectivity and infrastructural access. For example, the rail lines are needed to transport material, transport raw material, transport finished products and whatever. They need access to such infrastructure. The road network needs to be upgraded. So the government has to take the initiative to make sure that infrastructure is provided and in the right quantity, and to ensure that those businesses, they can be able to operate efficiently, given the efforts by the government. Right, there are other things that we can discuss about, or that we can think about as a solution to how the government can address those challenges. And however, we move on to the next question, which is on the SDI. Like what I had suggested earlier on, that I may well make a distinction between an SDI and an IDZ. Right, when we talk of an SDI, it's a Spatial Development Initiative. Right, Spatial Development Initiative are saying the government targets to develop areas which are undeveloped or which are underdeveloped. There are areas which are marginalized, which do not have the same level of development as other areas within the same country. So the government targets to develop such areas. Those are targeted areas under spatial development initiatives. The government seeks to develop such areas which are undeveloped by introducing infrastructure and trying to introduce industrial activities in such areas, so that at least they also catch up with the level of development of the rest of the country. That is basically spatial development initiative. Targeting those areas which are poorly developed, the government introduces infrastructure, tries to lure investors in such areas, so that those areas, they will benefit also. And also remember, those areas are featured by extreme poverty and unemployment. So in a bid to solve such problems, such social problems amongst the societies in those areas, the government seeks to try and lure investors to establish businesses and industries in such areas, so that at least the people will have access to jobs and improve their lives. Right, then we have in which province is this is the SDI, the Industrial Development Zone, the IDZ. This is an industrial estate which targets to produce products for the export market. Whatever is produced in this particular industrial estate is targeted to be exported. That is an industrial development zone. Right. Let's go to our question. Next question, question 2.5.2.5.2. In which province is the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiative SDI located? Where do we find our Wild Coast? The correct response there is Eastern Cape. We find it in the Eastern Cape. That is where we find the Wild Coast SDI. Then according to the extract, by how much will the income of the local industries increase? Is indicated here. It's an extraction question. Local industry will increase by 360.4 million. Right. That is the contribution is indicated. We move on to the next question. State 2 physical factors that would encourage tourism in the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiatives. What will attract tourists in such an area? Because it's also targeted for tourism and tourist activities. Right? If we check the area, we might tend to find that there are so many physical factors that can contribute towards the attraction of tourists in that particular area. That is question number 2.5.4. Right. 2 physical factors. We can talk of the scenic coastline and the beaches. They can attract. The coastline is scenic, which means it attracts tourists who want to come and view the coastline of the Wild Coast, and also there are beaches there where people can go and enjoy themselves. Then also there's diverse wildlife and also marine life. It can also be a tourist attraction where people come to view wildlife, and also people who come to view the marine life, come to view the sharks. Right. We can also look at waterfalls. The area also has got some waterfalls and also some rivers. Such rivers can also aid towards attraction of tourists. And also, if you check the climatic conditions, we have a mild climate in the area, and also we usually have a pleasant weather in most instances. So it's as an attraction to the tourists. And also, besides such, you can also talk of the lush green hills in the area and valleys. Tourists would come to view such scenic physical features of the area in the Wild Coast. So basically, if we check on this, they can be the valid reasons as to why it can be an effective tourist attraction for that particular area. Right, then we'll move on to the next question. Why would the N2 Wild Coast Toll Road project encourage economic development of the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiatives? How would the N2 Wild Coast Toll project encourage economic development? Right. The N2 Wild Coast Toll project, how does it going to encourage? Right. As the toll is being constructed, it creates jobs. Whether during its construction and after construction, still the same road needs to be maintained. So maintenance of the road, construction of the road, and also maintenance of the road is going to create jobs for the Wild Coast, and that is going to be a benefit to the Wild Coast. And also it improves accessibility. Accessibility for people and goods. Goods which are coming to the area and goods which are leaving the area, they can easily be moved because now they have a viable network connecting the Wild Coast to other places. Then it also contributes towards increased tourism or tourist visit. Increased tourism, given that there is now a functional and connecting road network, more tourists are now able to visit the place. And now it's convenient for tourists to visit the place, given that there is now an easier way to access the area. So increased tourism activities, that is going to contribute towards the levels of income of people in the area. Then you can also talk of the benefit of reduced transportation costs. And also travel time is a very big benefit. If there is improvement in such, then it means it's a positive benefit towards the people in the area. Right, that is question 255. Then you can move on to the last question, which is 256. Right, question 256 is talking about why the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiative has experienced challenges with regard to its key objectives. Right, the key objectives is to reduce poverty amongst the people in the area, and besides reducing poverty, is also targeting to create jobs for the people in the area. So why has it faced challenges to address such problems? Why is it failing to attain what it was instituted for, to create jobs for the people and to improve living standards, to wipe out poverty amongst the people of the area? But still we are seeing that the people haven't reached a level as expected by the initiative. And you can talk of different reasons here. You can argue, like for example, if you want to try and argue like what is indicated in our text here, it shows us that there is also a hindrance which is happening from what is indicated on the information that we have here. It says, however, cultural beliefs and traditional values are in conflict with economic development. This can be a very challenging effect that will make the initiative not achieve the desired results. If you are having cultural beliefs which are against development of the area, or if you are having traditional values, people who are anti-developmental, who do not want to adopt a new way of life, that is going to cause very serious challenges for the initiative, and it won't be able to reap the positive results which were intended in as short time as is possible, or as a plan. And also, if you look at the government, has the government done enough? The government also is failing to do enough to attract investors in the area. Remember, the government has to incentivize industrial decentralization and encourage investors to invest in such areas. So the government can also be blamed. It hasn't done enough to attract investors, or to attract enough investors to the area, so that there is a viability of the economy of the area and people get to acquire jobs in that particular area for the betterment of their lives. It also can also argue, given the argument of maladministration by the government, whereby we tend to find that maybe some funds which will be allocated towards the realization of positive results from the SDI, they are misused or they are channeled towards personal use, and that is going to affect the rate at which we are going to realize positive results from the initiative. So that is some of the arguments that will making the Wild Coast SDI fail to achieve its objectives, or its intended objectives. It's failing to achieve the core idea of reducing poverty and also the idea of reducing the level of unemployment in the area. Then I think there's another question that we also need to look at. Question 251, which says state one key objective. I think that question we had skipped it. One key objective of the SDI, like what I've been mentioning. The SDI initiative, it targets to promote economic development in specific regions. Its core idea is to target to create economic development in some areas and also to encourage investment in such areas. The government tries to encourage businesses to invest in those areas by different ways of attracting investors to create industrialization in such areas. And also it targets to create infrastructure, to invest in infrastructure, for example, roads and rail networks in such areas. Right, that's basically our first section of the paper, which is section A, with the second question on economic geography of South Africa, having 60 marks. Right, with map calculations, unfortunately for this presentation, we do not have the Middleburg map, but I'll just take you through some of the questions just to give you an insight of what you can do or how you can attack some of the questions, like in general. Then we will make another, we have another presentation specifically based on the map once the map is in place. Right. This is general map information. In which province is Middleburg located? You can find it in general information here. Like you see, the information provided is here. Middleburg is a town situated in Mpumalanga, South Africa. That is general information. You need to understand and read this information. Then refer to block A5 and what we don't have the map, but this question we can answer it. The scale of the topographical map is smaller or larger than the scale of the orthophoto map. Right, I understand you know the two scales for the two maps. Right, our topographic map, the scale is 1:50,000. For the orthophoto, the scale is 1:10,000. So it means the question is saying which one is bigger scale or which one is smaller scale. Let me explain the difference between a big scale and a small scale map. If you are comparing these two, 1:50,000 is a small scale map. It covers a wide area but gives limited details. That is a small scale map. For a topographic map, it covers a very wide area, but the details are not, it does not give much details of the features. But for this one here now, this is a large scale map, covers a small area, and it gives more details. If you check on the orthophoto map, you can actually see the details there, but on the topographic, there are less details. Right, that's the difference there. So the topographical map is a smaller scale than the orthophoto map. Then refer to the building labeled 6 on the orthophoto map. Give a reason for your answer. Definitely, it's about the details shown there that will give you the justification. If you can see more details, it means that is a large scale map, or if there's less detail, it means that is a small scale map. Right. Calculate the vertical exaggeration of a cross section on a topographical map. Use the information. Vertical scale is 1:2000. Then the formula is vertical exaggeration is equal to vertical scale over horizontal scale. Right, what you need to do here is, when you're calculating this one here, we are saying vertical exaggeration. When we draw a cross section, we have to use a scale here on the vertical axis, which will allow us to emphasize the height of maybe some features, maybe some valleys, some hills, or some mountains. For us to be able to see, or for us to be able to emphasize the height, we should exaggerate the scale here, which means we should deliberately stretch the vertical scale
such that these features, they become more pronounced and they become more visible. If we use a small scale on the vertical scale there, maybe we're using this small scale, the very same hill number, say this feature number 1, and maybe this is a valley number 2, this is a hill number 3, and maybe that one is another feature there. This feature, if we don't exaggerate, if we are to use a small scale, maybe we are using 1:50,000, maybe it will come out like this. It ends there. Then the valley comes here, just like this. We go there. This feature again, maybe it's just like that. So you see the heights here, they have no emphasis. The same feature number 1 is the same feature number 1 that we are seeing here, because we have stretched the vertical scale. We have exaggerated the vertical scale such that we emphasize the height of these features. If it's a valley, we are now able to see clearly that this is a low-lying area, this is a valley. Or if it's a gorge, you can see it by exaggeration. So that is the purpose for exaggeration. We exaggerate to emphasize the height of smaller features so that they become more visible and we emphasize on their height. So if we check this one, if we're calculating vertical exaggeration for this particular section here, what are we going to do? We are saying the vertical scale is given is 1:2000, and this extract is from a topographical map. We do not change the horizontal scale of the cross section. We can only stretch the vertical scale, which means we are saying the vertical scale is 1:2000, and the horizontal scale, we cannot change it. It's an extract from a cross section which was taken from the topographic map. We know that topographic maps, they are drawn to the scale of 1:50,000. So we are having our vertical scale 1:2000 and our horizontal scale 1:50,000, which is the same as saying 1/2000 as a representative fraction divided by 1/50,000. We introduce the multiplication sign here. What are we going to do? This one remains 1/2000 times. Now we invert this 50,000 over 1, which is now the same as 50,000 over 2,000. We cancel out the zeros, remain with 50 over 2, which is equal to 25. We express our exaggeration in number of times, which is 25 times, which means for this cross section, we had deliberately stretched our vertical scale 25 times than its original scale. We have stretched it 25 times to emphasize, or to us to be able to visualize and see how the different landforms will look like. That is a vertical exaggeration for that matter, right? Then we move on to the other question. Give one reason for vertical exaggeration, the scale when drawing a cross section, like what we've been elaborating, to give emphasis of small features like valleys or hills or plains or all those features. We want them to be visible enough. We want to emphasize their height, so that is why we exaggerate or we stretch the vertical scale. Refer to block D2. Unfortunately, we don't have the block. We just discuss on how to calculate the question. Calculate the area of the block in square meters. Use the following information. The length is 4.2 centimeters. The breadth is 3.8 centimeters. When you're calculating this, you simply multiply. But what you need to do here is, when you're doing your multiplications, remember we are saying the length is 4.2 centimeters. And your answer is supposed to be presented in square meters. You need to convert this measurement to a meter measurement. If you get a length of 4.2 and you are extracting this from the orthophoto map, you multiply by the map scale of the orthophoto map, which is 10,000. Or if you don't want to do it the longer way, let me do it the longer way and the shorter way. 4.2 centimeters, you multiply by the map scale 10,000. You get to form 0, 0, 0, like that. which get 24,000. This is in centimeters. And what do you need to do for you to be able to get the actual distance in meters? You divide by the number of centimeters in a meter, which is 100. You remain with 240 meters. Or you do the shorter way, your 2.4, you simply multiply it by 100. You get 240 meters. So this 100 here, we are extracting it from the map scale of 1 to 10,000. And if it's in centimeters, it means we are dividing it by the number of centimeters in a meter to convert the units to a meter, a measurement. So it's 10,000, we divide it by 100, we get this 100 as a direct multiplication to the measurement that we have. So you see, we still have the same. What you need to note is make sure that you are using the right map scale. If it's an extract from the orthophoto map, ensure you use the measurement, the scale of the orthophoto map 10,000. If it's an extract from the topographic map, you use the scale of 50,000. You do the same with the breadth here. You see it's 3.8 centimeters. You multiply it, if you want to do it the longer way, by 10,000, or you can simply multiply it by 100. 3.8 times 100. This is in centimeters. 3.8 times 100, you get 380. That's so, which means now you have your measurement in meters for the breadth and the measurement in meters from the length. You can now multiply those two to get your area in square meters, which will mean that you are now just saying 380 meters, you multiply by the breadth 240 meters. Whatever result you get there is the area for that particular block indicated. So you need to make sure that you convert using the right scale, number one, and number two, you do the accurate conversions, so that when you are multiplying, you are having your breadth in meters and you have your length in meters, and you get your area in square meters for the given map section. Right. We go on to the residential area F in block B2. Right. What you need to, I will give you the clues of what you need to check for you to identify if it's a high income area or if it's a low income area. Right. If you can check that area, unfortunately we don't have the map, but we're just highlighting on the clues that you should check. Right. What you need to check there, you need to check the size of the residential stands. If you see the size of the residential stands being so small, it suggests that the area is a low income. And if you check also the density of the housing units, if they are more or less of a cluster or they are dense, it suggests that the area is a low income area. And the opposite will be true for a high income area. You check the land size, the land ownership sizes, the stand sizes. If you see that there is a big space between the housing units, or from one housing unit to the other, they are in a state of allowing for free spaces in between, it's a suggestion that the area is a high income area. Or if it is also on the orthophoto map, you can also check the nature of the buildings that we find. In low income areas, you know, the housing units, the houses are basically small in terms of their sizes. But if you check in high income areas, you can also see that the houses are bigger. So you use that justification to identify whether an area is a low income area or is a high income residential zone, giving such evidences for question number 3.2.2. If you are saying it's a high income area, you find the evidence that you use to support that it's a high income. If it's a low income, you also check on such evidence to support that it's low income residential. Then you go to question 3.2.3. Name the land use zone in which the landing strip is located. It says there's a landing strip G in block C4 and D4. Right, we just give reference of what you need to use for you to be able to figure out. Right, if you're talking of a landing strip, our landing strip is part of the functions that fall in the rural urban fringe. A landing strip falls in the rural urban fringe. Remember, there are so many activities that we tend to find in the rural urban fringe. Or before we look at that, let's try to define what the rural urban fringe is. Right, we have a zone of land use in the urban area that mainly serves the urban dwellers but is located in the countryside. The function is found in the rural area or is in the periphery of the urban area, but it serves the needs of the people in the urban area. Right, we can look at functions like the landing strips, or we can talk of the airports, or we can talk of the cemeteries, or you can talk of golf courses. Those are some of the functions that fall in the land use zone of the rural urban fringe. So it's called the rural urban fringe. That's the name of the zone. So basically, if you find a landing strip, if you check from the map, hopefully you are going to find that the landing strip is on the outskirts of the city. We do not expect to find a landing strip somewhere within the urban settlement or close to the CBD or somewhere. One, for the reason that some of those things, they do not need to take place close to residential areas for safety reasons. There are dangerous activities that might be involved in such, and hence they cannot happen close to people. And also for the reason being that land is not readily available around the focal point of the urban area. We can only find sufficient space to do such activities somewhere very far away from the periphery of the urban settlement. So such activities like sewage treatments, cemeteries, golf courses, those ones, there are some of the things that are found in the rural urban fringe. Right. Give evidence from the topographic map to show that the landing strip is ideally located. Right. The evidence that you can find there, if you find that there is open space, there is free space, the land is unoccupied, that can be a reason for the ideal location of the landing strip. Or it's located very far away from residential areas for safety reasons, that can be an ideal reason for such. Right. Let's go to question 3.2.4. Name the type of farming evident is small scale or large scale farming. Not knowing again, right? But I will give you the evidence that you need to check to see if it's small scale or it's large scale, right? You check the land size, the whole land holding size. We can have cannot have large scale farming taking place mainly on smaller holdings of land or smaller units of land. So if you see that the land is extensive, is covering a wider area, it suggests that there is large scale production taking place there. And if the land holding is smaller, it suggests that there is also limited small scale production taking place. And also, if you can witness the nature of cropping that happens there, if for example using an orthophoto map, there is evidence of the nature of the crops which are being grown or the nature of farming taking place. With large scale, usually we have one unique product that is produced throughout. If it's a coffee farmer or it's a tea farmer, they just specialize in that production of that particular product. They don't usually mix the product. So you tend to find that there's one core product which is being produced on that particular farm. It suggests that it's a large scale production. But for small scale farmers, some of them, they are just subsistence. They tend to do intercropping. They tend to do both animal and crop production on the same piece of land. And also, you can also check evidence of, if you're using the orthophoto map, you can also check evidence of maybe the road networks and the road systems around. And also, if the area, sometimes you tend to find that mainly for large scale production, you tend to find that the farmers, they do have what we call the windbreaks, whereby there will be trees lined by the sides of the farm as a way of protecting the crops from the harmful effects of the winds. But with small scale farmers, they just do anyhow. They do not take those preventive measures against their crops. So you check for such evidence and try to find out how you can justify if it's small scale or if it's a large scale. Then give evidence to support whatever evidence you can use there. You can substantiate by the relevant evidence that you find from the mapped area. Then I refer to block B5. Name the secondary activity evident in this area, right? For the same reason, again, you need to differentiate between secondary activities and primary activities. Secondary activities, we are looking at mainly manufacturing activities. Those are secondary activities where we are now dealing with value addition of the primary product. We have primary products from the primary sector. For example, our crop produce is part of a primary production. We do farming, we produce the crops. Then when we are now refining the crops, for example, we are now turning the maize into maize meal. That is now a secondary activity. We are now adding value to the primary product. Or we can talk of fishing as a primary activity. We get fish, but now we need to process the fish into different products. That is now part of secondary production. So you check and see which one is evident from the block given on the map. Why this activity necessary for economic development to take place in this area? Why a secondary activity is necessary? You look at things like job creation. If there is maybe a manufacturing plant in that particular area, they are nearby farmers. Now there is a manufacturing plant. It gives opportunities for employment for the people, which is good for the development of the area, and also it assists in infrastructure development. Such companies operating there, they are going to upgrade the road network. They are also going to introduce some different forms of connectivity to their markets or their source of raw materials. So that is a developmental progress for the sake of the economy of the area. Right. Move on to the next question. Is data integration is an analysis of a single or multiple data sources. When we are looking at integration, we are combining different data sets. We are bringing together different data sets. So it's analysis of multiple data sources. Right. Then the next question is referring to a block on the map. Unfortunately, I could not figure out because I don't have the map. It says there is a spotter at 51587, and that feature indicated there says H in block E4 on the topographical map represents, is it a point or a polygon symbol? Right, I'll just explain how you note, because since we don't have the map. Right, what you do, we have a presentation of geographical features on the map using the different format of spatial object presentation. Right, we have what we call the point features. Point features, those features are too small to be regarded as a polygon feature. For example, we can talk of the spot heights. They are just presented as a point on the map, on the topographic map. Or we can look at other features like the buildings. They are just presented as point objects because they are too small to be an area feature. Then we have what we call the area features or the polygon features. We have features like cultivated land, or we have features like extractions, or we have recreational grounds, or we might have all those features which are big enough to be area features. And when we're talking of area features, we are saying the boundaries of the feature are completely enclosed. They do have boundaries that are closed. And then we also have what we call the line features. Line features, sometimes I will present geographical or spatial objects using the line format. A line format, we can talk of examples like the roads on the topographic map, or we can talk of the rivers on the topographic map, the hiking trails. Those ones, they are presented as line features. So basically, you check and see if it qualifies to be a line feature, or it qualifies to be an area or a polygon feature, or it's a point feature. Right. Redraw the block above in the answer book, or redraw a line symbol that represents a natural feature. And I think we've talked about that. When the question says a line feature, which is a natural feature, make sure that you address the demands of the question. One, it's a line symbol, and two, it must be a natural. If you take a road, it's a line symbol, but it's not a natural feature, which means that response is going to be wrong. So you check for a feature which is presented as a line and which is also natural, and most probably you tend to find that it might be a stream or it might be a river in that area. Those are the major features which are natural and which are presented as a line feature. Then how did integration of the spot height in the sketch and the symbol we have drawn assist in determining the location of the dam wall? That means it's a river, for that matter, it's a stream or a river. How do we integrate a topography layer, which is shown by a spot height, in identifying the position or the location of the dam wall? Right, for us to place the dam wall, we should be able to figure out the direction of flow of the river, which we can now determine by using the topographic data, which shows us the clues about the height of the different places on the map. So we are integrating topography with the river so that we are able to determine the direction of flow of the river and be able now to locate the ideal site of locating the dam wall. So that is data integration. We are using two different data sets. We are using a drainage data layer and we are integrating it with a topography data layer. Then the next question says, refer to the vacant land found in area 7 on the orthophoto map. What does a GIS specialist use to refer to the vacant land that separates the river from the built up area? Right, whenever you find that there is a vacant land which is between a built up area and a river, the geographical term that we use to describe that is what we call buffering. We buffer rivers to protect them from pollution activities by humans. So we split or we put a boundary which demarcates where settlement ends and where the river should be. There should be a free space between here, whereby we can maybe introduce vegetation or we can even fence off the river from human activities. So that land which is maintained between the extent of a settlement area and the river's coverage area, that is what we call buffering. So that's a geographical concept that we use to refer to such an act. Right. Give one reason why there is need for this vacant land. Why should we create a buffer zone between the river and a settlement? Right. For one reason, the major reason there is to avoid the pollution of the river by human activities in the settlement. If we let people settle as close to the river as is possible, maybe if we let people get to settle as close to the river, they will end up dumping waste into the river, whether domestic waste or whatever, into the river. So by trying to buffer, we are trying to limit the negative implication of human activities on to the river. That is why we keep that area empty and we keep that area unoccupied, to try and split human activities from the influence, from the negative influence that they can cause to the river. And also for safety reasons, remember we've been talking about the dry point settlements and the wet point settlements. Settlements, they relate to water in one or a particular and another way round. So for dry point settlements, we are saying we cannot let people settle close to the river. What if there is a risk of flooding in the very same river? It's geographically unsound for people to stay as very close to rivers, because we know that there are incidences whereby we have high rainfall that will lead the river to overflooding its banks, and that is going to cause a negative implication on the settlements established close to the river. Right, basically those were the responses for the GIS section. I think from what we have done, we have managed to cover the whole paper in this discussion. It is my pleasure that we went through the paper, and we will meet again in other discussions to follow.
Good day. We'll be looking at secondary sector today, which includes dealing with industries and all that. So firstly, we need to understand what is the secondary sector, and for this case we could define secondary sector as a sector where or which involves industries say involves industries that process raw materials into finished goods. So basically, that's what we can say about the secondary sector. It deals with the industries which involves various activities of processing raw materials which are being extracted from the primary sector so as to make finished goods. So we're going to look at the different concepts regarding the secondary sector, so which includes the following with the heavy industry, and as well the word industry could as well link to the meaning of the secondary sector, because we are looking at various industries which are able to process raw materials into finished goods. So heavy industry, as it shows here, these are industries that process a large volume. See, so the concept is large volume of raw materials and usually produce large products. Now, these are the concepts which categorize or which differentiate a heavy industry, meaning they deal with bulk or large or heavy raw materials, and as well other concepts could be they produce a lot of pollution, which could be noise or air pollution. So that is with the heavy industry. Then secondly, the second one is the light industry. And the light industry, we say, this industry that produce or use less raw materials to produce small products. So as well, if we compare the two, a heavy industry, they deal with a large volume of raw materials, whereas the light industry, they deal or they use less or lighter raw materials to produce their goods. And as you can see as well here, another concept with light industry, we say they produce smaller or small products, but with large industries, they produce large products. All right. Then down we have the raw material oriented industries, and we say industries. These are industries that are located close to the source of raw materials. So the concept here is close or near to the raw materials. So this will be the raw material oriented industry. If you can illustrate this on a diagram, let's use this blank page, meaning, for example, this could be a plantation. This could be a plantation. Let's call it sugarcane plantation or a sugarcane farm or a plantation. Right. So just close to this sugarcane farm or plantation, then we can have an industry, or we can call it a sugar mill. So this could be the industry for sugar. So you can see trying to show smoke coming out of this area. So meaning this is a sugar mill which gets its raw materials from the sugar farm. Of course, for this case, to require sugar canes to be able to process or to manufacture sugar. So you can see the proximity of this industry. It is just so close to this plantation, or it is near to the plantation, which means that we're going to refer to this industry as a raw material oriented, given the fact that it is situated or it is located close to the source of raw materials. All right. So that's about the raw material oriented. Then we go to the other one, which is market oriented. And they say industries that must be located close to the market in order to reduce transport costs. Anyway, let us first go back to the raw materials. Why are they located close to the raw materials? So you could write here why located close or near to raw materials. Okay. And among the factors or the reason, they use bulky or heavy. They use bulky or heavy raw materials. So that's why they need to be close to the source of raw materials so that they avoid the transport costs. And as well could say it could be expensive. It could be expensive to transport the raw materials to the industry. So that is why they locate or they are built close or near to the source of raw materials to avoid transport costs. Okay. If we go back to the market oriented, so we were saying, as you all know, market, this one we are dealing or we are looking at customers, market. So industries that must be located close to the market in order to reduce transport costs. So those are what we refer to as market-oriented industries. If you can as well illustrate it here, market-oriented. Market-oriented industries. So we say these industries are located close to market or customers. Then the question could be why are they situated or located close to customers? Firstly, these industries, they deal in perishable products, perishable goods or products that need to be bought immediately. Because we know if goods are perishable, it means these goods do not last long. Do not last long. Those are perishable. Do not last long. For example, talk about the dairy products. Dairy products such as cheese, milk, milk. which have to be bought immediately so that they don't get spoiled. And as well, we can also say it could be expensive. It could be expensive to transport goods to market. So what they do is to locate close to the customers to avoid their goods getting spoiled, and as well avoiding losses, or to avoid paying a lot of money in transporting goods from the industries to the market. So it is best when they locate close to the customers or to the clients or to the market, so that their goods could be easily bought immediately. So that's about with the market-oriented industries. To proceed down, we have the footloose industry. As you can see the word loose. Loose means you are not in one place. It means you are all over. That is loose, meaning all over the place. So we say the location of the industry does not depend on the raw material or market. Now, we saw that raw material, they are influenced by the raw materials, meaning they can only be situated or located where we have the market, so where we have the raw materials, and market-oriented can only be located close to customers. However, if you look at the footloose industry, this kind of industry is not influenced by market or raw materials, meaning their location does not depend on the market or raw materials, which means at the end, wherever they'll be situated or located, they'll have access to market, or their goods or products will be bought. I can give an example of software companies, because the software companies, as we know, they are not tied to a particular place, meaning at the end, we're going to buy their services without even knowing where they are situated or where they are located. Because if I am to upgrade the software of my laptop, I don't need to go the software tech in USA. Instead, I can do it at my house, at my work, so meaning their location does not depend on where the customers are located or where the market or where the raw materials are situated. So that is why they we say their location does not depend on raw materials, neither market. Then we have the ubiquitous industries. They say the industry can be located anywhere because raw material is evenly distributed. Actually, we can as well say raw material and market. Raw material and market are evenly distributed. So we can replace is with are, because now there are many. So remove is, and we say these are in this industry can be located anywhere because raw material and market are evenly distributed. That is the ubiquitous industries. What does that mean? So it means that raw materials are all over the place, all customers are all over the place. If we give an example, let's say in South Africa, we have companies like Rain, MTN, Vodacom, who are found almost in every town or city or rural area. So it means they don't worry about looking for customers, meaning customers are all over the place. So that is why even these industries, we can say they can be found anywhere because they know market and raw materials are distributed. Next, we're going to look at the break of bulk industry, and it says they process raw materials before they are passed to other industry. Or we could as well say these industries that are located or found between raw materials and market. Let us try to illustrate this on our blank page. Break of bulk industry. Call it a break of bulk. Make it clear. Break of bulk. Term they call it a bridge. A bridge industry. Okay, let's check again. Break of bulk industry. They as well call it a bridge industry. So we can as well say industry situated or located between market and raw materials. Okay, for this case, we could say, of course, all of us know the importance of a bridge. A bridge is to enable or to connect one point to another point. Let's assume this is point A and this is point B. But as you can see, there is a gap between point A and point B. Therefore, for you to be able to access point A to point B, there must be something that will enable you to connect from point A to point B. Otherwise, if there's nothing, it means you want to be able to manage to move from point A to point B. So for this case, let us refer to point A as our raw materials. Raw materials. In bracket, we can say maize. So this is a maize farm here at point A. So maize farm. Then point B, we have market or customers. Market or customers, meaning that there must be something to link the raw materials at point A to the market at point B. But as we all know, customers here, they will need goods. Because in most cases, customers don't need raw materials because they don't have machines to process those raw materials into what they want. Therefore, at this gap, we are going to put our industry. So you can see our industry will act as a link between the raw materials and the market, meaning raw materials are gotten from the farm to the industry. This is our industry. Then when this raw material, that is maize, is being brought to the industry, it means they can use this maize to manufacture a lot of goods, which could be brewery. The brewery industry, of course, will need maize in processing its products. Now, in the brewery industry, they make beer. Then beer is being taken from this point to market. See. Now, this shows you that the industry is found in the middle. That's why we can refer to it as a bridge, because it is linking point A to point B. This is where processing will take place. Then after processing, the goods are then transferred to the market. And in the market, they can be used or consumed by the customers or the clients. So that's how we could as well try to understand a break of bulk or a bridge industry. The other way, when they say break of bulk, they're trying to mean that this is where the heaviness of raw materials are being broken down into lighter quantities, so that in the industry, that's why the moment they leave the industry, they have now been made a bit lighter. All right, so that is with the break of bulk industries. Okay, then there's other concept, which is gross domestic product. As we know, this is the total value of goods and services produced within the country. That's why they use the word domestic, means it is being the profits or the contribution is within the boundaries of the country. Then infrastructures, the system of communication links and services. For example, roads, because we know roads are able to assist in linking, for example, goods from industries to markets, raw materials from farms to the industry. That's why they say system of communication links and services. Then semi-skilled worker who does routine tasks, someone who is not skilled or trained to do a specialized work. And a skilled worker who has a specific set of skills or specialized knowledge that has usually been obtained through formal training. Like as learners, when you go to primarily, you acquire skills. Secondly, you acquire skills. Varsity, you acquire skills. And at the end, you graduate into a specialized field. And they can as well refer to you as a doctor, a lawyer, or the given other fields. So that is why we say such will be referred to as skilled workers. Okay. So now, like we mentioned, the various or the different types of industries. As you can see, we have the heavy industries, and we said heavy industries, they deal with heavy raw materials. We have the raw material oriented industries. These are close to the source of raw materials. Light industries, they deal with light or less raw materials. The market oriented, these industries are built close or near to market. The footloose, so these industries, their location is not influenced by market or raw material. The ubiquitous, say these industries are found everywhere. They are everywhere due to evenly or equal distribution of raw materials and market. And the bridge, these industries are found between raw materials and market. So that's how we can try to differentiate those various types of industries. Then down here, you can see more about these industries, heavy industries. Like we mentioned, they produce bulk goods. Bulk the same as being heavy. Bulk goods, they locate on the outskirts of the city or of the town. So we cannot have heavy industries, for example, within the city or close to the city, because we know they produce a lot of air and noise pollution. And as well, they need a large piece of land, which is more available in the city outskirts. And of course, land is much more cheaper in the city outskirts. That's why we say that such located in those areas. Examples, steel, which is ISCAL, or car production, BWSA. So that is about the heavy industries. Then light industry, they produce smaller products. As we know, they deal in light raw materials. So meaning even their products are not that heavy or bulk. And they are close to the CBD. In most cases, we could say that transition zones. That's where you can as well find these light industries. Why are they close to the CBD, or why are they found in the zone of transition? Then we could say because they produce very less, they produce less or no pollution at all. That is why most of the light industries could be situated close to the CBD, where these other business activities are taking place. And as well, they require or they use less raw materials. We can as well say where they stood close to the CBD, they produce less smells, they require less piece of land. So examples could include panel beating companies. For the case of Pretoria, we can talk about Pretoria West, where there are a lot of these panel beating. The textiles, same as clothes, manufacturing, furniture, electronics, and home appliances. So these are categories of light industries. So that's the difference between the heavy industries and light industries. Okay, let's proceed to the next. We have the raw material oriented industries and the market oriented industries. What's the difference between raw material and market oriented industries? The difference. Okay, raw material oriented, you can see it is located close to the source of raw materials because it is expensive to transport the raw materials, like we mentioned earlier, including wood mill, fruit canning, or sugar mills. So these industries, they deal with bulk raw materials. So that is why they are located or situated close to the source of raw materials. So you can see in the diagram, you can see there is a lot of wood here. See, and this is the machine. So which means that you don't have to incur lots of costs to transport wood, let's say from the forest to the industry. Meaning, these machines have to be set or built close to where wood is going to be cut from, making costs a bit less. Then the market oriented, like we said, market oriented, these are situated close to the customers. So we say here, it is located close to the market as it is expensive to transport the products to the market. So it won't be viable for you to build the industry very far from customers, meaning at the end, you're going to put in a lot of costs to enable you to transport goods from the industry to the market. That is why the market-oriented industries are going to be situated next to the customers to reduce on the costs which would have been incurred if the industry was located very far away. Then they say the products may also be perishable, like we mentioned. Perishable means they don't last long and they have to be consumed immediately. So such industries need to locate or need to be built close to the customers. All right, so the mentioned examples are the dairy products, home industries, among others. Then, if you look at the footloose and ubiquitous industries, we say footloose, highly skilled people work in this industry. Actually, we can as well refer to the footloose as a service-oriented industry. Why service? Because we know service, these are intangible products. So they deal in those intangible products that we cannot touch. You see, for example, software, research. We don't touch this like software, because we did mention earlier that if you might want to upgrade the software of your laptop, your phone, or whichever gadget, you know. So it means you do not have to travel far to get these services. Sorry about the noise in the background. This is the challenge of working within the city. So noise is among the factors which makes businesses a challenge. All right, so that is the footloose industry. So services, for no services, these are, can write it down here, these are intangible. So the footloose, these are industries like we mentioned, their location is not influenced by market or by customers. So they can be situated or located anywhere because they know at the end their services will be utilized by the customers. An example is the software. All of us are using different electronic devices like phones or laptops, in most cases, which need to always be updated. Then design and research institutions also are part of the footloose. The ubiquitous, we say these industries are evenly distributed, found almost in every part of the country, including the city, towns, rural areas. So they say industries can be found anywhere or everywhere. Why? Because they know that their services or goods will be utilized by the customers. A good example is a cell phone company. That's why you can see we have telecom almost in every town, MTN, Vodacom, South, they are found almost in every corner of the country. All right. Then we go to the break of bulk industry. Well, last time also we said can as well be referred to as a bridge industry. And they say, okay, yeah, it's written down here. Bridge or break of bulk industry is a heavy industry. Please take note of this. Most cases, these are heavy industries, which means they get raw materials from the farms or from the mining area or from the primary sector to the industry. Like we mentioned earlier, check again. Industries are taken, sorry, the raw materials are gotten from this part, taken to the industry, they process or manufacture them into goods, and then they are taken to the market to be sold. So that's how we define the break of bulk or the bridge industry. All right, we proceed. We look at factors favoring industrial development in South Africa. Of course, they try to use this mind map to make it much more easier. About there is labor supply, political intervention, government coming in, water supply, workers, competition, electricity, raw materials, transport, and competition. So these are the factors in brief. However, we can try to explain each factor. How do they favor or how have they promoted industrial development in South Africa? So we spoke about the raw materials. So meaning industries cannot exist without raw materials. So they need raw materials to survive. And these raw materials are gotten from the primary sector. It is the reason why the primary sector and the secondary sector move hand in hand. So we can say we have the primary sector. The primary sector, it results into the secondary sector. In the secondary sector as well, the tertiary sector. Because we know raw materials are gotten from the primary sector to the secondary sector, where we have industries, and industries will manufacture these raw materials into goods, and the goods will be taken to the tertiary sector to be consumed by the client. Therefore, we say, because of abundance, because of a lot or a variety of raw materials, this has promoted industrial development in South Africa. We give examples here for that there is a good fish industry in the west coast of South Africa, meaning they have access to a lot of fish from the ocean at the west coast. A variety of raw material that can be used for food processing, fruits. So you can see, we can see there's a variety of raw materials. In particular, we could say these raw materials are gotten from agriculture, fishing, and as well mining. Because we saw with mining that we need platinum to make a variety of products, for example, jewelry, etc. So that's why we say raw materials, they play a crucial role in industrial or in promoting the growth and development of industries. Then secondly, we have availability of labor, which we usually refer to as workers. Now, these workers have been categorized as skilled and unskilled. So you can see that because of abundance, or there's a variety, or there's a lot of people that are willing to work in the industrial sector, this has reduced the challenge of inadequate labor or inadequate workers, which as well promoted industrial development, and as well availability of water, because we know water used for processing raw materials and cooling of machines in industries. When they say processing, that is to turn, right, raw materials. This could be making turning oranges into orange juice, you see, sugar canes to sugar. Of course, they will need water somewhere, among other products. So because they say there are water transfer schemes that add the availability of water in areas which have shortages. Like we know, South Africa is able to transfer water from the highlands of Lesotho, which is being used, or which is supplementing areas with a shortage of water. Then talk about energy supply. This is, like we mentioned, this is electricity, and we know that machines cannot operate on their own, so they will need energy to make them run or to make them able to operate. Therefore, we say many industries are close to the source of power to reduce the cost of energy, because we know we have a lot of power stations in Mpumalanga, Gauteng, So because of that, it has well promoted industrial development in South Africa. Then another point about transport. Of course, we know with transport, we can talk about the roads, the rails, the water, which is the harbors. Let's check here. Let's talk about the harbors. air transport is called the air transport here. You see, so mainly we have those major transport modes which have promoted industrial development. So it means when transport is well improved, it will be able, like here they say, there's a good rail network that connects the market to the harbor for export of goods, meaning industries are not worried. Industries are not worried of accessing market because they know there is a plenty of rail line or the rail network, harbors, there is as well the roads and airports, which will enable them to access various markets. So because of well improved transport network, this has facilitated the development of industries in South Africa. Then they talk about political intervention. Here you can mention about the government coming in with policies such as the IDZ and the SDIs. So the aim of this was as well to promote industrial development in areas that had been disadvantaged because of apartheid. So we shall see more about the IDZ and the SDIs, how they have promoted industrial development. But in brief, IDZ refers to industrial development zones which have been set aside for the purposes of industrial development. So these areas are not for residential, are not for tourism, are not for other activities, but they are purposely set aside to attract investors to build industries in such areas. That is why as well they have improved on the SDIs. The SDIs, this will deal with transport, improve transport to link the IDZs to the various markets. So that is a government policy as well to which has promoted industrial development. Then we have competition, which says local competition, which promotes the improvement of the quality of goods that are produced. So as well, this is another factor which has promoted industrial development, meaning locally made products are of good quality to be able to go abroad, overseas markets and compete with those products that are produced that other side, which has promoted industrial development in the country. And the harbors, we promote trade by creating a route for export goods. As well, this has promoted industrial development. All right. So those are mainly the factors that have facilitated development of industries in South Africa. As well, we can look at factors which have hindered, but to hinder the same as prevent the success. Prevent success or growth. So factors hindering industrial development in South Africa, like we mentioned, hindering is the same as to prevent the success or to prevent the growth. So that's what hindrance is all about, which factors have slowed down the progress of industrial development in South Africa. So among the factors, as you can see, we have the mention about labor supply, political interference, water supply, competition and trade, energy, then raw materials, air pollution, and as well over concentration. All right, so let's try to look at each of these factors in details. Firstly, the challenging factor they mention about is over concentration. So let us try to look at the factors in more details below. Firstly, we can look at over concentration, which means which refers to so many industries that are situated in a particular area. Now, how is this a hindrance factor? What they say, when many industries are concentrated in an urban area, it creates a challenge of lack of space. So which means that due to over concentration of industries in particular areas, for the case of PWV in gauteng, you find that other areas are left without industries, and yet in particular areas they are just congesting in that, which means there will be no space, and as well there will be a challenge to some of the other factors. So that is why we say, due to too much strain in a particular area, it will hinder development or growth of those various industries. Another factor, it is transport. How is transport a challenge? They say road construction, it is very expensive to construct good or better roads, and as well it become costly for companies to export goods. Now, which becomes a challenge. For example, if goods are going to be transported from gauteng all the way to Durban Harbor, then from Durban they are being exported to other countries. So you can see there is a lot of costs that are being involved from the production point or plant to the market, which becomes a challenge. And as well, they talk about rail lines not being sufficient, meaning they are not enough to accommodate all the activities due to cable theft, So all this, it makes the rail line not to be sufficient enough to accommodate the demanding of industries and the huge distances to the markets. Now, all these are under transport, which have resulted in the slow progress of industries. Then we move to another factor, which is pollution. They say industries cause a lot of noise and air pollution. Now, because of too much noise and air pollution, this has resulted into strict regulation on these industries. You can say strict regulations. See, okay, strict regulations, which at times now are going to scare away investors, So because of the effects caused by noise and air pollution, this as well has been a hindrance factor to industrial growth and development. Another factor, so that is air pollution. Then another factor is labor supply. And they say in some cases, workers are not enough. That is why they say there is shortage of skilled labor. Those that are experts or experienced technicians, they are not enough in the country, which becomes now a challenge to various industries. And as well, labor disputes such as strikes, which decreases production in companies. So remember, whenever production decreases, it as well reduces the companies or the profits of an industry. so which as well slows down production, and lack of funding for skills development has not improved the shortage of skilled labor force. So we can look at labor as another hindrance factor. You can explain this by linking it to shortage, not having enough experienced or skilled workforce, or the strikes or protests by the workers, which as well decreases production, and at the end does scare away the investors. Then another point, talk about water supply. How is this a challenge? They say South Africa is a water scarce country. You must have done this in climatology, where we know that climatology and geomorphology, where South Africa does not have a lot of permanent rivers, which as well lowers down its water availability, and yet the demand for water is high. Therefore, now water is used in so many processes, especially in manufacturing processes, but because it is not enough, now it becomes a challenge for the industrial growth and development. And they say, still underwater, companies need a permit from government to use certain amount of water, which limits the capacity to produce goods. So this means that the government are going to they put strict regulations, and they say maybe, let's give an example, a sugar mill can only maybe use, let's say as an example, can only use 2,000 liters of water per day, you see, meaning they cannot go beyond what the regulations says. Now, because of that, it will slow down or it will reduce on production, which as well becomes a challenge. So that is why we say companies need a permit. So this permit is like a permission to use a certain amount of water, which as well reduces or limits production of goods. And industries, they dump water in rivers and make the water unusable. So the whole point is water being scarce, which lowers production, hence reduces or slows down the development and progress of industries. Then another factor we can talk about is energy supply. This is, they're saying, unreliable electricity supply from ESCOM disrupts production in industries. I think we can link this to this consistent load sheddings, where we know that whenever there is a load shedding or whenever the electricity goes off, of course, even production is going to be on a hold, which at the end lowers or disrupts production, hence affecting companies' profits. Then at the end, it's going to be a demotivating factor to the investors who would want to invest in South Africa. Therefore, it becomes a challenge because it is scaring or chasing away most of these investors. And as well, they say the price of electricity is increasing or it is too high, which becomes too expensive to some of the industries, hence slowing down or could say affecting the company's profits. Another point we can talk about raw materials. How is this a hindrance factor? So here they are saying some components used in manufacturing, such as motor vehicle parts, telephone parts, when companies use imported goods, that products produced are expensive. The price of imported goods depend on exchange rates, make industries to be unstable. As well, we could talk about raw materials, and we say raw materials are depleting. If we talk about like minerals, like they are getting finished, and when they finish, of course, it means industries won't have enough for production purposes. Or this is some components used in manufacturing, such as motor vehicle parts, telephone parts, and they end up using imported goods. When companies use imported goods, the products produced are expensive. Then talk about political interference, which means it leads to heavy taxation and restrictions, which of course prevents foreign investment and further development. So whenever the government imposes or puts too much taxes on these industries or companies, at times the owners or the investors may see that they are not making good profits out of whatever they are producing as a result of the high taxes that are imposed on them, and hence they will end up moving somewhere else, which at the end will hinder industrial development and growth. Let's see about competition, which says competition from cheaper imported products can destroy local industries. What does this mean? For example, they say cheap clothes and fabrics brought the SA textile industries to their needs. So this means that, for example, let's see it here. Let's say the local made cloth, costs 350 rands. Yet the one which is imported, same brand, same type, same everything, it costs 150 rands. This is the imported one. So you can see, of course, customers, if they compare the prices, this is for the local made products and this is for the imported one. When we say imported, it means it is being brought from another country. Therefore, customers will end up going for the cheaper products, meaning the ones that are locally made will end up not having customers, meaning it will be affecting the local industries. All right. So basically, those are some of the factors which does hinder industrial development in South Africa. There's this activity 7.1, which talks about types of industries. So, refer to figure below and match the types of industries in the diagram with the statements below. So we have the footloose industry. Footloose, don't forget to say the footloose. These industries, they are service oriented, and their location is not influenced by either market or raw materials. The raw material oriented ones are close to raw materials. Pictures, so these ones are industries they are found everywhere, due to even raw material distribution. Then the light industries, they deal in light raw materials, and the bridge, these ones are found between customers and market. The market oriented, they are found close to customers. In heavy industries, they deal with bulk raw materials. All right. If we scroll down to our questions, question 1 says, industries that produce perishable goods. And of course, this will be the light industries. So light industries in bracket, market oriented industries. Like we mentioned, market oriented industries, they are close to customers because they deal in perishable goods which must be used immediately. 7.1.2, industries that can be located anywhere and are not restricted by the location of market or raw materials. So this will be the footloose industries. Like we mentioned, the footloose, their location is not influenced or restricted by the market or by the raw materials. Okay. Then 7.1.3, industries that can be located anywhere without an effect from factors such as resources or transport. And as well, this will be P.2 industries. P.2. Then 7.14, industries that process bulk raw materials. So this is going to be heavy industries. 7.1.5, industries located on the outskirts of the built-up area because of noise and air pollution. This will still be heavy industries. Heavy industries. So as well, if we check under heavy industries here on 7.14, we could as well add the raw material oriented, because they as well deal with bulk raw materials. Then 7.1.6, industries located between the source of the raw material and the market. Of course, that's going to be the bridge industries. Then 7.1.7, industries that occupy small spaces and can be located in the city center. So that will be light industries. Right. Now we proceed to the industrial regions in South Africa. As we all know, we have mainly 4 industrial regions. PWV, which is Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vryheid or Gauteng. Then we have Durban Pinetown, eThekwini, Southwestern Cape, in Port Elizabeth, in Nelson Mandela Bay. But for the case of 2023 national exams for October, November, so the focus will be mainly on PWV and as well Port Elizabeth. So we give more attention to these two industrial regions or areas. Now, firstly, you have to identify the location of these various industries. As you can see, they're showing us the location of PWV around this area or this province. As you can see, this is gauteng, meaning PWV is situated or it is located in Gauteng. Then we have Port Elizabeth. Check on Port Elizabeth, which is situated in the Eastern Cape province. So that is the first factors to take note regarding the industrial regions, is to find where they are located on a map and in which provinces, right? Then we are going to look at each of them in details. So we have, this is PW, which is Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vereeniging. Please don't forget, they may ask you to write PWV in full. So this is the correct abbreviation for PWV, which is Pretoria, Witwatersrand, Vereeniging, which is situated in Gauteng province. Right. Now they say down here, the reason for the development of this industrial region was the discovery of gold that lead to people migrating to the area. So they are saying what made PWV what it is today was due to the discovery of the gold minerals in that area, which made people to migrate from different places, meaning other countries, from other provinces, to all come to Gauteng. They said this was called the gold rush. As a result, the population grew and it led to the rapid development and industrialization of this area. The industrial region is situated in Gauteng province. So please take note of that. Right. Now below is the map of PWV or Gauteng industrial region. As you can see, the major city here, we have major cities, Pretoria. We have as well Johannesburg here. But also take note of the surrounding areas like Northwest, Mpumalanga. Right. So you can see there as well these other main roads. This national road here, which are leading to various industrial areas and as well linking to various places within South Africa and abroad. All right. They say the map above shows how the PWV/Gauteng region has developed into a conglomerate as a result of the industrial development. This is a vast area of industrial development with a number of interlinked towns and cities which function as a single economic hub. There are a diverse number of industries in the PWV Gauteng or PWV industrial region, right? Now we can look at factors that have influenced the location of the PWV/Gauteng industrial region. Why is this industrial region situated in Gauteng? Firstly, talk about large labor force, meaning there's a lot of labor, both skilled and unskilled, availability of water, which is some being gotten from the transfer projects, then transport network, which of course could include the rails, the roads, the air, and of course access to the harbors. Because you know Gauteng is a landlocked province, meaning does not border any sea or ocean. That's why it can only access the harbor in Mozambique, Durban, Eastern Cape, and the Western Cape. As well, talk about electricity or energy and the flatlands, and as well raw materials. So these are some of the factors which have resulted into development or the location of PWV as an industrial area. Just to further explain more regarding these factors which favor industrial development. Firstly, talk about a good transport network. Good transport network, like we mentioned, roads, rail, the air in PWV. So this region has better or improved transport networks, which has resulted into the development of PWV as an industrial region. We all know the role of transport in connecting industries to various points or markets, both local and international, right? And as well, they say, a well linked to other regions of South Africa, especially harbors. We all know the use of a harbor, because with a harbor it means they're able to export or to sell to other countries. So that is why, because of its opportunity to link to the major harbors in Mozambique, like we mentioned before, there is a Mozambique harbor, or what we call Maputo. There is a harbor in Durban. There is a harbor Western Cape, Eastern Cape. So Gauteng has access to all these. Another factor is availability of market, meaning there's a lot of demand for goods being produced within PWV, meaning market, local, and as well international. So that is why we said in a previous point or factor that due to access to harbors, rail, roads, and air, they are able to reach a wider market across the province, the whole country, and as well to other countries. That's why we say plenty of market or customers. It as well attracted or resulted into the industrial development of PWV. Then they say raw materials available. So there is abundance, or there is a lot of raw materials in Gauteng. So we spoke about minerals like gold, and as well other raw materials from agriculture. These have facilitated the growth or the location of PWV industrial region. Then there's as well skilled labor available, meaning there are so many of these professionals or experts who have skills to assist in various industrial operations. Then as well, large power stations located in PWV and as well in Mpumalanga. So this has provided energy to the various industries, which has promoted the location of PWV, meaning despite them being in gauteng, they have plenty of electricity. And as well, there's sufficient water supply. Sufficient means there is enough water supply which is needed in these various industries. So they're using this abbreviation TUVA, which refers to Tugela and Val Water projects. Then we have they also say PWV has many tertiary education institutions, which has provided so many of these professionals or experts that are needed in the various industrial operations. And also the land is almost flat in PWV, which has resulted into is a construction, because we know flat lands always are easier for constructions as compared to the steep ones or the hilly ones. So most of the areas in PWV were flat, which did attract the location of these industries there. However, we can as well try to look at some of the factors which have hindered okay, factors that hinder. Well, we spoke about the hindering, which means which reduce or which prevent or which slows down industrial development. So they're saying, firstly, over concentration, which means that there's so many industries in one area. Now this one puts much strain or pressure, strain on resources, which means not all industries would be satisfied by the fewer available resources. Could be raw materials, could be labor, could be infrastructures, could as well be market. So because there are so many that are all congesting in one area, it becomes now a challenge for growth and development. As well say strain on resources, e.g. water supply and electricity, which is another challenge because there are so many industries and they're using the limited energy. It is one of the reasons why there have been lots of load sheddings in the country. Another factor could be load shedding on its own, which does increase costs of electricity and also lowers production because we know whenever electricity is off, machines cannot operate, which means there will be less production, and the lesser the production, the lesser the profit. Right. Then strain on transport infrastructures, which means that there are so many of these trucks on these roads, meaning there will be a lot of congestion, pollution as a result of industries congesting in one particular area. And PWV is as well far from harbors, creating more expenses. Like we mentioned, PWV is a landlocked province, meaning it has to go through other provinces to access the harbor, which means there are a lot of costs involved in accessing those overseas markets through the harbors, which becomes very expensive. And industries, especially heavy, with a lot of air pollution, which now becomes a challenge due to the strictness of the government on such industries to reduce on pollution, meaning they will limit as well their production, because we know if we limit production, it will as well limit on the amount of air pollution. But then if production is being limited, that means less profits for the business owners. Talk about labor unrests and the protests, because we know whenever workers are protesting, there is less production, and the lesser the production, the lesser the profits. Less profits, which now will hinder the development and safety problems, like people being burnt, machines falling on people, which becomes a challenge. And the power struggle between labor unions and industries is another challenge. When people get sick due to HIV and AIDS, this as well reduces production and efficiency. Hard lockdown during pandemic has had a negative impact. The lockdown, as we know, industries were not operating to their full capacity, which slows or which lowered down the industrial development. All right. So this is another main area that we need to focus on. They say the main industrial activities. When they say industrial activities, they are somehow referring to the types of industries in PWV, or what do these industries produce? What do these industries produce? Right. So down here you can see talk about PWV, the industries that make iron and steel, or the same as metal steel, engineering products such as aviation, dealing with aircrafts or airplanes. There are chemical products like from Sasso, motor car assembly, then as well clothing and manufacturing, among others. So these are some of the main industries that are situated within PWV. Right. Now we talk about the economic importance and economic and social impacts of the PWV or Gauteng industrial region. So we say, how does PWV benefit the country or Gauteng as a province? Then they say PWV contributes money to the GDP of the country. As we've seen, a lot of products or goods are being sold to other countries. That's why it has resulted into various profits into the country, contributing to the GDP. And as well, the industries, they bring in foreign exchange, or they bring in foreign currencies or foreign money when they do export trade, meaning whenever they are selling to other countries, they are getting more money, could be dollars. This money could as well assist in improving home infrastructures, paying public servants, among other factors. So they said the money earned through exports increases the earnings of the regions. So meaning that this as well going to improve, it will improve on the standards of particular areas. Let's take for example Tswane municipality. Whenever it earns more of the profits or from the GDP, it will be able to as well improve the development of Tswane. The local people and the rest of the country, like say both skilled and unskilled, they are going to get jobs in these industries. And as well, the industries serve as a market for the raw materials, so which becomes also an advantage of having industries, because they'll support the primary sector. Then some companies reinvest in communities by providing bursaries and skills and development. So meaning, because of the growth and the profits made by these companies, they go back into the communities and support them by providing bursaries and other skills development. So the second industrial region that we're going to look at, according to our examination guidelines for 2023, October, November, and as well 2024, May, June. So we'll be looking at Port Elizabeth, Uitenhage, in Nelson Mandela Metro. They say this industrial region, remember, this is our other industrial area or industrial region. Of course, we saw PWV as the first industrial region. Then I think what we had forgotten to mention, that PWV, it is the largest of all, despite being the smallest province. Then they say Port Elizabeth, it is the smallest core industry region in South Africa. Initial development greatly influenced by the port or harbor facilities, and is situated in the Eastern Cape province. So that's what you need to take note of that. Then the main industrial activities in Port Elizabeth, talk about motor vehicle assembly, metal production, textiles, which includes clothing and footwear, all right, among others. Then let's talk about down here. They're showing us the main industrial activities. As you can see, motor vehicle. Then this is metal production. Then the textiles, as you can see, they are knitting or making of the clothes. Then fruit canning, among others. Now the question is, what has, our question could be, factors influencing the location of PWV. Why are industries situated in, why factors influencing the location of Port Elizabeth or Uitenhage industrial regions? Why are industries situated or located in that area of Port Elizabeth? So firstly, talk about close to the harbor, which makes cheaper costs for importing or even exporting of goods. So unlike PWV industries, which need to transport long way from Gauteng, down to the harbors in the Port Elizabeth, Durban, Mozambique. So they pay lots of costs, also of transport. But for industries in Port Elizabeth, one of the advantage is that they are close to the harbor, which means they'll be spending less money on transport. As well, there's a lot of skilled and unskilled labor in the Eastern Cape, which is willing to work in these industries, meaning this has well facilitated the development of industries in that area. As well, good supply of raw materials such as cotton, fruits used for production of textile, and soft drinks. So this has well contributed to the industrial development in the Eastern, in Port Elizabeth, Eastern Cape. As well, a good transport network. It means they have good roads. About roads, the rails, air, and the port, which is also connecting to the various provinces, regions of South Africa, and as well abroad to other countries. They say it is linked to international markets through harbors, which means they have access to a wider market, meaning this has promoted their development because they know they will have markets locally and internationally, and centrally located in relation to the Western Cape and Durban Pinetown core industrial regions. I mean, it is found in between Durban and the Western Cape, which makes it able to access market in those various places, and as well other factors. There's also water availability, which is needed. Let's now see factors which have hindered industrial development in Port Elizabeth. They're saying this region is stricken by drought periodically. So sometimes there could be a challenge of drought, meaning they take long to receive rainfall, which of course will affect the supply of raw materials and as well water availability in industries, making or lowering production. Located far from mines, which makes the transportation of raw materials to be expensive. It is far from coal as well, which results in high electricity costs, unlike PWV, which is close to Mpumalanga, and as well it has its own generating plants for electricity. So this has made things easier, but for Port Elizabeth, so they have to transfer electricity far from Mpumalanga or Gauteng, which makes everything very expensive. Also, labor strikes resulting into loss of production and profits. So those are some of the factors that hinder development of Port Elizabeth. Then we look at economic and social impacts of Port Elizabeth, like how does it benefit, how does it affect the Eastern Cape provinces. Firstly, they say industries contribute money to the GDP. So because of the industries in PWV, they bring money into that area, which has resulted into serious development. And number two, they earn foreign exchange, like we spoke about earlier. This is money coming in as a result of industries selling its products to other countries. Also say money earned through exports, because exports, these are goods that are sold to other countries. So they say the money earned through exports increases the earnings of the region. And local people as well, both skilled and unskilled, will be able to get employed or to get jobs in this region. The industries serve as a market for the local raw materials extracted in agriculture and fishing sector. And they say some companies reinvest in the communities by providing bursaries and skills development. So we normally see this whereby industries go back to the communities, set up schools, offer bursaries, develop roads, as a payback to the community. Right. So below is the map showing the location of the location of Port Elizabeth. As you can see, this is the ocean. This is Port Elizabeth. So mean that the whole of this area, these are industries, because you can see how large they are. Of course, this is a topographic map, right? So showing the various industries in Port Elizabeth. So this is the activity on Port Elizabeth. They say refer the figure below the infographic of South Africa industrial region, Port Elizabeth, Gauteng, in Nelson Mandela Metropole, and answer the questions that follow. So here, the CPE, Gauteng industrial region, its population, the square kilometers. Right. So they're showing us where it is. This is our Eastern Cape region. Then they say PE Gauteng industrial region covers an area of the square kilometers situated on the wetter eastern half. But remember, when they say wetter, they are referring to rainfall situated on wetter eastern half of the country. It has a major natural bay, that's a harbor, seaport, and the economic powerhouse of the Eastern Cape. Main economic sectors includes manufacturing, 25%, community services, 23%, finance, 23%, trade, 13%, and transport, 13%. The automotive industry is one of the many contributors to the area's economic growth, and the P industrial region is home to two major automotive manufacturers, namely Volkswagen and General Motors, South Africa. In addition, there are over 150 vehicle component manufacturers in the region. All right. So the first question, it says, in which province is the Port Elizabeth Gauteng industrial region located? So like we saw earlier, if we check again on our map, sorry. So you can see that this is the Western Cape here. Western Cape. This is Eastern Cape. Then we have KwaZulu-Natal. So meaning that Port Elizabeth Gauteng is found in the, because they say which province, situated in the Eastern Cape province. Then they say, state the main industrial activity in this region, the main industry activity. So when we check the main economic sectors contribution, is manufacturing, which is 25%. So manufacturing is 25, community 23, 23, 13, so which means manufacturing is the main industry. Let's check again. Talk about the square kilometers of the economic sectors, manufacturing. The automotive industry is one of the main contributors to the area's economic growth. Manufacturers. In this area. So the main industry in this area, I think we're going to go with the automotive industry. The automotive, because manufacturing is not an industry, right? That's why we take automotive industry, which they say contributes to the area's economic growth. Then 7.2.5.3 state two physical or natural factors in the infograph that contributed to the growth as a manufacturing region. I think we already saw this. They spoke about a natural bay, seaport. So you could say a natural bay seaport. And as well, talk about the water eastern half providing water. Was the H2O, which means water. Okay. 7.2.5.4. Why is the large population an advantage to the Port Elizabeth waterage? Large population. Why? So could they said it has a population, let's check again, a population of 12,630,051. So there are a lot of people there, which means there will be plenty of skilled and unskilled labor. Explain how the industry in question 2.4.2 contributed to the economic growth of this region. Because we said the automotive industry, the economic growth, how it has brought in foreign currency through selling to other countries, so created jobs to many people at the Eastern Cape. Jobs are supported primary sector, among others. So we can as well talk about the factors, so the statistical challenges experienced by industries in Port Elizabeth in comparison to industries in the PWV. So when we check in the Port Elizabeth, I have a challenge with electricity, challenge with electricity costs. Talk about labor strikes and protests. As well, talk about load shedding, lowers production times the high taxes scaring foreign investors. All right.
Good day, learners. Welcome to the discussion for paper 2 geography in preparation for question number 2, economic geography for South Africa. Right, we want to highlight on key aspects of question number 2, and also be discussing key elements which are important in preparation for the geography paper 2. Right, as usual, when we are starting the structure of the economy, we have to check on some key concepts or just highlight on one or two of the three of the main components that are very important that you must understand, and that will help you understand the basic functioning of the structure of the economy of South Africa. Right, we have under agriculture, we have what we call small scale farming. Right, when we're defining small-scale farming, we're looking at that kind of agricultural production or that kind of farming where the production of crops and livestock happens but is intended for home consumption and a small portion for the home or local market using a small plot of land, and is often using very little and no expensive technologies. We are looking at that kind of farming that is usually practiced by communal farmers. They just do production on a smaller piece of land, and the main purpose of their production is to feed the family. And if there's any surplus, that is then sold to the domestic market. And also, if you check on the nature of production that happens there, is done using non-expensive technologies, or the ordinary tools are the ones that are used to do the production on a small scale farming. Then when you look at large-scale farming, we are now looking at commercial farming. The purpose of production there is for selling the products. It can be on the domestic market or on the export market. That is now with large-scale farming. So the difference there with small scale we are looking at the production on a smaller piece of land using small plots and producing mainly for the domestic consumption, for the family consumption. But if there's any surplus, then there is the need to sell to the local market. But large scale is meant for sale. We're looking at commercial farmers who produce in large quantities. And we also have the issue of food security. It's a very important aspect, though we are going to look at it as a section. Food security, we are looking at a situation where all people in a particular country have got access to adequate, safe, and nutritious food for sustainable living. What you should address here when you are defining this food security aspect, usually learners will miss the important aspects of the definition. It's not only like you define it ordinarily, like when all people have got access to food. It's not only about food, but it's access to sufficient or adequate and
safe, and nutritious. If you have access to food which is non-nutritious or which is unsafe, that is not part of food security. So when you are defining food security, ensure that you address the fact that there is sufficient food. All people, rather, all citizens in a particular country have got access to sufficient food, which is safe and nutritious, so that they have a productive life or a sustainable life. And when I'm talking of food in security, that is the opposite. Security, people have food access. Insecurity, people have got a lack of access. Subsistence farming is basically the same as small-scale farming. Subsistence is for your own consumption using modern tools and on a small piece of land. Then value-added products, we are looking at raw materials that have been processed to add their value. The moment a raw material goes through processing, it gains value or its value increases. That is what we call value addition. Then this one is talking about the main sectors of the economy: primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. These are the main sectors of our economy. We're going to look at them one after the other. Primary activities, when you are looking at primary activities, be worried that the activities involve extraction of raw materials. We are dealing with raw material. And what are raw materials? We are looking at those provisions which are provided by nature. For example, fishing here. Fish is a natural resource, it's a raw material. Mining, the minerals are natural resources. So whenever we're dealing with natural resources, we're extracting raw materials from the environment. That is primary activity. So the examples given there is farming, fishing, mining, forestry, stone quarrying. All those are primary activities. It's a sector in the economy of South Africa which deals with raw material extraction. Then when we look at secondary sector, we are now adding value to the primary products. We are now processing the products which have come from the primary sector. And the examples that we have metalworking, automobile production, textile, chemical and engineering industries, aerospace manufacturing, engineering, brewery and bottlers. All those ones, and also construction, comes under secondary activities. Right, then the third one is tertiary. What you should note with tertiary, remember tertiary is service provision. So an example of a service that you get. And what are services? We are looking at intangible provisions. Something that you cannot touch. It's something that you require but that you cannot touch. For example, health care is an example of a service provision. Or tourism, or you can talk of education, you can talk of finance, you can talk of those ones are examples of tertiary activities. So whenever you get a question on the classification of activities, remember tertiary activity is a service provision. And then the last one, which is the quaternary economic activities. These ones, they provide a higher level of service through information and expert knowledge. We are now at a higher level, higher than service provision. Service provision is just providing a service. It can be done by an ordinary person. But when you talk of quaternary service, the level of knowledge that is required now to provide those provisions is now higher level. Activities include ICT, you can talk of consultancy, research. You can also add other activities like biotechnology is also part of the quaternary activities. So that is the fourth sector of the economy of South Africa. And the question that you usually get here, you can be able to ascertain the level of development of a country by looking at the employment statistics in the different sectors. An economy which is developed has got more numbers employed in the tertiary economic activities. More people are employed in the service provision for an economy which is developed. But for a developing economy, we find that the employment statistics will be biased towards the primary sector. More people are doing the primary economic activities. That is how you can also note the level of development of a country using the employment figures in the different sectors. Then we move on to, after the sectors of the economy, We also need to interpret graphs. Usually we get questions which asks about the contribution of the different sectors to the economy. You must be able to interpret whether the question comes as a pie chart or it comes as a bar graph or a line graph. You must be able to interpret those and figure out the trends that will be happening on those different sections. Right, contribution to the South African economy by value. It talks about how the different sectors contributed towards the economy of South Africa. Right, we'll move on. These are sample questions. Right. When you're looking at our primary economic sector, specifically, you know, in economic geography, you're supposed to specialize. When you look at the different sectors, according to your exam session, for this session, I will focus on the 2024 exam session specialization areas. Right, what you should remember is for the 2024 examination, Geography Paper 2, your specialization area under primary sector. In farming, you're supposed to focus on beef production. And in mining, you're supposed to focus on coal production. That is your area of specialty. So I'm going just to briefly explain on beef production. We're just going to go through beef production in South Africa. Right. Where is beef produced in South Africa? We have seen on the map, beef is basically produced almost right across South Africa. We have Limpopo there, we have Northwest, we have Free State, we have KZN, we have the Eastern Cape. Those are some of the regions that produce beef. And factors that favor beef production, we have grazing lands, especially in the high veld, around the area of the Drakensberg, going to Mpumalanga. There we have fertile grasslands where you can graze the cattle. Climatic conditions are favorable. Also reserves such as hay and silage. They are also there which can make beef production very possible. Right, and factors that hinder, right, we can talk of drought prevalence, or we can talk of poor veterinary interventions, or increased feed costs, or we can talk of high cost of fuel and transportation. Right, factors favoring, we are saying there are factors which promote or which are likely to facilitate and enhance large quantities of beef production in the country. And factors that hinder, we are looking at factors that limit or that prove to be a challenge towards beef production. So basically, if a question comes, you must be able to figure out the direction or for which the question is aligned to. Contribution of beef products to the South African economy. Increase in the market price of beef, especially for export purposes, high beef consumption within the country, higher return sale on investment. Right, the contribution of beef products to the South African economy is positive. They are contributing to the growth of the South African economy in those dimensions. Right, then interpretation of the graph of export of beef. Right. So basically under beef production, you should know those particular aspects on beef farming for 2024. Do not worry about sugarcane production or any other crop. If you get past papers, you can practice the 2021 paper is the one which was aligned to your areas of specialty with the 2024 specialization, right? Then we go to mining. That was agriculture. Under mining, we have a number of concepts that we need to know. Concepts like balance of trade. And balance of trade, we're looking at the difference in value between visible imports and exports. Trade, basically, we are looking at the physical imports and exports. The difference there, a positive balance comes when exports are more than imports, and a negative balance if we import more than what we export in value. Then exports, basically, we are looking at what is sold to other countries. Favorable trade balance, we've talked about that. Then foreign exchange, the money paid to South Africa by other countries in exchange for goods and services, money earned by South Africa. Foreign exchange, you're looking at currencies from other countries, which is earned by South Africa through trade. Then imports, what we buy from other countries. Right. These terms, they don't matter much. Let's go to types of mining, shaft and open cast. Shaft mining and open cast mining. You can see the difference there. Shafts, we go underground, and open casts is just opening the ground up and contribution of mining to the South African economy. I think it's clear. How is mining contributing towards the viability of the South African economy? Right, it says contribution of mining to the South African economy. Discovery of diamonds started the mining industry. Mining is contribute to GDP. Right, we know the GDP, the gross domestic product. Mining is a contributor towards the value of goods and services produced within South Africa. And also taxes, the government gets tax money from the mining sector. And also multiplier effect. When we talk of multiplier effect, it leads to the development of other industries. Because of mining, it leads to the development of other sectors. For example, you can have mining contributing towards the development of industries producing mining equipment and machinery. It's a multiplier effect. Or industries dealing with processing of minerals will also have to develop because of mining activity. So it has a multiplier effect. It leads to the development of other related industries. And also cities have developed. Cities, there are some towns which we call the specialized towns, which have developed because of mining activities, which is a positive impact. And foreign income from export of minerals, I think it's clear. We get foreign currencies from the export of mineral resources. And then we also need to note of the impact of mining on the environment. Removal of vegetation causing soil erosion, it's a negative implication. Destruction of natural habitats and ecosystems, a negative implication. Environment is degraded or polluted, it's another negative implication of mining. Pollution of water resources. So in as much as we praise mining for the positive implications that it brings, we must also be worried about the environment. It has got negative environmental impacts. Right, our area of specialty for 2024 is coal production in coal mining in South Africa. And we need to focus on coal mining. Where is coal mined in South Africa? Let's check according to the map. Right, you can see that these are the areas where coal is mainly mined. We have mainly coal mined in Mpumalanga and Limpopo. That is where we have our major coal mines. Right. If we come here, most coal is exported out of the country. I will leave the country via Richards Bay. Coal is South Africa's third largest source of foreign exchange. So we are seeing the contribution of coal, it being the third largest contributor. It means it's a very important mineral for the economy of South Africa. And also, it contributing towards employment levels in the country is also very important for that. That is basically the rationale of coal mining. Then it goes on to give us the list of companies which are involved in the mining process of coal, which is the Anglo-American, the South African Energy Coal, Sasol Mining, Glencore, and Xstrata. Right. That doesn't matter much. The contribution of coal is basically the same as the general contribution of mining to South Africa. Like the development of infrastructure, it's an important aspect. Coal mining has led to the development of infrastructure. The roads, the rail networks are developed because of the need to link to the coal mines, and also the need to link to the export market for the coal. And also in the manufacturing industry, a raw material. Remember, coal is used in the manufacturing industries for boilers and also for electricity in South Africa. That's the rationale. Eskom is generating electricity using coal-fired power stations and also fuels. Sasol also extracts fuel from coal. Energy generation in South Africa, I think is clear. We have cities or towns which have developed because of coal mining. Can give example of Wheatbank. Foreign currency, it's clear. We get foreign exchange from the sale of coal to other countries. Right, that is basically the rationale for coal mining. Right, factors that favor coal in South Africa. It is close to the surface, meaning to say it's relatively cheaper to mine. It being close to the surface, it's easier and cheaper to mine. Lower temperature gradient makes it easier again to work underground. We have abundant labor and also infrastructure is available. Large deposits of coal availability for electricity. Government is positively involved. Those are the factors favoring the mining of coal in South Africa. Then again, there are also factors that hinder coal mining in South Africa. Factors that affect negatively the production or the mining of coal in the country. Factors like lots of air pollution, pollute water resources, fluctuation of coal prices, strikes and labor problems, power struggle between labor unions. All those factors, they contribute towards, they act as hindering factors towards the mining of coal in South Africa. Right. We need to go on to look at the other aspects. So when you are looking at mining, be aware of your area of specialty. Know that your focus is coal mining in South Africa, and you must focus on beef production under agriculture. Right. Let's go on to the secondary sector. Right. The secondary sector, we are going to discuss these concepts as we go to the sector that is involving them directly. We cannot apparently look at these ones before we go to the specific sector. Like the types of industries, I'm going to clarify when we go to a sector that focuses on them. Right. And right. We look at the types of industries here. The classification of the types of industries. Right, this is a very important part of secondary sector. We know that secondary sector deals with the manufacturing, but we have a classification of the industries that we have in that particular sector. So we have different types of industries according to different classifications. The first classification is that of heavy and light industries. We want to clarify on heavy industries and also on light industries. What is the difference there? Heavy industries, they produce bulky goods. The goods that are coming from heavy industries are bulky in nature, which means they produce bulky in large quantities of goods. And also located in the outskirts, heavy industries, they don't locate close to the CBD or to residential areas, they locate away. Also, heavy industries produce a lot of air and noise pollution. That is the other distinction. Examples, steel production, iron and steel production, or car production. Also here, you can also justify heavy industries. You can define or you can further substantiate that these industries, they produce products for other industries. Their products are not meant for the final user in most instances, but they are meant for other industries or for other, not for the final user, but for other users. And also their raw materials, they also consume bulky raw materials. And it's another factor that you need to note when you are dealing with heavy industries. They consume bulky raw materials. And what else can you mention? Heavy industries, usually they operate on shifts. for the workers. The machines are not switched off for the heavy industrial activities. The machines operate 24/7 because they are heavy machinery. They cannot be stopped at any particular point. They must run throughout. So workers are the ones who do shift work. And also what you can note there on the heavy industries, you can also justify that they need large space. For those operations, they need large space and also require flat land. Large space for expansion, and also they require flat land. And also, you can mention that the heavy industries, they also locate need for where there's need for, where there's water supply. Because their activities, they consume large amounts of water. Or they locate where there are major routes, major transport routes. Major transport routes. So those are some of the factors that you must check when you're looking at heavy industries or the classification of industries according to heavy or light. Heavy industries, they involve heavy activities that consume a large amount of raw materials, producing bulky products, they need large space for expansion, or they are located where there's major transport routes for the supply of raw materials and the finished products. And also, they produce products for other industries, right? That is basically the classification according to heavy industries, right? We move on to the light industries, right? We're talking about heavy industries, about their location. They locate away from residential areas in the CBD for the reason that they cause noise, and also for safety reasons, some of the activities are dangerous that take place in the heavy industries. That is why they tend not to locate closer to where people locate. They locate away from residential areas in the CBD, and also because of the need for space, they need a large spaces which is not available in the close to the CBD. Right. Then what happens with light industries? Light industries produce small products. Light industries are close to the CBD. They produce less or no pollution. Examples of light industry: panel beating, cloth manufacturing, shoe manufacture, furniture, consumer electronics, or home appliances. Right, those ones now you can see the difference. They can locate close to the CBD because they don't cause much pollution or they have no pollution. And also, they produce small products. That is why they are located closer. And also, they don't need much space. That's why they locate closer to the CBD. Right. And then we also have what we call raw material oriented and market oriented industry. Orientation, we are saying the reason for the location of that industry is because of a raw material or because of the market. So raw material oriented industry, we are saying these are industries that locate close to their source of raw materials. The reason for their location is because of easy access and cheaper access to the raw material. That is the reason for raw material oriented industry. Example of raw material oriented industry are wood milling. We talk of the sawmills. The sawmills are located close to the forests of the woods, or fruit canning, or sugar mills. The reason being that the raw material is very bulky. And in most instances, raw material is more bulky and produces less final product. So it does not make sense to transport bulky raw material to produce a finished product which is less in quantity. For example, sugar milling. Raw sugar is very heavy, and out of that heavy raw material, it produces less final product. So there's no need to locate a sugar mill away from the sugar plantation. You can also add other examples there, like the power stations. In this instance, we are looking at coal-fired power stations in South Africa. There are coal-powered fire stations. They are mainly in Mpumalanga, where there is coal. Coal is a bulk raw material, which is expensive to transport. So there's no rationale for the power station to locate away from the source of their raw material. Then market-oriented, we are saying the purpose for the location of the industry is because of easy access to its market. Easy and quick access to its market. What kind of products there which are produced? We have industries producing perishables. And by perishables, we are looking at products that easily go bad. So they need to locate close to their source of market so that the product will reach the final user before they get into a bad state. Examples given are dairy products. We're looking at milk products processing, the home industries, and you can also add the bakeries, or we can also add the confectionaries. They also locate close to their raw material, their market, for the sake that their products are perishable. Right, then we go to Footloose. Footloose industries, we are saying these industries, their feet are loose, meaning to say they are not tied to either a raw material or to a market. They can locate anywhere and they can move strategically given a reason, which means those industries are not tied. They are not tied to a source of raw material, or they are not tied to a market. They are flexible. They can move in any direction. And those industries, they involve high order services or goods. They provide high order goods. And usually their raw materials are not even bulky. And their final products, again, being of high value, people are prepared to travel for distances to get those products. That is why they cannot locate close to the market or close to the source of raw materials. Examples that are given are software, design, and research institutions. Those ones, they are examples of Footloose. They can locate anywhere and can move strategically. Then ubiquitous industries. These are industries that can be found everywhere. I want you to note the difference here. These ones can be anywhere. These ones, everywhere. Something which can be anywhere and something which is everywhere, they're not the same. They're different. Footloose can move strategically to anywhere, but ubiquitous, they are everywhere. Example is the cell phone companies in South Africa. The cell phone companies are basically covering everywhere in South Africa. That is an example of ubiquitous industries, right? We have the break of bulk or the bridge industry. Bridge industries, we're looking at, is located between the source of raw material and the market. It's bridging the gap between the raw material source and the market. An industry which falls in between raw materials and the source of the market for the product. That is a bridge of bulk. Right, then factors favoring industrial development, there are so many factors, like raw materials are plenty, and also we can talk of climatic conditions which are favorable, labor supply, water, energy, we have sufficient energy, transport, political intervention. Those are the factors favoring, and factors hindering. We can explain those factors in another dimension. Like, for example, over concentration. Now, because of industrial centralization, we have typical problems in urban areas of pollution and also lack of space for expansion. Problems like in transport, we have problems like
a road network being expensive to construct. We have the problem with the railway lines, which are not sufficient. Problem of the distance to the markets. Then also a problem like air pollution, which is caused by the industrial activities. Then labor supply, with the shortage of labor supply, labor force shortages, and also strikes, and all those are hindering factors in terms of labor, and also talk of industrial action by trade unions advocating for their workers' rights and disturbing the production process. Then also water supply. Remember, industrial activity, they resort to water needs as a basic provision toward the production of the products. So water is also a challenge in South Africa, given the levels of pollution and also because of the climatic problems. Right. And also unreliable energy. We can say South Africa is having crisis with energy supply. Eskom is failing to produce sufficient and sustainable energy through the coal-fired power station. Right, having done with that, the hindering factors, let's move on and look at the other aspects which are important. Right, to go to industrial regions, the core industrial regions. Right, on your area of specialty, we're supposed to look at the Gauteng P.2 and the Southwestern Cape. Those are the area of specialty for 2024 examination. So when you are studying, keep it in mind that you must focus on the P.2, Gauteng, and Southwestern Cape as your core industrial regions. And what you should note there is you must be able to figure out the types of industries which are dominant in those core industrial regions, factors favoring industrial development in those regions, and also factors hindering industrial development in those particular regions. That is what you should mostly focus on. Right, so we are going to check on the P.2. The P.2 was actually developed because of the discovery of gold. And a lot of people migrated into the area. I think we remember the history of the discovery of gold and diamonds in the Witwatersrand and the apparent development of the migrant labor system. So that one led to the development of the city of Joburg and the surrounding cities. So the P.2, we are looking at these industries around this area of Pretoria, the Witwatersrand, and Vernaken. So basically, this is the map showing the P.2 region. Right. Factors that influence the location of the P.2. Good transport network. We have road, rail, and air is well linked with other regions and the harbors. And also there's a large market, I think you know, that is the most highly populated province in Gauteng. Raw materials are available. Yes, it's a factor favoring. We have a plenty of raw materials like mineral resources for industries that deal with metal products. And also, we can talk of power stations in the P.2, which contribute towards energy supply and also sufficient water. Also, skills development. We have skilled labor because of many tertiary institutions being available in the regions. Then factors hindering, we're looking at factors that are limiting the industrial development in the region. Factors like over-concentration. We have so many industries concentrated in one space, which leads to problems like pollution, competition, and lack of space for expansion, and also competition on infrastructure usage. Then load shedding is also another, and also labor unrest. Basically, they're almost the same with the basic factors hindering industrial development in the country. Right. We move on to main industrial activities. What are the main activities that take place? We have iron and steel products. We have industries specialized in iron and steel. We also have engineering, especially with the aviation industry, the aircrafts, and chemical products from Sasol, and motor car assembly. We have the Ford car assembly.
and also cosmetics being produced around this region. So those are the main industrial activities that take place. Economic impacts and social impacts. How is it impacting on the people and the economy of the region? Right, we have a contribution to the GDP and also industries and foreign exchange through export. Money earned through exports increase earnings of the region. I think these are basically the same as the basic contributions of industrial development to the whole country. Right, then we move on to this map interpretation here. We are integrating maps to industrial development in PWV. We want to assess the factors favoring the development of industries in this particular region based on the map information that we are seeing from the topographic map. Right, this comes under map interpretation, question number 3, section B. You need to identify the factors which promote industrial development in that particular area. Like you are seeing, we have the Binon Boxberg Brakpan area on the map area there. If you are supposed to identify the factors that contribute towards the development of the industries that particular area, you must figure them out from the map. You have them in the mind already. You know that there are factors which promote industrial development in this particular area, but you have to identify where they are now. We know that there is sufficient labor in the region. Where do we get the labor? We cannot see the people on the map, but there is clue of where people stay. The built-up area shows that it's a residential area. You talk of a large labor pool here, like what is indicated. It talks about a large pool of labor because there's this built-up area. Obviously, people are staying in that residential area. Then availability of water. What's the justification? There's a water source here. It shows that water is available. Then what do you check again? Having the factors in mind, you have to figure them out on the map. Check the landscape. The nature of the contour lines here, they are very spaced away from each other, meaning to say it's a flat area, which prompts expansion of industrial activities. Transport network, what is the evidence? Check these roads. Or if there is railway network, you can also justify this is a rail line. The justification of transport. Electricity, we have the electricity grid indicated there. Raw materials, we have this excavation here. It shows that there is mining taking place here or extraction of minerals taking place here, which will feed into the industries as a raw material. So that is basic map interpretation. When you are now being asked about the factors promoting industrial development in a particular section of the map, you should be having them in mind, but you should be able to trace out on the map to justify that these factors are there and they are the ones promoting industrial development in that particular section of the mapped area. Right, we'll move on to the next question, to the next aspect. Southwestern Cape, right? Industrial region situated in the Western Cape. Cape Town Harbour, third and important harbour region, dominantly receive winter rainfall. Right, this is the map showing the Western Cape, Southwestern Cape industrial region. Factors promoting, they are almost like the same. Factors there, like energy availability, there's a nuclear power there. We know there's Kobe nuclear power close to Cape Town. Transport network, raw materials, they are basically the same. Factors influencing the location, you can also talk of the same factors. They're almost the same. Nothing has differed much. Factors hindering, expensive electricity, high costs, largest markets in PWV, water shortages, lower salaries, labor unrest, they are basically related. So you should be familiar. What are the main activities that happen there? There's oil refinery as one of the major activities, clothing and shoe manufacturing, food processing and fruit and fish, linking industry, painting and packaging, and wine manufacturers. Because it's a farming area, the grape farming happens there. We also have wine making happening in the Southwestern Cape core industrial region. The social impacts, they are basically the same with the gauteng. And this one was not our area. Durban Pinetown are not doing that one. Right, we move on to
Right, strategies for industrial development. Strategies for industrial development in South Africa. We have the industrial development zone, the spatial development initiative, then we have decentralization. Right, what you should know here, I want to try to clarify and make it clear so that we are able to distinguish between IDZ and SDI. What I want to clarify here is, when you're looking at industrial development zone, be worried about exports. Whenever you hear the word IDZ, remember our target is to export. And when we hear for spatial development initiatives, we are targeting economic growth. So when you're looking at an IDZ, we are saying it's an industrial estate. It's a grouping of industries in a particular geographical space, which is linked to a port or a harbor, which produces products specifically for the export market. Whatever is produced in this industry is not meant for the domestic market. Our purpose is to promote exports. That is the idea of industrial development zone. We are targeting to produce products for the export market. So that is why this industrial estate is linked to a port, which is an airport or a harbor. Understood? Then we go to spatial development initiatives. We are saying we identify areas in South Africa which are underdeveloped. Those areas have got high levels of poverty. They have got unemployment. What should we do? We should target to develop those areas because they have potential for growth, but they are underdeveloped, like they are marginalized. So with the spatial development initiatives, we are taking an initiative to develop areas which are underdeveloped, but which have got potential for development. The area is underdeveloped, but has got potential for development. Then we target to develop industries in that particular area so that people in the area are going to benefit through employment and are going to improve their lives and move out of poverty. That is a spatial development initiative. Then decentralization, we are looking at moving economic activities away from a central location. Like when we're looking at industrial decentralization, we are moving industries from the core industrial region to other areas. Or commercial central decentralization, we are moving commercial activities from the CBD to the outlying business district. That is decentralization. Centralization, we are concentrating activities in one space. Decentralization, we are moving activities away from the core focal point. Right. Then the overview of apartheid industrial development strategy, the good hope plan, though this one is not very common in the examinations, but I'll just highlight on the initiative of the good hope plan. This was an apartheid plan to develop industries and limit the movement of people from rural areas into cities and towns, specifically the movement of Black people. So there was the border industry strategy. That was the basic idea. Border industry. Remember, Black people were made to stay in the homelands or the Bandustans. So the government was developing industries around the homelands so that Black people would just get employment close to their homelands and not think of coming to cities and towns. That was the good hope plan. Then we have the reconstruction, the post-apartheid, after apartheid, the industrial development strategies. We have the RDP, which is the reconstruction and development policy or program. It is a composite program which entails land reform, public works, electricity, water, healthcare, housing. A lot of you focus on RDP as a housing project. It's not only housing. Housing is part of the package of RDP. RDP is composed of a number of components, starting from land reform, redistributing land for development purposes, and public works,
to improve infrastructure around the country, to provide electricity, provide water, provide healthcare, and lastly, housing. So this is another strategy. Then the growth, employment, and redistribution, which is GEAR. It was another initiative by the government to try and improve the level of growth of the economy of South Africa and also attain equitable distribution and creating jobs. Then we have our industrial development zones. Right, for the 2024, we focus on the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone. It's an industrial development zone which is linked to the harbor on the western coast. Right, factors influencing the location: availability of an international port for the import and export. Yes, because we said the IDZ is targeting to export, so it's located close to the port. And also incentives and concessions for investors. The government is giving incentives and also is giving concessions for potential investors in the area so that there is more investment that takes place. And also you have decentralization to enhance industrial regional development. Right, those are the factors. Main industrial activities. What happens there? Which kind of activities are carried out in that IDZ? We have renewable energy production and also oil supply and maritime shipbuilding and steel and minerals production. Those are the main activities which take place there in that industrial development zone. And all those products, they are meant to be exported to the export market. Right, what are the factors favoring that? Good network of sea, road and rail. There's good link there, good transport link from the sea, the road and the rail. Then sufficient and reliable supply of services, which means there is sufficient water supply, electricity, and its connectivity. Flat and fast lanes, support of the national provincial government. Then factors hindering: constraints on water supply, contamination of stormwater drainage, a high demand on electricity and availability, limited land availability. Right, so those are the factors favoring what promotes industrial development in the zone and what makes industrial activities viable against the limiting factors. Right, then economic and social impact is basically more or less the same. Increase the shipping to foreign countries, infrastructure subsidies, real estate below market value, sustainable and direct job creation. Right, we have a map showing the Saldanha Bay in the Western Cape. You can see where it is located, those industries. There are industries which are almost at the harbor there, and it meant that whatever is produced there is meant for the export market. So if this was a question which was asking, it's an APWEC question application, factors favoring the development of industries there in that IDZ. Definitely the most factor here is the availability of this deep port here. The port along this area, you have a deep port which allows for the docking of cargo ships for offloading and unloading. And also, if you can check the area, you can justify that it's interlinked with transport routes, which is also another factor favoring the development of industries in that area. And also, if you can check, you can justify that the area is gently sloped for expansion of industrial activities. And also, you can talk of maybe power supply if there's any evidence. So that is map integration. Right. Then we go to spatial development initiatives, the SDIs. Right, there are so many SDIs, but for the sake of your examination, you focus on the West Coast SDI. Right, it has been since 1995. Aim of generating investment projects in key economic sectors in specific areas of South Africa and increasing employment in these sectors and areas. Right, assessment of the capacity of the SDI to restructure the economy and enhance employment creation in South Africa. The extent to which the SDI strategy conforms to economic theory on industrial location and economic development. Right, the extent to which the SDI strategy conforms to economic theory on industrial location and economic development. Right, so this West Coast here is our SDI. You basically look at the West Coast SDI as an area of specialty
And it's an area which hasn't been identified, which has got potential for development, and the government is targeting to get that area developed. So it is your area of specialty where you should know its location and the factors influencing the location of that SDI. Right, it's located along the coastal region. If you can see here, it's along the coastal region. Here, the West SDI, this is a district in the Western Cape. So it's located along the coast for shipping and for trade purposes. It's just on the coast, which means shipping is possible and for trade purposes. And then abundance of labor from surrounding areas, especially the rural areas, which means this area has good labor supply. And fish industry, since it is located along the coast, it means fishing is also viable here. Offshore oil and gas availability, and also scenic coastline that promotes tourism. The scenic coastline, people can visit the area for tourism purposes because it's a scenic area along the coast. So it favors the development of the area, which actually justifies that the area has good potential for development because of those factors. Then the main drivers, there's agriculture taking place, mining, construction, infrastructure, aquaculture. Factors that favor the development of the West Coast, organic farming, wheat farmers, there's farming there, and factors that hinder climate change. Agriculture is not sustainable because of climate change, and also water supply constraints. Remember, the Western Coast, the Western Cape region receives winter rainfall, and also export compete with global restrictions. Right. The impacts there, it promotes tourism and promotes skills development, and also foreign direct investment, promotes tourism. And then the main function in the West Coast, bulk water supply, bulk sewage purification, solid waste disposal. Those are some of the main functions of the West Coast SDI. This is map integration. You can check the map information provided and also applying it to the factors favoring the development of the region. Right. We're going to look at industrial centralization and decentralization. Right, centralization, like what we mentioned earlier on, there is an uneven spread of financial resources and services in South Africa. Job opportunities are not evenly spread within the country. That is the reason why we must decentralize. So if we centralize, what are the advantages? They are highly developed. If the industries are working in close proximity, they will become highly developed because of sharing resources and infrastructure. In multiplier effect, it means the other related industries are also going to develop and also a good labor market. Then the disadvantages, other areas will become underdeveloped, like the rural areas. Because of centralization, we are keeping all activities in one place, neglecting other areas or leaving other areas underdeveloped. And also housing shortage is a disadvantage. Too many people will be residing around the core industrial region, and it will end up creating housing crisis for the potential workers because of having too many people. Then our rural towns decline, high level of pollution, I think is clear. Then decentralization, what are the benefits? If we are putting industries in other areas, may be required by government to stimulate growth in the outlying area. Depletion of resources, yes, resources will get finished because of high usage and high demand for the raw materials. They need to reduce transport costs by going closer to markets. And effects, jobless, more employment opportunities, I think it's clear. Then we go to the tertiary sector. The tertiary sector is basically a service provision sector. And I think some of these terms, we have met them. Service provision. But the tertiary sector, it contributes the biggest percentage, 74% of the GDP in 2020. Right, trade. We look at trade as in general, local and international is part of the tertiary sector. Role of transport is one of the sector. Transport sector, transportation is one example of the service sector. Then we talk of South Africa's trade with other countries. Role of trade in economic development, we're looking at exports against imports. Then the last part that we are worried about are where we usually get questions. We usually get questions on the informal sector. The informal sector is basically the sector which comprises of unregistered and unregulated businesses. For example, walking or street vending. Those ones form part of the informal sector. And the critical feature is that they do not pay a tax and are not monitored by the government. Businesses operating in the informal sector are those businesses that are unregistered. They are operating, but they do not contribute towards the tax money for the government. They are just operating without contribution towards the tax revenue of the state. So the challenge which is faced by the informal sector, it being unregistered, we look at the different challenges which are faced by businesses operating as part of the informal sector. There are so many challenges which the businesses operating in that sector do face, for them being not registered and also them being not monitored and being inspected by the government. Then we have entrepreneurship. When we're talking of entrepreneurship, we're looking at the ability to take an initiative to start and operate a business for a profit motive. So entrepreneurs, we're looking at those people who have got the initiative to start their own businesses in the bid to make a profit for themselves. Right, then we have credit facility, which is defined as a type of loan made in a business or corporate financial context, usually over an extended period. Then income tax, tax that is imposed on individuals or entities in respect of income or profits are earned. Income tax, basically you're saying out of your income, there's a proportion that you're supposed to pay as a part of tax to the government. Like the South African government uses what we call the progressive tax system. Progressive tax system implies that the more you earn, the higher you contribute towards the tax for the government, because incomes are classified according to what we call the tax brackets. So the more you earn, the more you are in a higher tax bracket, which will mean that you contribute higher tax to the government. Right. We want to look at the features of the informal sector. How do these businesses operate which fall under the informal sector? Their operations are on a small scale. We have given examples of businesses operating in the informal sector, like, for example, the street vendors. If you check their volume of the stock is relatively lower, they operate on a small scale. We cannot compare them to the formal businesses. They operate on a small scale. And also the other feature is that they have got low costs, which are involved in starting the business. For an informal sector business to start, it involves low costs. The initial setup does not require the individual to raise large sums of money. You can start with a reasonably low amount of money and be able to thrive and succeed in the informal sector. Then also a low use of technology, but labor intensive. Businesses operating in the informal sector, they do not actually employ a high use of technology, but rather they resort on labor intensive methods of doing production. Like if you check the street workers, they just be walking up and down selling their wares. Their main input there is labor and not technology. Also being the fact that the capital outlay will be small, they cannot afford high technology in their operations. They resort to manual labor in most instances. And if you also check, no access to credit facility from financial institutions, right? What makes them fail to access financial facilities from credit facilities from financial institutions is them being unregistered and also them not having collateral. That's a typical problem that is faced by the informal sector. They do not have collateral to secure those funds. Remember, for you to access a credit from a financial institution, you need to provide a collateral as a guarantee for the payment of the facility offered. So most of them, they do not have such.
And also because of poor documentation of their businesses, they cannot access a credit facility for those reasons. Then we have no access, usually owned by families. Right, these businesses, they're usually owned by families. Like it's a family project in most instances, whereby they make use of cheap family labor. And also it's like the labor is usually a contribution as part of the success of the business by other family members. So you tend to find that the people who are employed to do the activities in running the businesses, they are mainly family members who are not paid because of the need to reduce the cost of operations of the businesses. And also they do not pay income tax, like what we've mentioned earlier on. They are unregistered and are not in the books of the authorities. So they are also not contributing towards the tax revenue of the state. And they are results of unemployment and poverty. Right? Most people are engaged in the informal sector in an effort to try to create jobs for themselves because the formal sector has failed to provide enough jobs for the general public. Right. So basically, that are the features of the informal sector. And why is it that in South Africa, we have high levels of people being engaged in the informal sector? What is the main cause of people being engaging themselves in the informal sector activities? Right. The major reason here is that of non-payment of tax is one of the promoting factors. The fact that the businesses are not paying tax is an incentive for the people not to register their businesses but operate informally so that they avoid paying taxes to the government. Remember, a tax is also a cost of production for the business. So them operating without paying tax is an advantage on their side, which will benefit them positively. And also, they form as a result of unemployment. I think if you check the unemployment statistics, they are also very high. And for people to find a way of life, they will end up engaging themselves in the informal sector. Given that the formal sector has failed to grow at a pace which is going to absorb the increasing numbers of unemployed people, people tend to resort to informal activities as a way of creating employment for themselves. Then also employees don't contribute to pension or UIF or medical aids. That is another benefit. There is no deduction of pension on the income end. Whatever you work for is yours for that particular time period. There is no deduction. Then also they form as a result of poverty. I think is also clear that because of poverty, a lot of people are engaging in formal activities. Then also the other factor, though it's not indicated here, you can also add the fact of documentation, mainly for foreigners. Lack of documentation. Like for example, if you check quite a considerable number of people in the informal sector are also foreign nationals in South Africa. The problem is with documentation. They do not have the required documentation to be employed in the formal sector. So the only option for survival is to engage in the informal sector. Right. Those are the basic reasons why the informal sector is sprouting and is growing in South Africa. Right. Then we have challenges which are faced by people in the informal sector. They have got some challenges. Usually you get questions asking on the challenges of the informal sector. You should take it practically by looking at the challenges which are faced by ordinary people who are engaged in the informal sector, whom you see on a daily basis. We don't need to take geography to the book only, but we have to relate it to the real world situation. If you get questions asking about challenges faced by the informal sector, think of those people selling on the streets. Think of those domestic workers. Think of those people who are doing the manual jobs, the builders, Talk of the ordinary plumbers, the self-employed painters, the self-employed carpenters. How are they making it? What are the challenges that they are engaged with given their scope of operation and how they operate? Right. The first challenge here is irregular income and low income. This is typical challenge. Sometimes the income is not regular because of the ups and downs in the business. Sometimes you get more customers, you get a higher income. But when there are fewer customers, it means the income will get low. So at the end of the day, you don't have a fixed amount of money that you expect to get on a daily basis or on a monthly basis. It will depend with the season and it will also be affected by the cycles of the month. When there's high demand for your products, you get more. When there's less demand, you get little, and sometimes you cannot even get anything. And also the income is usually lower. That is number one. Lack of support from the local government. Right, what are we saying here? The municipality does not support, and sometimes they are subject to municipal raids. They are raided by the municipality in most instances, like for example, the street vendors. Sometimes the municipality does operations and raid their ways and attack them. So it's a very serious challenge which the informal sector faces, that they are subject to lack of support from the local government, or even they fall victim to the hands of the local government in their operations. Right? And then we also look at limited access to financial assistance. We talked about that earlier on. Right? They cannot access loans. It's a challenge for them to access loans because of the reasons that I've highlighted earlier on, mainly because of lack of proper documentation and also because of lack of collateral, which poses a challenge on their growth. They cannot effectively expand their businesses given that they do not have, they cannot access sufficient basic funding. And also lack of education. Lack of education in which dimension? There are some skills which are required to particularly run a business profitably. So most of those people, some of them, they lack education, which will also hinder their development in the informal sector. They cannot effectively develop because they do lack skills which are required in their sector, or they lack some skills which are basically required in providing whatever they'll be providing. And also lack of storage facilities. Lack of storage facilities. Right, storage facilities for their waste. You tend to find that these guys, they operate on the streets in most instances. And when it's end of day, they have to take all their stuff to somewhere where they stay or to their homes, which makes it difficult. Unlike the formal shops, where it's a proper structure where the waste are just staying there until they are sold out. So it's also a challenge. Then you can also highlight other challenges like in talk of harsh weather. Like given sometimes it's rain season, the weather is unfriendly, one has to operate on the streets. It means they cannot work on that particular day because of the harsh weather. They are exposed to harsh weather conditions, which makes it unbearable for them to function effectively and make an income. So there are so many challenges that the informal sector faces, given that you know what the informal sector is. You can easily relate the informal sector to the challenges which they do face in their operations as they try to make a living. Right. The importance or role of the informal sector in the economy. Why is it important that we have the informal sector in the economy? What's the rationale for their existence? It provides critical or much needed employment for the poverty-stricken. I think it's clear. People who are unemployed and who are poor, they get to find a way of life or to improve their status through the informal sector. or improve the quality of life. Yes, it's clear. Quality of life improves if a person is getting an income, though it might be low and unreliable, but at least they will be having something, and that will help towards improving their living standards and their quality of life. Right. And also, if we check, it reduces crime amongst the unemployed. The major reason of crime getting on the rise is because of unemployment and poverty. So if people are engaging in the informal sector, it acts as a cushion towards the reduction of unemployment, which is a positive impact. It's a very good positive impact of the reduction of crime as people get engaged in the informal activities and find a way of gaining an income. Then contribute to the country's economy. I think it's clear. There is production taking place in the informal sector, which is also contributing towards the GDP and the overall performance of the economy at large. So it's a very big positive impact, which is a contribution to the economy. And also informal traders support formal trading, get goods from the formal sector. These guys who sell on the streets, or they are just redistributing the products on behalf of the formal sector. So indirectly, they are promoting the formal sector because they get their products from the formal sector and sell on as informal. So which means they are supporting the formal businesses, indirectly contributing also towards tax revenue for the government. Because the more the formal sector gets income, the more also they contribute towards the government revenue. And that is a positive impact on the economy. And then you can also talk of encouraging entrepreneurship. Yes, entrepreneurship is encouraged. The moment we see someone succeeding in the informal sector, it's an incentive for others to also try and come out with something, and that will improve entrepreneurship overall in the whole economy. Then strategies for strengthening the informal sector. What can be done to make the informal sector fully functional? Right. Government can provide facilities and services. Government needs to support the informal sector. For example, they need operating structures where they can operate from. If the government can afford them a place to operate, which is decent, where there's decent shelter, where they can shelter from harsh weather conditions, that can be favorable and that can attribute towards the strengthening of the informal sector. The support from the government providing facilities and also overall support. Then also education in entrepreneurial skills. Yes, it's a very important aspect to get people acquire the skills required in running those businesses. It will end up contributing more towards the economy of South Africa, given that the people will be having the right skills and will be doing productive work. It's a positive implication if they acquire education and also acquire the relevant skills in their line of work. It is going to impact positively because it's going to contribute positively towards the performance of the economy at large. Then also provide financial support to the informal sector. But financial support, like what we've mentioned earlier on, that these people cannot access funding from financial institutions for the reason of documentation and also for the reason of collateral. If then the government becomes a guarantor to those finances offered to the informal sector, then it means those businesses are going to thrive and sustain in the long term because of the support that they would have received. So it is also the duty of the government to strengthen the informal sector by providing financial support. If they can provide low interest loans to the informal sector so that they can repay low interest loans, that can be beneficial for the informal sector and to strengthen the informal sector in that direction because they will be able now to access the finances and be able to strengthen their businesses for the betterment of their lives and at large for the betterment of the economy of South Africa.
Then allocating site and services for informal sector. Right, yes. When the informal sector has been allocated a place to operate from, it will enhance their effectiveness, since they will know that they have a place guaranteed for them to operate. It will also enhance their effectiveness in whatever business they will be offering. And also, if there are proper services provided, like they have access to those who need maybe power, there's access to electricity, there's access to water, there's access to all the basics that they require, it will mean that they will operate smoothly and effectively. If the government can offer a site for them and provide them with services that they need in their operation, then everything will work for the good of them and they will become a very strong sector. Then registration of informal sector, I think is also clear. Registering those businesses and formalizing them. That will help those businesses grow if they are registered. Because with registration, it will come with its own advantages. Like, for example, is access to financial support from financial institutions. A registered business is now able to apply for a loan and get the loan approved. So it will make relatively life easier for the informal sector to thrive, given that they receive such kind of support from the government. And I think lastly, what you need to note, this is the last part of economic geography for South Africa. It's a relatively short topic for the sake of question number 2. We have touched on the basic elements required for you to prepare for the examination. And maybe what you need to check with question number 2 it's just a matter of reminding yourself of the basic concepts under the economic geography of South Africa. And also, the other skill that is mainly basic is that of interpreting information from graphs, interpreting information from tables, or forms of data presentation. Because usually you can get questions which have got some infographic with statistics on graphs or on a table and some bar graphs, and you should be able to read and interpret information from those given sources such that you are able to deduce and find the correct responses for the given questions. Then also what you should note, like usually we get, let me make a highlight of what I think you should just be prepared for. Right. Number 1 is be much prepared on interpreting information from given sources. Because usually we get questions on interpreting graphs. It can come as interpreting bar graphs or interpreting line graphs or interpreting pie charts, interpreting tables. Right, you should be able to interpret correctly given the statistics provided in those different forms. If you get any question on statistics provided on bar graphs, be able to read those bar graphs correctly. And also be able to analyze the trend. You usually get questions which are asking on the trend. A trend, we are saying, is it an increasing or is it decreasing? Given what you are seeing. Maybe it's statistics on coal mining from 2020 to 2024. The question says, give the trend. You should be able to read if the trend is an increasing trend or a decreasing trend based on the statistics provided. That is the basic thing that you should be having in mind. And most importantly, you should also be in a position to classify activities according to sectors, to economic sectors. Or you can get a question which has got a list of activities, and you're supposed to classify them as primary, secondary, tertiary, or quaternary activities. So be very clear with the classification of activities. Maybe there is a farmer producing wheat, a bakery producing bread, a firm doing research and development, a mining company doing quarrying. We be able to classify those activities into primary, secondary, and tertiary activities. A construction company providing electricity. Right. And also, what I also urge you to know is the types of industries. That is a typical question that usually comes. Types of industries, the classification of industries. You must be able to figure out. They can give you the types of industries, and you're supposed to define them. Match the industry with the given description. Be able to figure out whether it's a heavy industry, what are the features? It's a light industry, what are the features there? Whether it's a ubiquitous, whether it's a raw material oriented, or it's a market oriented, or it's a footloose. You must be able to figure out. It's very important, and it's a very common question in the examination. You must be able, or is it a bridge? A bridge industry. You should be able to know all this and be able to match with the given description. It can come as a matching question, whereby there are the types of industries listed and the description. Then you're supposed to match a description to the given type of industry. Right. Then also, what I want to urge you to keep in mind, a common question that you can get. Right. You can get a case, an infographic on food security. Right. Or food insecurity. This is also a very important aspect, and it's a common examinable section. I also want you to just have a look at food security and food insecurity, factors contributing towards food insecurity and security, and what can be done to improve food security. Right, and like as usual, if it is under our core products, you can get an extract on coal mining. And also, if it is an extract on, you can get a question on beef farming. Just check on the elements, the basic elements on those ones, so that you fully prepare for yourself for any question which can come under those sections. Question on coal mining: know where coal is mined, the factors promoting coal mining, factors hindering, the impact of coal mining on the environment, and all those aspects. Right, the importance of beef farming to South Africa, the contribution by beef farming, where is beef farmed, and all those aspects you must know, because these are the two areas of specialization: coal mining and beef farming. Then when you go to strategies for industrial development, your specialization is, as usual, you must keep, let's start with the core industrial region. The core industrial regions, you must be specific by studying what is relevant towards your area of study for your examination, so that you don't wander around and do things that are not part of what you should prepare for. So when you're looking at your core industrial regions, you must make sure that your focus is on the P.2 and on the southwestern Cape. Know the nature of activities taking place in this industrial region. What are the activities taking place and what activities take place here? Factors promoting industrial development here, factors here, and factors hindering, and the implications, the impact of industries in this region and in this region. Then you are done. And also what you need to note when you're looking at your IDZ, always remember you are supposed to focus on Saldanha
Bay. Know its location, factors favoring the location of the Saldanha Bay, factors promoting industrial development in the region, factors hindering the type of products which are produced in that ID set. Right, then you go to your SDI and you to focus on your wild coast SDI. What are the activities taking place in that SDI? What factors promote its development? What factors hinder its development? And all those aspects, you must be very aware of what is happening in that particular sector. Then lastly, you look at your informal sector. That will be the last part of your discussion. So basically, you can see it's relatively a short topic. It's a short topic which you can cover in as short as is possible, and you can fully equip yourself for question number 2 for paper 2, which is economic geography of South Africa. So given the discussion, I hope this is going to help you in preparing for final examinations, and also it is going to assist in general studies for future purposes. It is my belief that we are going to make it in the final examinations for 2024 and get the best grades ever possible. It is possible to attain the best grade to get distinctions. And I wish you the best of luck. Till we meet in other discussions, your host. Thank you.
Region in South Africa and answer the questions that follow. Okay, now that is our infograph because as we know, info from information with various graphics, could be charts and all that. So for this case, this is our infograph which give us different information. Talk about facts, about the number 2, the western, talk about number 3 corridor and the western corridor. So this information has been given to us for easy understanding of everything. All right, so we are going to continue scroll. Just try to scroll down to see if you are on the same track. Okay, sorry. Okay, yes. Auto strike about a problem area as well. We see. Okay, so let's try to check from the questions, which says identify the core industrial region depicted in the source. Let's go back to check the core industrial region. As you know, we've got 4 major industrial areas. But for this case, they do mention about the following cities, that is Pretoria and Johannesburg. And we know that Pretoria and Johannesburg are situated in the PWV, or what is in full, which is Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vereeniging, or Gauteng. So for this case, due to the fact of the states given, so you could refer to this as PWV in bracket Gauteng. Right. Now, don't forget, when we say PWV, it refers to the same as Pretoria. Sorry about that. The same as Pretoria, Witwatersrand, Vereeniging, Witwatersrand, Vereeniging. That is in case if the question comes and they would want you to write PWV in full. All right, let's proceed to the next question. 2.4.2, which says name two main industrial activities from the infographic located in this core industrial region. Now, don't forget, this question is being specific. They are asking us to refer to the infographic, to the infograph, to identify the main industrial activities. This one is kind of asking which type of industries are situated in that core industrial region. Let's go back to our infograph to try to check some information quickly. If we go to number 1, which says the central corridor is anchored around the city of Johannesburg as the hub of financial services, ICT, and pharmaceutical industries. So to talk about ICT is as well the pharmaceutical industries. I think we've identified 2 there. If you go to number 2, let's try to check out number 2. Something given for us. It's anchored around Swane as the administrative capital of the city and the hub of automotive sector. It's about automotive sector as well. Number 3, let's check out number 3. Logistics and transport. Okay. Then number 4. There's nothing there. Number 5. All right. So it means that our focus, we're gonna look at point 1 and as well point 2 and point 3. Then you can identify the ICT and pharmaceutical industries or automotive industries, as well logistic and transport, manufacturing industries as our answers for number 2. So we're going to say automotive. So they deal with cars. Automotive. About pharmaceuticals industry, dealing with making of drugs like Panadol, etc. And as well, they talk about logistics and transport. I don't think this is an industry. This is a service. So I think we can go with these 2 for now. ICT or even ICT, as you can see, ICT. We had forgotten about the ICT industries. ICT. Yes. All right. Question 2.4.3. 0.4.3. Welcome back. So we are doing section B, geographical skills and techniques. So this question requires you not to leave out any information. For example, we see here is a background information on Ndijane. You check this map of South Africa, showing us different provinces. They can see the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape. We have KwaZulu-Natal. This is Lesotho here. We have Mpumalanga. This is Gauteng. This is Mpumalanga. This is Free State. This is Northwest. This is Limpopo. So it helps you to be able to know what's happening here. So meaning our focus will be in this province of Ndijane. All right. At the bottom here, they show the different coordinates. As you can see, 25 degrees, 26 minutes south, and 31 degrees, 41 minutes east. And there is as well some good information for you to go through. It says Mdijane, formerly known as Hectosport, is a small farming town situated between Kapudien and Komatprut on the southern tributary of the Crocodile River in Mpumalanga, South Africa. The farmers in the region produce sugar canes, some tropical fruits, and vegetables. The location of Mjajane creates excellent opportunities for prospective investors and businesses to establish themselves in the area along the N4 transport route servicing the Maputo Spatial Development Corridor. So you can see that the information is very important for you to always familiarize yourself before you attempt the questions below. All right, let's proceed downwards to see the questions. They say 3.1 map skills and calculations. Choose the correct answer for question 3.11 to 3.1.3. All right, 3.1.1 says, according to the urban hierarchy, Mdijane is classified as what? Now, this is a very tricky question, but there are the key words here is the word urban and hierarchy. And we know hierarchy refers to the ranking of settlements from the lowest to the top. And then urban settlement, it means we are looking at a multifunctional settlement, which just start from a town all the way to the city, like that. So since we are dealing with an urban settlement, we won't focus on a hamlet because a hamlet is part of a rural settlement, meaning our focus should be on option A, B, and D, and we check which of the three will be part of Mdijane. Then let's go back to the information to be able to. Okay, here they say Mdijane, known as Hectosport, a small farming town. This is information for you. They're saying it is a small farming town. Therefore, check on our options. Of course, a city is not a small town. A metropolitan is not a small town, which means the only option we are left with will be option number B, which refers to a country town. Therefore, Mdijane will be a country town. Right. 3.1.2, Mdijane is located in Dash province. Again, we go back to our information. This region is known as Hectosport, a small farming town situated between these areas on the southern tributary of Crocodile in Mpumalanga. But as well, you can find information here. Or if you check, if you check on our map once again, like I mentioned before, it shows the different provinces, and you can see this is our Mdijane here, and this is Mpumalanga province. Okay, which means that our answer is going to be option number C, which is Mpumalanga. 3.1.3, the farmers in the region of Mdijane produces mainly. Let's go back to our information to find out what is being produced in Mdijane. All right. So you can see here, the farms in the region produce sugar canes, some tropical fruits, and vegetables. Then we go check on our options. They said there's sugar canes, subtropical, and vegetables, which makes option D the correct answer, which says all of the above are being produced in MJJ. And that's why we say this one is correct, this one is correct, and as well this one is also correct, which makes option D the correct answer. Okay, let's proceed. Refer to spot height 274 in block A1 and spot height 271 block B3 on the topographic map. Okay, they're saying we're going to the topographic map. Let's check our topographic map here. With our topographic map, I need to reduce the size so that you can easily see it. All right, this is our map. Okay, so we go back to the questions. It says we refer to the spot height 274 in block A1. Let's check. This is A1 and this is our spot height. Our spot height 274 in block A1 and spot height 271 in block B3. This is B1, B2, B3. This is 271 and B3. All right. So they're saying, the question says, in which year was the map constructed? All right. In which year was the map constructed? It means we'll go back to our topographic map, and in most cases, with such a question, we can check where we usually find while drawing or while calculating the magnetic declination, because it will tell us in which year this map was constructed. Okay. So as you can see here, this is our mean magnetic declination, 18 degrees 28 west of true north, January 2014. So it means that this map was constructed in the year 2014. So always try to check that information. It will be given to you in that area, which means supposed to be 2014. They say use the answer to question 3.1.4 to calculate the current difference in years. Okay, the current difference in years. We say current. For this case, we are in the year 2023. The current year. So 2023 minus the year of magnetic declination, which is 2014 already here. So it's a minus 2014. Give us what? Use our calculator. 2023 minus 2014. Check our calculator. Okay, is 2023 minus 2014. It's going to give us 9 years. So the difference will be 9 years. Okay. The annual change is 5 minutes westwards. Calculate the mean annual change. Now with this one here, when you check on the MJN map, this was the annual change. Sorry. The annual change, which is 5 minutes westwards. So you can see that sorry, connect. Okay. All right, we're back. About that, so you go back to our question, mean annual change. So with mean annual change, you take the annual change, which is 5 minutes, and we multiply it with the years, or the difference in years, which is 5, and we say 5 times 9. Take our calculator once again. Okay, let's say 5 times 9 give us 45 minutes. First. Okay. Now, for 3.1.7, they say use the answer to question 3.16 to calculate the current magnetic declination. I think we can use our blank page to calculate this one here for 3.17. Let's scroll a bit down. Okay. Question 3.17, which says use the answer to question 3.16 to calculate the current magnetic declination. Our answer in 3.16 was 45 minutes westwards. Minutes. Okay. So we need to calculate the current magnetic declination. With this one, we're going to add the answer, or add the annual change plus the declination for 2014. Sorry about that. The declination for 2014 is given to you on the map. You can see mean magnetic declination. It was 18 degrees 28 minutes west of true north in 2014. So this one we need to take to calculate the current declination. It's 18 degrees 28 minutes. Is 18 degrees 8, and we add both. If I use the grade 3 mathematics or formula, 18 degrees 8 minutes plus the 45 minutes. So you make sure that the minutes are put on one side while adding them together. So you can see about these minutes on the other side, and as well these minutes on this. So the minutes are on the same side. Then you can add, which is 8 plus 5, 8, give us 13. 13, which is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Give us 73 minutes, 18 degrees. But as well, you know, we don't have minutes that are 73. Most cases, our minutes go up to 60. Up to 60. So we don't have minutes that are 73. Therefore, we need to convert these minutes. What we do, you can do and say, because we know that in each minute there are 60 seconds. So we're going to say 23 minus 60 to give us what? 13 minutes. So whenever you use a 60, on top we put a degree in bracket, because we know in each degree there are 60 minutes, right? So this is the same as 60 minus 73, give us 13, which is the same as 1 degree, 13 minutes. So this now replaces the 73 minutes, right? Meaning, now this is what we got, 1 degree, 13 minutes. To prove that you are correct, you can say 1 degree is equivalent to 60 minutes. and as well we bring this 30 minutes here. When you add both, you're going to get the 73 minutes. Okay, so our focus is on this here, which we've converted. Now you take this degree and you add it with the degree here, so +1. Then the minutes, you're going to bring them on this other side. Right. These are our 30 minutes. Okay. Which now will give us 18 plus 1 give us 19 degrees and 13 minutes west of true north as our answer for question 3.1.7. Okay, so our answer we got here, it is 19 degrees 13 minutes. Degrees 13 minutes west of true north. All right, so we proceed to question 3.1.8, which says calculate the true bearing of spot height 271 block B3 from spot height 274. Okay, so we go back to our map. So these are our two spot heights. So don't have to calculate the true bearing. Now this one, you must have your long ruler and the protractor. Ensure that you get the correct measurements. So let's go back to the question once again. They say calculate the true bearing of spot height 271. So we need to find the true bearing of this spot height here from 274. From spot height 274. This way the form is very crucial because it will enable you to know where to draw your north-south line on which you always going to place your protractor. So our point of observation will be spot height 274. All right, so what you do for this case, you draw a long north-south line across the spot height. So our spot height here, and as well we join the 2 points, the straight line, that's spot height. So this is our true north, meaning we're going to measure clockwise from the true north until where you meet this line. But as we know, this is 90 degrees here. It'll be like 15 here, it could be like 115, 120, just estimating. But if you have a protractor, you're going to place it along this point like this. Is the same protractor, place it there. Then the center part of the protractor, they make it more clear now. So you place your protractor. Okay. So our protractor, for example, to the point of observation. So you're going to read clockwise. Let's say 0, 10, 10, so excuse me. Okay, so you read clockwise from this point up to this line. So whatever you get in clockwise, that will be the true bearing. So since we're not accurate, we're just going to estimate and we say, let's just say 15 degrees as our true bearing. Okay. Then we carry on, and go to 3.1.9, which says use the answers to question 3.17 and 3.18 to calculate the magnetic bearing from spot height to the spot height in 271. This one we can use our blank space. Okay. This is question 319. To calculate the magnetic bearing, which is MB, meaning magnetic bearing, the formula equals true bearing, which is TB plus magnetic plus magnetic declination, which is MB. So meaning the formula will be magnetic bearing equals TB plus MD. But where do we got the answers? So we check our true bearing, and we said you estimated our true bearing is 115 degrees. So say 115 degrees plus the magnetic declination, which was 19 degrees 13 minutes. So this was the current magnetic declination, 19 degrees 13 minutes. Therefore, we add the two to get the current magnetic bearing, which would be 19 degrees 13 minutes plus 115 degrees. So with the magnetic bearing, we make sure that the degrees are added on the side of the degrees and the minutes on the side of the minutes. So this is 13 because there's nothing to add it with, 13 minutes. Then we say 115 plus 19 degrees. With our calculator, say 115 plus 19 degrees, which will give us 134. Give us 134 degrees as our magnetic bearing. All right, let's proceed. So for this, for 3.19, we got 134 degrees 13 minutes. That's our answer. Okay. Let's proceed to question 3.2, which is about map interpretation. And they say, refer to the farming area, hectares plot, citrus estates, block D1 of the topographic map. The topographic map. Okay, let's go to block B1. We look to hectares plot, citrus fruits, block B1. The map is a bit more clearer. Then go to reduce the size. All right. So block D1. This is our block D1 here. Let me zoom it. There you can see this is our farm here. Spread citrus estates, which means it is a commercial farm, because we know commercial farms are always given name. Okay. So question 3.2.1, what is the purpose of the straight rows of trees on the hectare spread citrus estates? The purpose of the straight rows of trees. Let's check again. So these are the rows of trees here. Rows of trees. Okay, and we know for the rows of trees, it refers to rows being planted in a straight line, but with the purpose. So let's find out what is the purpose of these rows of trees around that. Okay. So what is the purpose of the rows of trees? For this case, we are going to say sorry about that. Okay, first analyze. Yeah. So the purpose of the rows of trees could be to act as breakers, or protect estate from winds. That's why you can see here. Winds, whenever we have these rows of trees around farms, one way it is to prevent winds from destroying crops. This is, if I can demonstrate it for you here, could be something of this nature. For example, these are the trees here. And if this is the farm, for example, this is the farm here. So it means the wind could be coming from the northern side. The wind is coming from this other side. So these winds are going to be obstructed by the trees in this other areas. That is why we say whenever there are lots of trees next to a farm, in most cases they act as windbreakers. Or if these rows of trees are situated next to, let's say, a water source such as a river, they could as well act as flood controls. Okay, let's proceed. Does farming in this area represent large scale or small scale farming? We check again on our map here. Most cases where farms have names, like they say, Sprout Citrus Estate. Whenever they say the estate, this is typical of commercial farms, or they occupy a large piece of land. See, so we could say it is a large scale farming. Large scale farming. They say provide evidence from the map to support your answer. But the evidence must be from the map. Like we said, the farms occupy large area. Farms have a name. Like we said, Sprout. That's a name. What else? You can see they occupy a large area. They have a name here. And as well can say it is close to transport, you see, because they are very close to transport routes. You can see this, there's a road here. If you enable them to access market. So could I also say also close to major transport. Close to major transport. So this is evidence to prove that the farming there, it is done on a large scale. And we know large scale farming is always going to be a commercial farming. All right. Let us proceed to question where they say refer to the N4 highway that runs from the east to the west on the topographical map of the N4 highway, okay, that runs from the east to the west. So this is how N4 can see it's running to the east all the way to the west. But they're being specific, the west from topographical map. Remember, we are in Mpumalanga, right? Okay. So 324, identify the SDI that developed along the N4 highway as supposed to be the Maputo Development Corridor. But for the year 2023, we are not examining the Maputo corridor, so they will examine other SDIs. Okay, let's try to answer. So 3.2.5 give evidence from that topographic map that the SDI mentioned stimulates infrastructure development in Mjane. Okay, so let's go back to the topographic map to check to show that there is development. Or you can see, say, try to zoom this one. It will be clear. I'm trying to show here roads under construction, and as well the other side. So show roads under construction, okay, which is an evidence. If there is infrastructure development. So if you say roads under construction. Okay. To discuss how the development in 3 to 4 would have resulted in economic growth in Mjane. Discuss how the development, so that means we are looking at the roads. So discuss how the development of the roads could have resulted in economic growth in Mjane. So for 3 to 6, let's use our blank page here. 6, so we could say, firstly, creation of job opportunities. For people in Mjane. Secondly,
to promote industrial development due to the fact that transport has been improved. As well, to say, promote development of other businesses, as well.
Good day, learners. Welcome to the discussion for preparation for paper 2 examinations. We want to focus on paper 2 question number 1 on settlement geography. So we're just going to discuss on key aspects and also highlighting key concepts which might assist in answering questions from paper 2. So I'm going to highlight on key aspects and also emphasize on key elements where we usually get our questions, or the nature of questions that we usually get on specific sections of question number 2, question number 1 for paper 2. Right. So as we know, we need to be familiar with the concepts because we get questions where we need to give definitions of concepts. So with settlement, we have quite a number of concepts that we need to be familiar with, and you should be able to define them correctly as per the geography definitions. Right, starting from here with settlement geography, the key concepts, we have a settlement, which is a grouping of people or buildings, communication networks, activities that function as a single unit on a daily basis. Or in general, we can say a settlement is a place where people stay and work, which means there is interconnection there and communication taking place and also activity relating to each other with people and buildings staying as a single unit on a daily basis. That is basically a settlement. Then we have two aspects which are very important that learners usually confuse and that learners usually interchange wrongly. We have site of a settlement and situation of a settlement. Right, when we're looking at the site of a settlement, we are looking at the exact physical location of a settlement. The exact physical location of a settlement. So when we're talking of a physical location of a settlement, we are saying, where is the settlement located? So the physical location, we are saying, where exactly is the settlement located? That is the site of the settlement. We are looking at the physical location of a settlement. Where is it exactly? Then a situation, we are looking at the location of a settlement in relation to the things that are around it. It's no longer about the physical location, the exact physical location, but now we are relating the settlement to its surroundings. Where is the settlement in relation to other things which are surrounding that particular settlement? Is situated maybe adjacent to a river, or if the settlement is situated by the foot of the mountain, is situated at the gap on a ridge. That is the situation of a settlement. But the site we are looking at the physical location. Where is the settlement physically located? That is the site of a settlement. Then we have rural settlement as part of the classification of settlements. Rural settlement, we are saying, is a place where primary activities dominate. What are primary activities? We know that in a rural area, there is dominance of primary activities. And we are also saying it's a unifunctional settlement. Unifunctional meaning there is one common function. Right. We are talking of primary activities. We are saying in a rural settlement, the dominant activities are primary, meaning to say we deal with raw materials. Examples of primary activities like farming, like fishing, like forestry, like mining. Those are the main activities that take place in the rural areas. And we are saying they are unifunctional. Unifunctional meaning that there is one common function that takes place in a rural area. We have one common function which is happening in that particular area. For example, can be a farming area, which means people in that particular settlement, their main activity is farming. If it's a farming rural settlement. Or if it's a fishery area, it means the main activity that people are engaged in is fishing. So we are saying it's primary activity that dominate in the rural settlement, and also it's unifunctional. Right, then we go to an urban settlement. Right, urban settlement here, we are now trying to differentiate from a rural settlement. This is a place where secondary and tertiary activities dominate. Secondary and tertiary activities. Secondary activities, we are looking at now the processing of raw materials. We have been talking of primary activities where we deal with raw materials, where we deal with nature. But with secondary activities, we are now saying we are now dealing with the processing of the raw materials. We are now doing activities which are involving the processing of the raw materials into finished and semi-finished products. For example, in the manufacturing industries, it's a secondary activity. And tertiary activities, we are saying we also have tertiary activities taking place in an urban settlement. Tertiary activities, we are looking at service provisions. Services like banking, services like insurance, services like medical care. Those are the activities that dominate in an urban settlement. And it is therefore multifunctional. Multifunctional, we are now saying there are many functions. In an urban settlement, we don't have one function. We have secondary activities which are diverse. We have quite a number of secondary activities that take place. We have different industries that produce different products. And also we have different sets of services that are provided. So it's multifunctional, meaning that there are many functions in an urban settlement. So you can see the difference there. The rural settlement has got primary activities dominating, and an urban settlement has got secondary and tertiary activities dominating. A rural is unifunctional, meaning to say there's one common function. An urban is multifunctional, meaning there are many functions. Right, let's go to pattern. It's the arrangement of buildings in relation to one another. That is a settlement pattern. But I will emphasize between settlement pattern and the shape of the settlement. So we are looking at the arrangement of buildings in relation to one another. How are the buildings located, or how are the buildings situated in relation to one another? Under the pattern there, we have two main patterns of settlements. Right. A settlement can be regarded as dispersed or can be regarded as clustered. We might have to discuss that later in other discussions where we are looking at those aspects in particular. But just in brief, the pattern we are looking at the arrangement of buildings in relation to one another, and we are saying a settlement can be regarded as dispersed. Dispersed, it means that the housing units or the buildings are far away from each other. Then clustered, you are saying the buildings are close to each other. Right, then the other activities like primary activities, we've talked about that. Secondary activities, we've talked about that. Tertiary, we've talked about that. Right, let's go to wet point settlement and dry point settlement. Right, what is it that we call a water point or a wet point settlement? Settlements cluster around a water source in dry areas. Right, usually we have confusion of differentiating whether a settlement is a water point or is a dry point. Right, we don't talk of a wet point settlement or a water point settlement.
We are looking at those settlements that were established for the sake of accessing water as a resource. We are saying there is scarcity of water in that particular area, and the reason for the establishment of a settlement is to have easy access to water as a resource. For example, in the desert areas, we tend to find that settlements are established close to the oasis, a place where water is found. Those settlements are regarded as wet point settlements because the reason for the establishment of the settlement there is to access water, because water is a scarce resource in that particular area. So we can only be safe to acquire or to secure a supply of water by settling close to the water source. So that one is regarded as a wet point settlement. Then a dry point settlement, we are looking at settlements that are located away from the danger of water. In that particular area, there is risk of flooding. And then where should we stay? Where should we establish our settlement, given that the area is prone to the danger of water? We should try to locate high-lying areas which are safe from the risk of flooding. So the reason for the establishment of that particular settlement is because of the safety from the danger of water. So you are seeing the difference there. Wet point, water is scarce. We have to locate closer to the water source. Dry point, water is a threat. We have to locate at safer places away from areas prone to flooding. Right, let's go on. We have a rural-urban migration. That one is simple. Rural-urban. We are looking at movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. That is rural-urban migration. Then depopulation. We are looking at the reduction in the total amount of people, or in the total number of people. We have pull and push factors. Pull factor, we are looking at something that attracts people to a particular space. What attracts you is a pull factor, something which is attractive, which will lure you to want to stay in a particular area, is a pull factor. Then a push, unfortunately here, it's my indication is wrong here. It was supposed to be a push for this one. Push. Pull is this one, yes. Force is that force people away from a settlement. If you are being pushed, you are being made to move away from a settlement, which means those factors are unpleasant for human survival. They can be harsh economic conditions, or they can be harsh social conditions, or harsh physical or natural elements, which would drive people away from a particular settlement. So that is the push factor. So push and pull, they act in the opposite. Pull factor is attracting, push factor is forcing someone away. Right. Then we have social justice. Every person deserves equal economic, political, social rights and opportunities. As a nation, all South Africans must be guaranteed to equal opportunities, economic opportunities, political opportunities, social rights. That is social justice. As a society, we must achieve equality in the society. There should be no one who is neglected. There should be no one who is like left out in terms of the opportunities. Then we have also social injustice. And we have social injustice in rural areas and social injustice in urban areas. When we're looking at injustice, social injustice is just the opposite of justice. When now we have people who are not having equal opportunities. We have some groups of people who are subjected to poor conditions. Like, for example, when you talk of rural injustice, we look at things like poor access to land. If there are people who do not have adequate access to land, that is injustice. It's a social injustice in the rural area. Or unavailability of clean and safe water for drinking in the rural area. It's an injustice because you are not achieving equality for everyone, for it is every human's right to access all the basics. But if there are some groups of people who are neglected, who are not getting access to those basic facilities. That is now social injustice. Right. Then land reform. Land reform we are looking at to address the unequal distribution of land in South Africa. Those are measures which have been put in place or strategies put in place to address unequal distribution of land. Land reform is a broad term, but the main purpose there is to address the problem of unequal distribution of land. So those are the measures which have been put in place by the government to try and redress the unequal distribution of land in South Africa. Then I also want you to note the difference here between land reform and land restitution. Right, land reform and land restitution, usually those ones, land restitution and land redistribution. There is usually a confusion between those two terms. When someone wants to describe or to define land restitution, they will end up redefining land redistribution, or the opposite. You want to define land redistribution, then you define land restitution or land reform. Right. When I'm talking of restituting, in the first instance here, land restitution, what is to restitute? We are saying someone was dispossessed of a resource which was rightfully theirs, maybe because of the laws and the rules which were there during then. For example, during apartheid, we know of the forced removals. People were forcibly removed from their traditional lands. And also we can talk of the creation of the Bandustans. People were removed away from their original lands and put into the homelands. It means they were dispossessed of their land. Then when we are restituting, we are now giving back that land which was unfairly taken away from the citizens. It was originally their land, but because of the situation which was there, the political situation, they were forced away from the land. They were dispossessed of their own land. But when we are restituting, we are giving it back to the rightful owners who had lost it. That is restitution. Then redistribution, we are saying the state is giving out land to people who are disadvantaged. We are not looking at the original owners of the land or the rightful owners of the land here. We are saying there are people who are disadvantaged, who do not have access to land. We are not worried about their history, whether they had land before or they didn't have any land, but they are disadvantaged because they don't have land. We have to distribute to those disadvantaged citizens. That is redistribution. To achieve equality, we redistribute the available land. The state buys land and gives to its citizens. That is redistribution. So you see the difference there. Restitution, we are giving back to the original owners who were dispossessed of their land. Redistribution, we are just giving to people who are disadvantaged. Right, we move on to land tenure. Land tenure, we are looking at basically who owns the land. How is the land owned? Who has got the rightful ownership of land? So basically, we are looking at the laws which are used to own the land. Are you having the title deeds over the land? Are you the rightful owner? Or can you do whatever you deem with the land? Is it leased land from the state? That is the land tenure. We're looking at the laws which govern the ownership of land. How is the land owned? Right. So basically, those are some of the key aspects that relate to the study of settlements. Right. We are going to quickly go through the rural settlements, and also we go to urban settlements. Right. When we're looking at rural settlements, we are looking at the classification of rural settlements. If you are to classify the rural settlements, the classification of rural settlements according to size and complexity. Right. Rural settlements according to size and complexity. Size, we are looking at how big the settlement is. Complexity, we are looking at how many activities are provided in that particular settlement. For rural settlements, we have the smallest settlement, which is called an isolated farmstead. This is the smallest rural settlement classification. We are looking at the isolated farmstead. We are saying it's just maybe one homestead which is in a farmland on its own, and there are no functions provided. There is just a homestead which is located very far away from others in isolation. So that is the smallest size of a rural settlement, in isolated farmstead. Then number 2, we go to a hamlet. That is the second classification of a rural settlement. A hamlet, now we're looking at a small grouping of of homesteads, and maybe they can be maybe a church as a function. So we are saying a hamlet now is relatively bigger than an isolated farmstead, but it's a small grouping. We cannot say it's a village, cannot qualify to be a village. Why? Because it's a small grouping of loose homesteads which are just clustered together, and maybe there's just one function. Maybe there's just a church, or maybe there can be a store, a grocery store on that particular cluster of the settlements. That is a hamlet. It cannot qualify to become regarded as a village. Then the biggest classification of the rural settlement is the village. Right, we're looking at a village now. It's more organized and it's now more pronounced. It provides quite a diverse number of services, which is now on a village. We are looking at the functions increase. The number of functions have now increased for a village. Maybe we have a primary school, and also maybe there's a clinic, and also maybe we find that there's a church, and maybe there's a grocery store. So you see now the functions are increasing, the number of services provided are now increasing, though the services are more of a low-order service, of low-order services that are provided in the village. But that is the classification. So when you get a question which asks about the urban hierarchy or the classification of settlements, you must always know that we start from the smallest going up to the biggest settlement. So the smallest, if you get a question which is asking about the ranking of the settlements according to size and complexity, it starts with an isolated farmstead, that's the smallest. Then it goes to a hamlet, then it goes to a village. The size will be increasing, and also the complexity will be increasing, meaning to say the services which are offered in those settlements, they tend also to increase with the ranking of the settlement according to the hierarchy. Right, and also we have the classification of urban settlements, like what is indicated here. Right, when we go to urban settlements, we start with the smallest urban settlement. It's a town. Right, a town, basically, we have a number of towns. And usually the confusion that learners get is differentiating between a town and a city. Right. The differentiation here is also based on the size and also on the complexity of the settlement. For a town, we are saying the size is relatively small. It's a smaller urban settlement. And also, in terms of complexity, the number of functions is limited. There are limited functions in a town. And also, the order of the services which are provided, usually they are relatively lower order services which are provided in a town. That will give us the distinction between a town and a city. When you're now going to a city, you tend to find that now the size of the settlement is now bigger compared to the town. A city is now much bigger compared to a town. And the services which are offered there, they are now higher order services. For example, when you look at administration, we can find that we have provincial administration offices in the city. But in a town, we are likely not to have them. We can have only the municipal offices in the town. But in a city, we are more likely to have the provincial offices being located there. And also in some instances, the national offices or the parliaments being located in such cities, because they are high order services. And also, if we check, we also use the argument of the range of goods. Though we are going to discuss it as a particular section, when we're looking at the range, we are saying how far are people prepared to travel to get services which are offered in that particular settlement. So when you look at a town, people are prepared to travel relatively shorter distances to go into towns to acquire services there, because the services which are offered mainly are lower order services. And for a city, people are prepared to travel longer distances to acquire services which are offered there. Right, citing as an example, you tend to find that maybe in a city, in a town, there can be maybe ordinary grocery stores where people need to buy the basics. People are prepared to travel shorter distances to go and buy groceries. It is unjustified that a person travels 500 kilometers to go and buy grocery. It does not make sense. But a person can travel 5 kilometers to go and buy grocery. So for a town, the range is smaller. People are prepared to travel smaller distances to get to the nearby town to acquire the basics. But for a city, for example, you want a specialist practitioner or a specialist doctor. You can be prepared to travel for over 200 kilometers to get access, because that one is a high order service. So we tend to find that the range for a city is much bigger compared to the range for a town. That is the other distinction that you can give there. Right. Then that is the second classification according to the hierarchy of urban functions. We go to the metropolis. As you can see here, the metropolis is now much more bigger. It's now an administrative city that is composed of a number of cities around. For example, we can give examples of Cape Town. It's now a metropolis. It has a number of towns which subscribe to it as the core of the urban settlement. So a metropolis we are looking at now is now a cluster, which is an administrative cluster of a number of towns which subscribe to the core settlement. Then moving on with the hierarchy, we have the conurbation, right? The conurbation here, though we have fewer examples in Africa, a conurbation we are looking at, in fact, is now a merging of metropolis, where metropolises are now getting to merge with each other. We no longer have distinct boundaries. We no longer have distinct physical boundaries that separate those two metropolises. Rather, they are coming together. They are coming to infuse into each other. The area is now completely built up such that we no longer have physical boundaries splitting the two metropolises. It's like two metropolises are fusing into each other because of continued development between them. Typical examples that we can give maybe for South Africa, we can highlight the Randburg area as a metro, as a conurbation. If you check, the area is now infusing Pretoria into Joburg, such that there is no more distinct boundary between the two. It's now getting to infuse into each other, though they are two different metropolises, but they are getting to merge with each other because of continued development between them. That is the fourth classification. Then we go to a megalopolis. Unfortunately, in Africa, we cannot talk of a megalopolis. We don't have a megalopolis. We are now looking at conurbations merging with each other to create a very large built-up area. For example, if you talk of the megalopolises in the developed countries, you can have a continuous built-up area stretching for over 400 kilometers. That is now a megalopolis. We cannot have typical examples in the developing world. We are not yet to that stage of development to get to have megalopolis. And maybe lastly, we can also talk of a world city.
as the last classification, there's also the world city. World city, we are looking at a city that holds the functions controlling the whole world. And typically, that can be when you check on the world scale, cities that hold the key functions like that have the offices of the United Nations and its arms like the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund, or that have offices of the arms of the UN like UNICEF. Those are the ones which you regard as world cities. They hold international functions governing the whole world activities. Right. So basically, if you get a question on urban hierarchy, you must be able to figure out how the settlements are arranged according to their size and their complexity. And you rank them according to their size. And also what you should note is at the bottom, we have the smallest, and at the top of the hierarchy, we have the biggest. Also, because of the numbers, the smallest settlement will be having the biggest number. We have so many isolated farmsteads and rural hamlets and villages compared to towns, and towns are more than cities. Cities are more than metropolises. Metropolises are more than conurbations, and conurbations are more than the megalopolis, going in that direction and in that size of classification. Right. That was with the classification of settlement according to the size and the complexity of the settlement. Right, we have talked about the pattern and the situation. We've discussed that. Right, let's go to the functions of settlements. We have talked about rural settlements and the functions. We said they are primary and it's unifunctional. It just highlights the examples of primary activities that we find in the rural areas: agriculture, mining, forestry, and fishing. Those are typical examples that of the activities that dominate in the unifunctional rural settlements. Then we go to urban settlements. We say they are multifunctional, dominated by secondary and tertiary activities. And secondary activities we relate to manufacturing, the industries. And tertiary, we look at service provisions. And as examples given there of tertiary activities, we have education, health, transport, tourism, trade, warehousing, all those examples. There are so many. As long as the service provision falls as part of the tertiary activities. Right. So that is an urban settlement. Then we go to pattern. We've also highlighted on the pattern of a settlement. We said we are looking at how the buildings are situated in relation to the other. And we have two main patterns. So the other confusion that you might have in the examination, do not confuse a question on pattern with a question on shape of a settlement. Those two are not the same. When a question is asking about the shape of a settlement and a pattern of a settlement, be able to differentiate between the two. Whenever I talk about pattern, remember we have two patterns. We have a dispersed settlement pattern. Dispersed meaning to say the houses or the units are far away from each other, and we have clustered or nucleated, which means the units are close to each other. Like what you can see here, these buildings, they are located relatively far away from each other. And check here, they are far away from each other. That is dispersed or isolated. They are in isolation, away from each other. But when you're talking of cluster or a nucleated settlement, like you can see these ones, now it shows that the buildings are very close to each other. Like for example, you talk of the high density townships, there's nucleation there. You talk of the informal settlements, the buildings are too close to each other. But if you check in the rural areas, the homesteads are relatively far away from each other. Maybe you might find that it's a kilometer away from the next homestead, which will mean that it's a typically dispersed settlement, and clustered or nucleated will be located just as close to each other. Right. So if you get typical questions like the one that we have here, which is referring to the photo A and B, name the patterns A and B. You can actually see that on A, here the pattern is
dispersed. And here the pattern is nucleated according to how the buildings are located. How do settlements A and B differ in their size and complexity? It's a simple question. In size, you know that this one is a smaller size, this one is a bigger size. And complexity, again, in this one here, it's less complex. There are fewer functions provided here, and here it's multifunctional. Right. Let's move on to site of a settlement. What determines the site of a settlement? We said with rural settlements, we have site and situation. Site, we are saying, is the exact physical location of a settlement. Where is the settlement located exactly? That is the site of a settlement. So for us to establish a place to have a settlement, there are factors that we must consider. We must consider some factors for the establishment of a settlement. Like, for example, the availability of fresh drinking water. We know that water is a basic requirement. So when we are establishing a settlement, we must also figure out if there is availability of fresh drinking water. It's a factor which determines the site of a settlement. Or flatland to build on. We all know that it's expensive to build on steep sloping lands. Or to develop infrastructure, it's also very expensive in steep sloping lands. So as a factor, we consider developing land settlements on sites which are relatively flat. And also maybe if it's rural areas, we also check on grazing land. Remember, we said rural areas are unifunctional and they're dominated by primary activities. If it is, for example, livestock production, we are doing farming, we also need to check if there are grazing lands for the livestock. Then also soil, fertile soil, it's also another factor for farming. And also source of energy. We need to check on fuel. For example, is there availability of wood in the area? If it's a rural area, we need to establish a source of energy that we're going to use. And also, we have slope aspect relating to climate and weather. We have the microclimate aspect determine where the warmest slope is. Remember the south-facing and the warm north-facing slope. When you're looking at slope aspect, it's also another factor that is considered when we want to establish a settlement. So basically, these factors are summarized here. Fresh water is there, fertile soil, grazing land, building, and fuel. So all those are the factors that influence or that determine the site or the location of a settlement. Right. And here it distinguishes between a wet point settlement and a dry point settlement. Like what we have mentioned earlier on, a dry point settlement is established for the safety from the risk of a flooding. So we tend to establish the settlement at a point which is safer, like what you are seeing here. Right, this settlement is situated at a high-lying area because this area is low-lying and is prone to flood, a river that frequently floods. And you tend to find that another settlement established here, this is a relatively high-lying area, which will mean that if these settlements were established in this area here, this area is frequently flooded. So the reason why those settlements were established there is to locate away from an area which is prone to flooding. So to avoid the risk of flooding, the settlements have to be established at safer and high-lying places. That is what we call a dry point settlement. Then a wet point settlement, like you are seeing here. On this illustration, the distinction I think is clear. You see, this is a water source. And settlements are established around the water source. These houses are located around the water source. So it's a wet point in the sense that water is a scarce resource in that particular area. For example, in arid and semi-arid areas, water is a scarce resource. We cannot locate 5 kilometers away from the water source. We have to locate as close as is possible to the water source. because water is a basic resource that is needed on a daily basis. So we cannot locate or locate a settlement far away from the water source. It will mean that settlements will develop around the source of water, because water is a scarce resource in the area. The area maybe is an arid area, it's a semi-arid area where water is scarce. So you see the distinction between the two, a dry point and a wet point. You don't need to confuse those two. In dry areas, we have wet point settlements. Like in deserts, settlements are established at the oasis for the need to access water. But in areas that are prone to flooding, talk of KZN areas, people don't settle in low-lying areas because those areas are prone to flooding. They locate in high-lying areas for the safety from the risk of flooding. So that's the difference between those two. You must be mindful of the distinction of those two types of classification of settlements according to relation to water. Right. Then we move on to patterns of rural settlements. We have rural settlements which are dispersed and rural settlements which are nucleated, just highlighting on the advantages of nucleation and the advantages of dispersion. Right. Looking at rural settlements which are dispersed, we are saying the housing units are far away from each other. What are the advantages of farmers locating away from each other in the rural area? One farmer is here, the next farmer maybe is 3 kilometers, the next farmer is 4 kilometers away. What is the advantage of that type of settlement in the rural area? Right, I will just highlight on the advantages, but we are not limiting to the ones which we have here. Right, there's an issue of privacy to making your own decision. Privacy meaning to say whatever you do, you are doing it in privacy. There is no interference from the next person because they are far away. You make your own decisions as a farmer. You can decide the nature of farming that you want to do. You can implement all the possible strategies that you want to implement on your farm without any external influence because you are away from the next person. And the farmer also owns all the profit. It implies that the farmer is using his or her own land where he is situated and is able to get all the profits from the production taking place. Then there's more accessibility to tools and machinery. It will also imply that there's no sharing of equipment here. If you are located away from the next person, it means you use your own equipment, you use your own machinery without sharing with the next person, right? And also land is not fragmented, therefore it saves money on traveling. It means the land here, the farmer is staying on the very same land where they are doing production, and it will save time and also save on money for traveling. If the farmer is located away from their place of work or the land that they use for farming, it will mean that it will cost them more time and also money on traveling to go to the farmland. But in this instance, if you are having a dispersed, it means the farmer is located where he or she is doing farming, which will reduce the cost on traveling for the farmer. Right, we'll move on to the disadvantages. There's no interaction with other people, though there's privacy, but also interaction is needed. If you are in isolation, you don't have interaction. It is not safe to be alone. You are vulnerable to farm murders. I think that is prevalent in South Africa. We have instances of farmers being raided by robbers. And in that instance, if you are away from the next person, you won't be able to get help from the next person because you are far away, which is also a threat. And also, it's difficult to share ideas where there are problems. If you want to maybe have a challenge with your farming, you need some consultation. It is also difficult to have such information because the next person is away from you. Then nucleated, we are saying these farmers are located just close to each other in a cluster like that, which will imply that they have somewhere where they do farming. This is only a residential area, the area of residence where they stay in a cluster, meaning to say they are always traveling to go to their farmlands from the area of residence, which is now the opposite of here. Here we are saying the farmers are located where they do their farming. Maybe farmer A is having that land, farmer B is also using that, farmer C is using that, farmer D like that. But these ones, they are together here, and it means they have to travel to their farmlands where they do production. So the advantage is that there's interaction with people. You can see if you're in a cluster, you are constantly with each other. So interaction is very frequent. And also safety, because of them being in numbers close to each other, they have got safety. And also sharing of ideas. It means they can interact and share ideas on how to tackle some challenges in their community and in farming. And sharing of tools and machinery. It's possible to share machinery because you are just in close proximity. Right, the disadvantages, no privacy, arguments can arise and conflict. The more you interact, you end up having misunderstandings and also incidences of conflict arising amongst the farmers, and cannot use tools and machinery when you want to. Because of the problem of sharing, there might be other farmers who rely on other people's machinery, which will give a disadvantage to the owners. They might not be able to use their own machinery because it's hired out to the next person who does not want to return. Right, and sharing of profits. Yes, there's instance of sharing of profits there. Usually they do collective farming. You farm together as a society, which will also imply that you have to share whatever proceeds come from the farm. So basically, those are the advantages and the disadvantages of such types of patterns of settlement in the rural area, okay, dispersed and enucleated. We usually get questions on that where you are tasked to give the benefits and the challenges of dispersed or nucleated settlement. So you must think along those lines whenever you get a question which is tasking you to look at the challenges of farmers in that pattern and farmers in the other pattern. Right. Then we go to shapes of settlements. Right. We have quite a number of shapes, but figuring out the shape is basically easier because the name suggests how the shape looks like. If the shape is round or circular, we know a circle or a round, which means the units are located in a circle around a feature. Maybe there's a key point of interest for the settlement. Maybe there's a church or there's a water source. Then settlements, they develop around that source of attraction, giving a circular shape like what we are seeing here. And linear, the word linear from line. Settlements are established in a line. What makes the settlements develop in a line? Maybe they are following a major route, a road or a railway line. On the side of the major road or on the sides of a railway line, they will end up having a line shape or a linear shape. Or we are saying they are following a river. They will establish along that river and they will form a line. That is a linear settlement. Then crossroads. We have a crossroad. A crossroad, we are saying we have two roads which are crossing each other, and settlements, they develop along those routes, creating a cross. Then a T-shaped settlement, like the name suggests, the letter T. We have one route linking onto the other, like that. And the settlements will develop along the routes, making a T-shape. Then we have a star-shaped. A star-shaped, or sometimes called a stellar. Right. It's basically a stellar from star. We know how a star looks like. Something like that. And you have settlements developing along the routes like that, giving a star shape. That is basically on the shape of settlements. Right. I'll move on to rural settlement issues. Social injustice, including land reform. Right, rural-urban migration, we have talked about that. People moving from rural areas going to urban areas. And in urban areas, we're looking at cities and towns. People moving away from the rural areas going into cities and towns. That is a concept that you must properly define. And what is the main factor? The main reason is related to the availability of job opportunities. given the fact that people in rural areas have got a belief that they can find jobs in the urban areas, they tend to move away from the rural areas into cities and towns for the sake of job opportunities. And the reasons can be on the push side, like what we mentioned earlier on, push, or on the pull side. Push factors, we are saying people are forced to move away from the rural areas. And pull factors, we are saying they are attracted to the urban area. So summarizing those ones, we just have to look at the basic reasons that push people away from rural areas. There are natural causes or the physical causes, like natural disasters, for example, flooding or droughts or earthquakes. Those are natural push factors. People in rural areas tend to move away because of those factors. If there is a risk of flooding or if there is a severe drought, people's livelihoods are negatively affected and they tend to move to urban areas. That is a physical push factor. Then if we look at also the push and pull factors, which are economic, we can look at such things like poor salaries, no investments, decrease in production, or infrastructure. If you are looking at it on the push side, we are saying, if you are talking of salaries, on the push side, we are saying it's poor salaries in the rural areas. If you look at the farm worker salaries, they are too low. And then a pull factor in the urban area is better salary. If someone is gainfully employed in a town, the salaries are better than for the farm workers. So it's a push factor if it's poor, and it becomes a pull factor if it's coming from the urban area. Or if you can talk of poor industrialization or poor infrastructure. Infrastructure is poor in the rural area and is better in the urban area. So poor infrastructure is push and better infrastructure as pull factor. Or if you can talk of housing, you can mention housing is poor housing as a push factor in the rural area, but it's a social one, and better housing in the urban area as a pull. So we can also check on other examples like education. How is the education like in the rural areas compared to the urban area? The quality of education tends to be poor in the rural area. It acts as a push factor, and better education in the urban area becomes a pull factor. Health, you check on the health provision, how it is like in the rural area compared to the urban area. It acts as a push and it pulls on the other side. Right. What are the results? If we have massive migration, rural-urban migration, what is going to happen in the rural area and also in the urban area on the other side? If you are looking at issues in urban areas, right? When you're looking at this particular section here, usually we get questions which ask on the consequences of rural-urban migration. And usually the questions are specific. A question can come requesting for economic consequences of rural-urban migration or social consequences. You should be able to differentiate the consequences. Which ones are the results which are economic, which results are social, or which results, whichever dimension is asked in the question, you should be able to figure out the right responses according to the requirements of the question. Right. We're just going to look at some of the impacts of rural-urban migration. And remember, it's two-sided. It has effects which are positive and which are negative on the rural area and also on the urban area. Like, for example, it mentions of decrease in investment. This is a negative implication on the rural area. There will be decrease in investment. Why does investment decrease? One, because of labor shortage in the rural area. If more people are migrating, it means the productive workforce is lost, and that will lead to labor crisis and also contributing to disinvestment and decrease in investment levels in the rural areas. And also because of reduced buying power You cannot invest where people don't have money because they won't be able to buy the products. We have the problem of aging population. This is a social factor. Aging population, we are looking at the elderly remaining in the rural areas. How is it a problem? We have the elderly remaining. They are left without people who care for them. Because if you check the people who migrate, we are looking at people in the economically active age group between the ages of around 16 to 59 there, which is the productive age group, are the ones who are most likely to migrate. So they will be leaving behind the young and the elderly. And if you check, these ones are dependents. The young, they depend on those who are working, and the elderly also depend on those who are working. So we typically have a problem of aging population in the rural areas, where we tend to have more of the elderly people staying alone in the rural areas, while it's those ones who are productive have left the rural areas to go to cities and towns. Then also we have an imbalance in the age-sex structure. An imbalance will arise. We end up maybe having more females in the rural areas compared to males. Typically, men migrate more to the urban areas. We have men migrating more, leaving behind women in the rural areas. At the end, we have an imbalance in the rural area where we have more women to men, giving social problems related to the imbalance in the age sex structure. Right, we have also neglect of infrastructure. We have a problem that we call the development of ghost towns. That is the typical geographical term which is used there. It leads to the development of ghost towns. When we're looking at ghost towns, we are saying initially it was a settlement where people used to stay. But because there is intense migration, the buildings are neglected. There is no more occupation of the buildings. So they are just left abandoned. That is what we refer to as the ghost towns. Ghost towns, typically we experience them in the mining areas. In mining areas, we have those compounds where mine workers stay. If the mineral gets finished, there's no more incentive for people to keep staying where there's no production. They will leave those buildings and move to the next spot where there's still activity. So those buildings being left abandoned, they are now termed a ghost town. Right, then the closing of business and other services. Businesses will close because of reduced buying power, and also the services will also close. Remember, we have what we call the threshold population. We're going to look at that when we look at urban settlements. Threshold population. If, for example, a business is operating in a particular area, it has a minimum number of customers that it needs for it to make profit. If it fails to attain that minimum number, it means that business won't be running profitably, and the only thing to do is to close it. If the population falls below what we call the threshold population, we're going to look at it in detail when we look at the concepts relating to urban functions. Right, then the depopulation of rural areas. Depopulation, we are saying there is ultimate reduction in the numbers of people staying in rural areas. And that will lead to underdevelopment of the rural areas. If there's depopulation, the people who are supposed to do productive work in the rural areas have left the areas. That will stagnate the economy of the rural areas, or even it will decline. Right, we move on to other aspects. What can be done to keep people in rural areas? This is a typical question which you usually get. Solutions. It can come on the perspective of the government. What can the government of South Africa do to reduce rural-urban migration? Because we have seen the negative implications of it on the rural area. It will cause quite a number of problems in the rural area. At the same time, creating also problems for the urban areas. So there's a need to balance the two, to retain people in the rural areas so that there is production taking place in the rural areas. At the same time, we are also trying to control the level of urbanization in cities and towns, so that we don't have typical urban settlement issues, which are caused by extreme migration of people from rural areas. So we can talk of different approaches which can be taken to try and reduce the problem of rural depopulation. Right, job creation. Projects in rural areas. The government can initiate projects to create jobs for the people in rural areas. Decentralization of industries. I think we know of industrial decentralization. We are moving away industries from the core industrial areas into surrounding rural areas so that people will get gainful employment and will stay and will retain those people in those rural areas. Then we can also talk of development corridors. Like, for example, we can talk of the development of the SDIs. Right, we are saying rural areas which are linked by major routes, we must have developments along those major routes. We must have activities taking place along those major routes, and that should retain our people in the rural areas. And so also improved basic services. Basic services, they must be improved. If we talk of basic services like water provision, people in rural areas must have access to safe and clean water, or also education. They must have access to quality education, healthcare. The government must try to ensure that there is access to those services in the rural areas so that people will stay safely in the rural areas than them moving to urban areas. And also skills development. Some people move to urban areas to acquire skills, to go to academic institutions to acquire skills. If we have skills development initiatives in the rural areas, that is also going to be a move that is going to assist in reducing rural urban migration. So there are so many other measures that can be put in place. So when you're answering such a question, it's a common question, ensure that you give a sustainable and attainable strategy, something which is within the geographical reach and which is attainable and sustainable in the long term. Right, we move on to this was research, issues of rural urban migration. Then the other thing that we need here is also to have a discussion on the social justice issues, which is land reform. We have discussed land reform, where we said these are the initiatives that have been taken by the government to try and address the injustice of the past, which were created by apartheid laws, where there was unfair land ownership. And how is it done? We are doing it through land restitution and land redistribution, and also through a land tenure, which we said are the laws governing how the land is owned. Right. And when you're looking at this typical aspect of land reform, we need to assess the effectiveness of the process of land reform in South Africa. That is a typical question that you get. Assessment on the effectiveness of the land reform. Is it really working? Has the government achieved its objectives of redistributing land or restituting land to the previous owners? That is subject to debate, because we can argue in favor of the success of the government and the overall success of the land reform process, or we can also look at the negative implications which have been brought by the attempt to redistribute land. Like, for example, why are people unsuccessful? People who have received land, why are they unsuccessful? We have quite a number of people who have received the land from the government, but they are still not making it. Right, the reasons that are cited there, like, for example, people do not have the required skills and knowledge to make a success for farming business. You get land today, but you don't know anything to do with farming. At the end of the day, it's the waste of resource. We have put resources into the wrong hands. We give a person without skills. The government did not afford the people skills, required skills. You cannot give someone land without the knowledge of how to use the land. At the end of the day, it's a waste. And also, government support is limited. The new farmers, they need support, which can be technical or financial support. They need to be assisted with farm equipments and farm implements, and also they need to be assisted with funds for the viability of their projects, and also conflict amongst traditional leaders. We also have traditional leaders conflicting with the farmers, or they need to control them, or they need to implement their control over the resettled farmers. Right, so it's part of why people are failing to make it, while they were beneficiaries of the land reform program. And then what can be done is the opposite of what we're talking about. Then we can move on to some positives of land reform. What positive impact has it brought to the people? What positive impact has the land reform brought? It will reduce poverty and increase quality of life. Yes, people who have received land, they are now out of the poverty bracket. And also the quality of life is improved. People are now able to access basics, and also it encourages sustainable growth. I think it's clear. It increases efficiency of people, especially farmers, increases production, and therefore more exports. Those are the benefits of land reform. Right. Then now we move on to urban settlements. Under urban settlements, we need to look at some few concepts. We have urbanization, which is an increasing percentage of the total population living in urban areas. Urban growth, number of people living in urban areas increase. Urban expansion, the area that in urban area, the physical area increases over time. I want you to give a distinction between urban growth and urban expansion. The difference there, urbanization, are looking at increasing numbers of people staying in cities and towns. That is urbanization. We are having an increase in the number of people staying in cities and towns. That is clear with urbanization. Then urban growth, we are worried about the number of people. The people in the cities are increasing, which is caused by natural factors. And by natural factors, we are looking at the birth rate being higher than the death rate. And also, which is caused by rural-urban migration. Or we can say net migration, net internal migration, or net migration rather. Right. In urban expansion, we're looking at the physical, we're looking at the buildings, the area which is now occupied by the urban settlement. If an urban area is expanding, we are having a built-up area which is stretching outwards, or which is extending outwards. That is urban expansion. So urban growth deals with people, urban expansion deals with the physical space occupied by the urban area. Then break of bulk develop where one type of transport are replaced by another. For example, from a railway to a road, or from road to sea. Like those coastal towns, they are break of bulk points. Then junction town, where there's a joining of transport routes, not the same type of transport. A junction town develops where there is the joining of transport routes, and specifically the same type of transport. Then also a gap town, a gap, like we know a pass on a mountain range. We have towns developing there, or where there is a major crossing point across a river, we have a rich town developing there. Right, what is urbanization? We've talked about that. Reasons, we've talked about that. Right, and also these other concepts. Urban expansion, we've talked about it. The physical area occupied by the urban area. Urban growth, we've talked about that. We've talked of the number of people. And the rate of urbanization. When something is rated, we are looking at the speed. How fast or slow is it happening? That is the rate of urbanization. How fast are people moving from urban areas to, moving from rural areas to cities and towns? That is the rate of urbanization, whether it's slow or fast. Then level of urbanization now is the percentage of people out of the total population who are staying in cities and towns. So the level, we are looking at it as the%. 60% of South Africans are in cities and towns, which means we are saying out of the total population, what percentage or what fraction is staying in cities and towns? That is the level of urbanization. So those concepts, you don't need to confuse them. Make sure you are specific with which one you are answering. Rate of urbanization, we are looking at the speed at which urbanization takes place. Level, we are looking at the percentage of the total population who are staying in cities and towns. Urban expansion is actually the physical growth of urban areas. Physical, we are saying the space which is occupied by the buildings or the built up area in the urban area. Then urban growth, we're looking at the number of people who are staying in urban areas as a result of natural growth or net migration. Then urban sprawl, it's another concept which is very important. Urban sprawl, when something is sprawling, it's uncontrolled and shapeless or formless. Something which is uncontrolled or which is shapeless or something which is formless. That is sprawl. We are saying urban areas are growing, but they are expanding in an uncontrolled manner. They are growing, but without proper planning. Like, for example, the sprouting of informal settlements is typical example of urban sprawl. The informal settlements, they are just built anyhow, anyway, without plan. That gives the urban area a shapeless form. So that is typical example of what we call urban sprawl. The urban area grows in an uncontrolled way or in a shapeless or a formless way. Right. Those are the key aspects. Site and situation, they are almost related to the rural areas. Right. Then classification of urban settlements according to function. Right. We have the classification of settlements here. We have what we call the central places. What you should note with the central place, unfortunately, we cannot look at the central place theory by Walter Cristalla. That one is not is not examinable, if I'm to say. Right, but there's a theory which is called the central place theory by Walter Cristalla, which tries to explain how urban functions act as central places and the sphere of influence for the central place, and also the range of the central places. Is a theory which tries to summarize how our central places are function. Right, but for this instance here, let's look at a central place as a concept. Right, we are looking at a central place. We are saying it's an urban area which provides services to the surrounding rural area. Service to surrounding rural area. It's an urban area specifically that provides services to the surrounding area. And if we look at urban functions, we have those towns which are in the rural areas. For example, in South Africa, a typical example can give example of Uppington. Uppington is a central place. People in the surrounding area, they get all their services in that particular urban function. Then it acts as a central place. That is a central place. Then we have a trade and transport town. These are towns and cities that develop at points where transport routes meet. We've discussed that. Then a break of bulk towns, we are saying there is breaking of bulk which is taking place. Like, for example, in those coastal towns, goods are brought in bulk quantities via water transport, the cargo, and they are broken down into smaller units so that they can be transported over road or over rail. Then also gap towns, we've talked about that. And we have specialized towns. When you talk of a specialized town, we are saying in that particular settlement, there is one main activity which led to the development of that particular town. The development of that settlement was centered on one core activity. That is a specialized town. There's one main dominant function. For example, we have mining towns. Mining towns, we are saying the main activity that led to the development of that settlement was because there was mining taking place in that area. And that will ultimately lead to the settlement developing.
or we have recreational towns. The main activity there is recreation. Maybe there's a tourist attraction facility that attracts people to that particular settlement. And at the end, the settlement develops. Or we have education towns. Some settlements develop because of maybe there's a major university in that particular settlement, which attracts people to that particular settlement, leading to the development of the settlement into a town. That is what we call a specialized town. So we have quite a number of examples of specialized towns. Right. So you should know the classification of those settlements according to the function. Right. And we also move on to the urban hierarchy. Right, the ranking of urban areas according to criteria of size, number of functions, the degree of specialization of the functions. The more people and functions a town or a city have, the higher the hierarchy it will be. We have discussed that earlier on about the hierarchy of a settlement. Right, we have what we call low order functions. Right, low order functions and high order functions. We have low order goods and low order and high order goods. Right. We have low order sender and high order sender. When you're looking at low order functions or low order goods, it can come as low order goods or services or functions. Right. When you're looking at a low order, sometimes we call them conveniences, convenient goods or services. Those are the low order. When you're looking at low order functions, we're looking at those goods or the services that we require almost on a daily basis. They are regularly needed for survival. Anything that you can think of that you need on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis, is a low order function or a low order good or a service. For example, foodstuffs like bread, milk, all those examples of foodstuffs. You require them on a daily basis. Those are what we call the low order goods or the low order services. You require them on a regular and almost on a daily basis. Right, then higher order, we're looking at those goods that you do not require on a regular and on a daily basis. You require them occasionally. At some point in time, you need them, but you cannot need to get them every day, or you cannot buy them every day. Right. The other decision that you give is when you are buying convenient goods. These ones here. When you're buying convenient goods, you don't take, there's no considerable effort in the decision to buy. No considerable effort in making a decision to buy them. You cannot decide or you cannot struggle to think of where to buy bread. You just buy bread from the nearest facility available. Or you cannot go around town doing window shopping for bread, comparing prices of bread. You just buy where it is convenient for you, or you just buy from the nearest facility that is available. Because it's a low order function, it's less priced, and you don't need to make comparisons around. But when you're looking at higher order goods, there's need for considerable effort here in buying. For example, if you want to buy a phone, you cannot just buy a phone without thinking properly. You need to have considerations of quite a number of things. The quality, whatever, the specifications. You need to take considerable effort in buying high order functions or getting high order goods. So basically, that's the distinctions of the low order and the high order functions. And if you can check here, the examples that we have, like a washing machine, you can see here. A washing machine is not something that you need to buy every 2 weeks or every week.
You buy a washing machine once, it lasts for the next 3 years. Or a car. You don't buy cars the same way you buy bread. You buy bread every day, but you buy one car in 10 years. So these are high order. Or if you look at an example here, this couch here is not something that is required on a daily basis. You just decide to buy once, and it's not something that is required on a daily basis. Right. So that's the classification of goods according to whether they are low order or they are high order. Right. Then the concepts which are based on lower and high order function, we have what we call the sphere of influence. Right. The sphere of influence, we are looking at, if we are looking at geomorphology, we would relate to this as the catchment area. If it was geomorphology, the same way you understand catchment area, try to apply it to the sphere of influence. We are looking at people who are supporting a service. Where do they come from? The area where the people come from who support a particular service. If it is a school, it has its sphere of influence. We are looking at, for a school, where are the learners coming from who get the service of education at a particular school? That area surrounding that school where it draws its learners from, that is its sphere of influence. The same way you understand catchment area. Right. And we have what we call a threshold population. Threshold population, we are looking at the minimum number of people required to support a service and make it profitable. Right, relating the sphere of influence to low order and high order, you tend to find that for a low order, the sphere of influence is small. People who support the buying of low order goods, they just come from nearby, not very far, because people are not prepared to travel longer distances to get low order services or goods. It is unjustified to travel for 5 kilometers to go and buy milk or to go and buy bread. You just buy at the nearest possible sender. So the sphere of influence for low order is relatively smaller, but for higher order, people are prepared now to travel for distances to acquire high order services. Like if a person wants to buy a car, they can travel for 300 kilometers to go and buy a car. So the sphere of influence now is bigger for higher order goods or services. Right. Then if we look at our threshold population, we are saying is the minimum number of people required to support a service and make it viable and profitable. So for high order functions, like for example, a furniture shop given here, you tend to find that the threshold is bigger. We need a relatively larger number of people to support a furniture shop and make it profitable. And for a spaza shop, it's just small. A spaza shop can service a small community and can still sustain and be profitable. So that's the difference there with threshold population. The threshold is bigger. We need more people for high order services for it to be profitable. But for a low order, just a few people can support it and make it profitable. Then the range, we're looking at the distance. How far are you prepared to travel to go and get a service? The range, again, if you check the range for low order goods, it's a smaller range. People are prepared to travel for smaller distances to go and get basic needs. But for high order, people are prepared to travel for longer distances, which will increase the range. So high order, if you've got a higher range, or if you've got a bigger range, people are prepared to travel longer distances to go and acquire specialized services. Right, so that is how you should interpret those aspects. And most importantly, you should know the definitions of those concepts, because we usually get these questions as part of the matching question or as part of multiple choice questions. So you should be able to understand the concept first and relate it to low order and high order services and senders and goods. Right.
So this one is just summarizing. Right, the only difference here that we need to note when we're looking at low order senders and high order senders, the difference is a function is a service or a good which is provided. And when we're looking at senders now, we are looking at the actual settlements. A low order sender, we are looking at a settlement that provides fewer services and low order services. For example, a small town is a low order sender. Then a city becomes a high order sender where there are a variety of products and also where there are specialized services which are provided. Right. Then we move on to land use zones. This is also a very critical area that you must master. When you're looking at land use zones, we are looking at what specifically is the land being used for. What is the main activity taking place in a particular section of an urban settlement? That is land use. So each area has got a dominant or specific purpose or has got a main activity that takes place in that particular urban sector. So, right, we want to look at the land use zones and briefly discuss how they appear and where they are located as part of an urban settlement. We have what we call the Central Business District or the CBD. Like you can see here, this is the core of the urban area, featured by high-rise buildings, these skyscrapers, like you can see. This is typical of the CBD. What are the features? Is the most accessible. Most accessible here, a lot of people have been asking, why are you saying we have typical injustices in the urban areas? We have problems like traffic congestion, but we are saying the CBD is the most accessible. The reason why we say it's most accessible is theoretical, because the CBD is linked by major routes from right across the urban area. That is the accessibility part. But if you are talking of the injustices like traffic congestion, it's not easily accessible because of the level of traffic. But theoretically, we are saying it's the most accessible because all roads, they lead to the CBD. That's the concept there. And also land values. The land is very expensive. Why this land is expensive is because of competition. The land is used for commercial purposes. The land is used for business purposes. And therefore, because of limited space, the land values are very high. And also, we have the tallest buildings. Why do we have tall buildings? It's because we cannot have horizontal expansion there. The only way to expand space is vertical. There's no more space in the urban area to expand horizontally on the ground, but the only space available is to expand vertically upwards. That is why we end up having very tall buildings in the CBD. Right, then the functions, we have retail shops, financial institutions. We can talk of all those things that happen in the urban area, all those services offered in the urban areas. They are very diverse. We have banks, we have lawyers, we have administrative offices, we have retail shops, we have saloons, we have chemistries, we have dry cleaners, we have all those functions are found in the urban, in the CBD. And the problems that we find, typical problems or issues with the CBD, traffic congestion, limited parking space, noise levels, crime. I think that is evident. In the major cities, like for example, in Joburg, we have a very serious problem of crime because of the levels of the size of the population there. If you talk of noise, it's a very noisy space. And also if you talk of parking space, there is very limited parking space because the volume of traffic there is beyond the capacity of the CBD to contain. Talk of traffic congestion, those are typical problems that we find in the CBD. And these problems will lead us to the effect of decentralization of activities. That is why we end up having commercial activities being decentralized. Right. Then we have commercial decentralization. Why are we decentralizing? We've talked about decentralization. We are now moving activities from the CBD to the outlying business district, which we call the OBD, outlying business district.
Because of those problems that we have mentioned or that we have identified, now we are moving out commercial activities from the CBD to other outlying centers. Like, for example, the malls that we have. We now have shopping malls away from the CBD. We are now developing shopping malls away from the CBD. That is an example of decentralization of commercial activities. What we used to find in the CBD, we are now finding it out of the CBD in the malls. Like, for example, banks. If you want to do banking, you can not sacrifice to go to the CBD. You can just go to the outlying business district at a mall. You find those services being provided there. The reasons for the development is between the distance between residents and CBD. Some people would be traveling longer distances to go to the CBD. So those malls, they are now helping reducing the distance. Then traffic problem, I think, is evident. Land values, also less space in the CBD. Like, for example, parking space is not regularly available, but in the outlying business district, the space is available. And also, for the sake of crime, safety, there is less crime in the outlying business district. It's more safer than in the CBD. And also talk of noise, level of noise is also lower in the outlying business district. That is why we tend to have the development of the outline. And I understand typically the question of decentralization, it's a common question in which you should justify. We usually get questions which asks about the rationale for decentralization. Why are we now decentralizing commercial activities out of the CBD? You have to justify. Right, then we have the retail shops. That one doesn't matter much. Let's go to the zone of decay, which is another land use zone. Zone of decay or the transition zone. In this zone here, it's a zone which is found just outside the CBD. Like if you check major CBDs or pronounced CBDs, there is a zone which lies outside the CBD, which is mainly having buildings which are unattended or which are illegally occupied. That is what we call the zone of transition. It has dilapidated buildings and it has neglected buildings, but it's just on the edge of the CBD. And also, if you try to check that area, it has got mixed functions. The area does not have a distinct use, but it has mixed functions. You tend to find that maybe there are some residential flats and also there are some light industrial activities taking place there. The functions are slightly mixed, but we are looking at that area which is just outside the CBD. And usually we get a question which asks you to justify why do we have neglected buildings in the zone of transition? Why do we have buildings which are unattended in the zone of transition? And those areas, they are littered, they look deserted, they are unattended. We have those nyaupes staying in those areas. We have typical problems of graffiti on the walls and the buildings are unpresentable. And also, if you check, some of them are illegally occupied. People just invade the buildings and occupy them. Why is it that we have those? It's a typical question that is usually in the examinations, which wants you to justify why the buildings are not maintained in the zone of transition. Why is it having that problem of decaying? That is why we call it a zone of decay. The area is actually decaying. Right, some of the reasons are given. Municipality has no jurisdiction over the buildings. They are privately owned. Some of those buildings are owned by private individuals, some of whom are dead and they did not leave anyone to take charge of those buildings. And also some of the buildings are owned by people who are out of the country. And those buildings were left in the hands of people who are not worried about maintaining those buildings. Or some of them, they are preparing to sell those properties. They are just waiting for the CBD to expand into that area so that they can sell the buildings at a higher price. So they're not worried about the current status of the buildings, but what they are waiting for is they are waiting for commercial activities to invade the area, what we call invasion in succession. You know, when the CBD is growing, the functions are going to extend into the outlying business, into the zone of transition. So the moment the CBD expands into the zone of transition, those people are going to get higher prices for their properties. So they are not maintaining them currently, waiting for the invasion and succession from the CBD so that they can sell them at a higher price. And also it says people that stay in the buildings cannot maintain it because it's too expensive. Like, for example, if people are just renting, they cannot take maintenance of the building. They just stay in it as it is. The maintenance cost lies with the owner, and the owner is neglecting the building. So at the end, we tend to have the zone of transition having such kind of buildings. Right. The activities indicated here, like what I've said earlier on, and the problems: pollution, decrease in investment, the problem of crime and prostitution. That is where it happens there, and also overcrowding and slum conditions. Right, that is the zone of transition. So it's the CBD. As we move out of the CBD, we go into the zone of transition. Then we go to industrial zones. And industrial zones are divided into two. We have light industries and we have heavy industries. I'll just summarize this because it's also part of economic geography. It's going to be discussed in detail under economic geography. Here it's just under settlement. It's just the aspects of land use. So heavy industries and light industries, they differ. Where do we have light industries? Light industries are usually close at the CBD or to residential areas. Why? Because they cause little pollution in terms of noise or in terms of air. So they are compatible with the CBD and also compatible with residential areas. What examples can we talk about as part of light industrial activities? We can talk of furniture manufacturers, we can talk of clothing manufacturers, shoe manufacturers. Those are examples of light industrial activities. Then when we talk of heavy industries, we are looking at those industrial activities that cause a lot of pollution in terms of air pollution, noise, and they require large space for their operations. These ones are not compatible to the CBD or to the residential areas for those reasons. And also some of the activities are very dangerous. They cannot be located close to residential areas or the CBD. They locate far away from the residential areas and the CBD. Examples there you can mention steel manufacturers, you can talk of chemical manufacturers, all those activities that require large space and cause lots of noise pollution. That is another zone of industries. So if you get a question on industrial zones of residential, usually it comes under map work. If it comes on the map skills, what you need to note there, the justification of the location of an industrial area, if it's a heavy industry, know that it was located there because of it being away from the CBD and the residential area. And also justify this availability of space. They should locate where there is enough space for expansion. You should check on the map again. And also, if you're also checking on the map, check also the nature of the slope of the landscape. They locate on relatively areas that are flat, which makes it easy for expansion and also the development of infrastructure. And also check if it's the justification on the map. Check also if there's availability of water resources there, because you have industrial activities, they resort to the usage of high amounts of water. So you also need to check on those things and be able to justify the location of a heavy industrial area. Then residential areas, this one we cannot waste much time there. Residential areas, we are looking at places of residence of the urban citizens. Where do they stay? We have classification of urban residential zones according to the level of income. The low income, the middle income, and the high income. And we can also talk of informal settlements. Because informal settlements, we cannot classify them as part of low income because they are not planned. Low income residential are planned. They are formal settlements, but informal, they are unplanned and they are illegal. Right. So when I'm talking of the classification of urban residential zones, we classify the zones according to the level of income, and that is justified. You stay where you stay because of your level of income. It's not out of choice, but it's because of out of your economic status. You cannot stay in an area that you cannot afford. So residential areas are classified according to the level of income. So when we're looking at low-income residential areas, we're looking at those areas like our common townships. Our common townships are typical of low residential areas. What kind of buildings do we have there? What kind of facilities? What kind of services do we get? How are the houses like? You can justify that by relating to our common townships. So you find that the houses are close together and the houses are relatively small. And also there's poor service provision, like the roads are not very good. And also the properties are small. That is typical of low-income residential areas. Then if you look at middle income, the spaces are now bigger. The houses are now more bigger, and also some of them with gardens, and also they have garages. And if you look at the appearance of the area is usually an area which is which has a pleasing views. And then if you look at high residential income areas, those areas are now isolated away from the CBD because those people can afford to travel using their own modes of transport, going to the CBD for their economic activities. And also if you check the nature of properties, they've got very big properties. And also if you check on service delivery, there's the best service provision there in those areas. You understand? Right. Then we go to informal settlements. Informal settlements, though, is an aspect on its own, which has to be looked into. Right. We have typical issues with informal settlements. Those are illegal areas where people tend to settle themselves outside the jurisdiction of the municipality of the area or the authorities of the area. People just invade land and settle themselves. What typical nature of housing units do we find there? We have houses built out of plastic, wood, and zinc, and people staying in unhealthy conditions where there's no service delivery, where there's high levels of poverty, and also high levels of crime. That is typical of informal settlements. But what you should note here with informal settlement zone is that informal settlements are not planned for. These ones are illegal. It's just people settling themselves without the authorities' consents. That is why we have no service delivery or very poor service delivery and people living in unhealthy and overcrowded conditions. Then why do we have such a zone in an urban settlement? What prompts the development of informal settlements? The typical problem is housing shortage. The development pace is not catching up with the level of urbanization. At the end of the day, we have a deficit in the supply of housing, and people will opt to house themselves in the informal settlement. And also, if you talk of lack of job opportunities, it is cheaper to stay in the informal settlements. If someone is unemployed, it's relatively easier for them to afford paying rentals for the informal settlement because they are relatively low. And also rapid increase in the size of population in the urban area because of intense rural-urban migration. A lot of people are believing that there are opportunities in the urban area coming to urban areas from rural areas, and to find that is not true. And at the end, they become desperate, and the only option to sustain is to stay in the informal settlements. Then also can blame the municipality for poor planning. Right. So this is part of industrial, this is part of residential zone. We have summarized the residential zone, and our residential zones are classified according to the level of income. And also if you check the low income residential areas, because of the level of income, sometimes they are located closer to industrial areas, and also sometimes closer to the central business district. One, for easy access, these people in the low income residential areas, most of them, they do not afford their own transport. They need to walk to their workplaces. That was why those low incomes, they were designed to be closer to the industries and also to the CBD. But if you talk of middle and high, they are far away from the CBD. These people can afford to have their own transport, and they do not want to stay in crowded areas. They want to stay in areas which have got space and which are healthy and unpolluted. But informal settlements also, because of lack of planning, they can be anywhere. Informal settlements can even locate in areas which are at a very high risk of flooding, because this is just invasion of private land or state land. So informal settlements, they are not compatible to anything because they are not planned before. They can locate even closer to the industrial area or even closer to the CBD as long as there's space, because this is illegal. There's no compatibility with informal settlements. So the questions that you can get, usually if it's map work, you can get a question which asks you to identify whether an area is a middle income or it's a high income, or it's a low income or a high income or informal. You need to find justification from the map. Like, for example, if you see the size of the properties and the nature of the buildings on the orthophoto map, you will be able to figure out by the size of the property and also by the size of the buildings. You tend to find that where we have those smaller properties, where we have smaller buildings, it resembles that it's a low income, typical of our townships. But where you find that a mapped area has got large properties with gardens, probably with bigger buildings, it shows that the area is a middle to high income. Then informal settlements, you can also figure out by lack of planning, where you see there is not even proper roads shown on the map, or the nature of the housing that is shown there, it resembles that is made up of cheap material, like houses built up of those zinc on plastic and wood. You can actually see that this is typical of informal settlement. Then you need to justify from the given map information that you'll be using there. Right. Then we'll go to the other land use zone, which is the rural urban fringe. The rural urban fringe here, we are looking at a section where urban functions are invading a rural area. The activities taking place in this particular area, they are meant to benefit people in the urban area, but the activities taking place in a rural area. So that is why we call it a rural urban fringe. There is now a fusion of urban areas into rural function. Urban functions are invading a rural area. Right. What activities are we likely to find in the rural urban fringe? We have, for example, the airports. We don't find airports in the CBD or in a residential area. They are far away, almost in the rural area. But who is the beneficiary of the airport service? Is mainly the people in the urban area. It's an urban function which is invading a rural area. Or if we talk of cemeteries, not the old cemeteries, but the current cemeteries. We know that in some cities, we have those old cemeteries which are almost close to the CBD. That was then in the 1960s when there was still space. Now we cannot find cemeteries close to the CBD or close to the residential areas. Cemeteries are placed far away from the residential areas because there's no more space. So the cemeteries will be meant to benefit people coming from the urban area, but they are now located in the rural area. Or if you talk of golf courses, they are located again in the rural urban fringe. Or if you look at sewage works, the sewage treatment plants, they are located far away from the residential areas and the CBD. They are almost in the rural area, but they are serving the needs of the urban residents. Right. If you check these activities here, why are they locating in this zone here? The reason is because of availability of space and also land value. The land value is cheaper because it's now land which is part of the rural area. And given that these activities require large spaces, they cannot find that space in the built-up area. So the only way to locate them is to locate them away from the built-up area. And also, if you take, for example, the sewage works, it's also because of health hazards. We cannot locate a sewage works close to residential areas for health purposes and maybe for the smell that comes out from the sewage works plant. So this is typical of rural-urban fringe. We can also add other activities like the rifle ranges. The rifle range is also an activity that takes place in the rural-urban fringe, right? So usually when you are getting a question, when you get a question on, you usually get questions on the justification of the location of a sewage works. The sewage works in block what is ideally located. Give a justification. That is part of map interpretation on settlement. The justification that you should give there is if it's ideally located, it must be located away from residential areas. You check the distance between the sewage works and the next residential area or the next built-up area. It's ideally located, it must be away from the built-up area. And then the justification there, why is it ideally located? The reasons that you give the justification of health concerns, you give the justification of the smell, and also you can give the justification of availability of land for expansion. If the area shows that it's a flat area which has potential for the sewage treatment plant to expand in future to cater for the increasing population, then that is the justification that you give for the ideal location of a sewage works plant. Right. That is with the sewage works and the zone of the rural urban fringe. Right. So basically those are our land use zones that we tend to find in an urban setup. Right. Then we also need to check on the street pattern. The street patterns that we regularly have is a grid, which is a rectangular, and a radial, which is a circle, and a planned irregular. Right, planned irregular, it shows that shape there, whereby there's no defined pattern. The streets do not have a defined pattern. Then radial, the streets are radiating from a focal point, out of a focal point, like what you can see there. Then rectangular or grid is the most common, which was used in the old towns. It's also like that, where the streets are giving blocks which are regular. Right. Then the other thing is the urban profile. We are looking at the urban profile. We are looking at the side view of a city. As we come from the CBD, you can see that the CBD has got the tallest buildings, like what we've mentioned earlier on, and the reason. And we got the zone of decay, which is just outside what we call the zone of transition. Then you can find light industries. We say they are compatible with the CBD because they do not cause much pollution. Then we have the residential area, and then we have the green belt. And here you can also say the high-rise buildings. This is decentralization of commercial activities. We have this one. This might be a business park, which is outside the CBD because of the decentralization of commercial activities out of the CBD. Then you can have industrial activities. Then you can have the rural urban fringe away from the CBD, very far away from the CBD into the rural area. That is basically the urban profile. We're looking at the side view of a city or a town. Right. I think models of land use zones, urban structure, the urban morphology. Basically what is required here with the models of urban morphology, you do not need to get into the details of each and every model. You need to have the basic understanding of how the model looks like, and maybe the justification and the applicability of it to our situation. But for our South African situation, these models here, they are not very relevant. The multiple nuclei is relevant, but the concentric model, the gas concentric model, we don't need to waste time on it because it's not applicable, that model. The only model which is applicable here is the multiple nuclei model, which was done by Harris and Ullman. This one justifies the existence of decentralization of commercial activities. That is why we end up having multiple nuclei. We end up having a number of core centers for the same built up area of the same urban settlement because of industrial decentralization, because of commercial decentralization and industrial decentralization. We end up having multiple nuclei. Multiple nuclei, we are saying we have many focal points. It's no longer that an urban area has got one CBD. We now have a number of focal points because of decentralization. That is basically what is explained by the multiple nuclei. And activities grow around the focal point, which is the nucleus. So by us having a number of nucleus points, nuclear points, we also tend to find that we end up having activities happening around a core focal point according to the distribution of the focal points by the decentralization happening from the main CBD. Then what is most concern is the South African land use model. And the South African land use model, it's the legacy of apartheid. We can actually see that in South African cities, the land use is basically split according to races. And also, if you check the nature of development in the areas in South African cities, is different according to races again. So everything that we see in South Africa, the model is trying to explain the legacy of apartheid in South African cities. Because of the policy of separate development, and also because of the need to separate races away from each other, South African cities have got distinct areas for distinct races. The townships that we have in South Africa are for Africans. All the major townships are for the blacks. And if you check the township life, there's underdevelopment, there's extreme poverty, there's lack of planning, there's inadequate infrastructure, there's poor service provision, which is still a legacy of apartheid because of the separation of races. And we also have areas specifically for the Indians. It's still evident that there are areas which are dominated by the Indian race and areas which are dominated by the colors. And then we have the white areas, which are the best areas. So if you check South African cities, they have got that distinction, they have got that separation of land use zones according to the apartheid practices, which was a key factor controlling development in South African cities. So this model basically tries to explain the legacy of apartheid on South African cities. Then we go to the last part, which is issues relating to urbanization. The problems which are brought by urbanization to the cities of South Africa. Right, typical problems that we find, we have the problem of traffic congestion, which is typical during the peak hours. You tend to find that the volume of traffic will be very high, and that will cause a number of problems for the commuters, like delays to get to the workplace, reduced levels of income, reduced production because of the delays which are caused by traffic congestion. And also we can talk of other problems like traffic rage. It's also a typical problem that is found because of the level of traffic on the road. And also you talk of poor public transport is an injustice. And also the cost on fuel. Because of the level of congestion, it will also lead to high fuel consumption, which is a cost to the commuter and also a waste of time. Then we have the problem of overcrowding. It's a typical problem. And the resultant effects, we have problems like the spread of diseases. And also we have social evils, which are caused by overcrowding conditions. Social evils like crime, like prostitution, Those are typical problems which come from the main problem of overcrowding in urban areas. Right, we have problems of housing shortage. Housing shortage is leading to the development of informal settlements. It's a typical urban settlement issue. Then we also have service provision. Resources, there's pressure on resources. Resources like water, electricity, they are in critical shortage supply because of the pressure that is being posed by the ever-growing population in urban areas. And also, if you look at services like healthcare, like education, there is pressure in those service provision. You tend to find that in public hospitals, there are always very long queues because of the problem of rapid urbanization. Then we also have other issues like urban blight. We've talked of the zone of transition where there's decay. Urban blight tries to explain the situation whereby there's poor maintenance of buildings in the urban areas and also illegal occupation of buildings. It will lead to urban blight. The urban areas will develop into slums where the buildings will become dilapidated and will be abandoned. Then we also have the inner city problems. Inner city problems, we are looking at problems typically that are experienced around the CBD. Because of rapid urbanization, we tend to have typical problems which are experienced around the CBD, like crime at night, usually because of depopulation in the CBD. It's not safe to be in the CBD at night. The criminals will be taking charge of everything because there will be less people in the CBD. It's a typical problem which is caused by rapid urbanization. And also congestion of people and traffic. It's not even easy for one to travel or to walk around the streets because of the level of congestion which is posed by the people in the traffic, and also problems like noise and air pollution. And also the city becomes unattractive. If you check the major cities in South Africa, they are no longer attractive because of the problem of rapid urbanization. There are so many people and they are causing so many negative implications on the nature and quality of the environment in the urban area. So typically, the typical questions that you get on issues with rapid urbanization, you get questions like identifying problems which are associated with rapid urbanization. And you might also be asked to find solutions to those problems. What can be done? And commercial decentralization is one of the major activities, one of the major solutions which can be implemented to counter the problem of rapid urbanization. Or identifying the problems and the impacts therefore. Like, for example, those who wrote the gauteng June examination, there was a question on congestion. It was a cartoon which was explaining something to do with traffic congestion. You were supposed to identify the problem, which was in the cartoon, and also it was a photo rather. You were supposed to identify the problem, and also you were supposed to explain the impact of the problem. There was traffic congestion and the problems which were going to be caused by the traffic congestion, and also the solutions which would be put in place to counter the problem. When you're dealing with issues like traffic congestion, you can try to think along the solutions which can be put in place. Like, for example, using public transportation, using those public buses, they can reduce the problem of traffic congestion. So it is not only focusing on the problem, but also finding a solution to the problem. Right, then I think the last thing that we need to look at is informal settlements, though we have looked at them in passing. The informal settlements and the likely problems that are experienced there, just in our discussion. Right, when you're looking at informal settlements, you just need to be worried about the quality of life of people in the settlements. They're exposed to extreme poverty. They're exposed to unhealthy conditions. They're also exposed to criminal activities. So it's a challenge or it's an injustice for people in the informal settlements. And also the solutions, what can be done to the informal settlements to solve the typical problems that are experienced by the people. That is where you talk of the government's initiatives through the RDP project to try and provide decent housing, low-cost decent housing to the people. It's an initiative and an attempt, and you have to give an evaluation of its success or its failure in most instances. Is the RDP project actually working for the better of South Africans? We still have more informal settlements developing, while the government is claiming to be solving the problem through construction of decent, low-cost housing. Where is the problem? You have to justify the successes or the failure of the government initiatives to solve the problem of informal settlements. And also, if you check, some of the informal settlements are being formalized. The government is intervening in trying to formalize those informal settlements, trying to bring in infrastructure, trying to bring in proper planning, and also trying to bring in water supply and electricity. But in another dimension, that is also promoting the sprouting of development of informal settlements. The way you try to formalize them, the more they develop. Because people will be having a hope that if they occupy private land, the government will intervene on their behalf and legalize that settlement. So it's a matter of justifying, and it's a matter of arguing in a direction. And whichever way you argue, you should argue in a sustainable way, argue in a way which has a geographical sense. So basically, that is what you should know under paper 2, question number 1, settlement. We have just touched on the basic elements of the study of settlements, and we have just addressed some of the basic questions which are asked under that particular section. So it is my belief that the discussion is going to assist you in your preparation for exams and also in your studies. Thank you.
Good day, dear learners. So today we'll be looking at preparatory exam, geography paper 2, concerning rural and urban settlements and economic geography. So question 1, talks about various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the correct answer and write only the letter A to D next to the question numbers. Okay. So 1.1.1, they say the main commercial zone of an urban area is of course, that has to be the CBD, which is the Central Business District. Okay, that's where most of the business activities are taking place. Question 1.1.2 says the land use zone is characterized by the most pollution. 1.1.2, the land use zone is characterized by the most pollution. That has to be the industrial zone, because there are a lot of industries there that have to be producing too much pollution. 1.1.3, the Dutch land use is unattractive with high land values. That has to be the zone of transition, which as well we know called zone of decay or the twilight zone. So in that zone, despite the building running down, being unattractive, but it is still very expensive, because it is the future expansion of the CBD. 1.1.4, the land value in this land use zone is the cheapest. The cheapest, that has to be the rural urban fringes. For that side, there are not so many activities to make it, or land is not on high demand. So that is why it will be more cheaper. 1.1.5, The land use zone that has the highest building density, of course, that has to be the central business district, where land is on high demand, which does result into the buildings to be built very tall to accommodate so many functions in the CBD. All right. 1.1.6, a commercial zone situated in the suburbs is known as, that will be the outlying business district situated in the outskirts or in the suburbs. That will be the outlying business district. And 1.1.7, the land use zone where most people live. That will be, of course, the residential zone, because people live in residential areas, which could be the high income, middle income, and low income residential areas. 1.1.8, airports are usually situated in this land use zone. So that has to be the urban fringe. Reason being that the urban fringes land is cheap, so they can buy bigger space, and as well, more spaces are available to accommodate the airports or the landing strip. All right, that is for question 1.1. Question 1.2, choose a term from column B that matches a description in column A. 1.2.1, a settlement found in an area where water is scarce. Where water is scarce, that would be a wet point settlement. Wet point settlement. Okay. 1.2.2, unifunctional settlements. Unifunctional settlements, that will be urban settlements, which is A. So this, we said, is supposed to be H, which is a wet point. Then unifunctional, it's going to be A. Because urban settlements, there are various functional activities which could be secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. And when they say, I didn't explain one on anyway, let's go to 1.2.3. Settlements and buildings that are located far apart from each other, that will be F, because they form a dispersed pattern. The actual ground that a settlement occupies, that will be B, which is the site. 1.2.5, settlements that are located close to each other, that will be C, which is nucleated. Multifunctional settlements. Oh, I think we made a mistake here. Multifunctional settlements are supposed to be A. There are many function activity. And unifunction, what the uni means, one function, which is supposed to be G. Supposed to be G, which is a rural settlement. So about that, because unifunctional, and multi means many. So many, including secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. Then uni includes only one, which is primary. That is why we say to be G, then to be A. 1 to 7, a relationship between a settlement and its surroundings, that is a situation, which is E. Which is E. Okay. Let's proceed to question 1.3. It says, refer to the infographic on South Africa's rural trends. from 2009 to 2020 and answer the questions that follow. Okay, so happy they're showing us rural depopulation 2009. I think it has been the rural population. Let's see, this is population. So it has been increasing from 2009, 2010. You can see it is increasing up to 2015, 2016. In 2017, it declined to 2020. Okay. About ghost towns here. Other factors that are given there. Then 1.3.1, they say define rural depopulation. And as we know, this one refers to the decrease in number or decrease in rural population or decrease the number of people that live in rural areas. Then 1.3.2 give evidence from the population graph that population is a reality in South Africa. Give evidence that from the graph that the population is a reality in South Africa. Let's go. Rural depopulation. So we can see so 13.2, the evidence from the graph. Okay, so you can see 2009 up to 2016, the population was increasing, but then 2017 going to 2020, the road population started to decrease. You see, so give evidence that road population is a reality, and you're going to say that from 2017 to 2020, from 2017 to 2020, the population was declining. Okay, so describe the impact of rural depopulation on the economy of rural areas. The impact of when the number of people drop in the rural areas, how does that affect on the economy? As well, if you check on our infograph here, there are some evidences. I think let's try this on our blank page. Let's say question 1.33. We could see closing, shops are closing down. Shops are closing down. So that is an impact. What else? Shops are closing down. You don't see evidence of people. Could say ghost towns. Due to many businesses running away. I think as well say poverty will increase due to loss of jobs. Lack of enough labor force, since many are running to cities where they can get better jobs. Also, would say local revenue drops due to fewer businesses. High rate of unemployment. High rate of unemployment. Okay. Let's go to question 1.3.4. In a paragraph, make suggestions to the local government on how to reduce the trend of rural population and explain the impact it will have on the rural economy as indicated in the infograph. Okay. Okay. So make suggestions to the local government on how to reduce the trend that was rural population and explain the impact it will have on the rural economy as indicated in the infograph. That's question 1.3.4. I think the government should improve on infrastructures to attract more businesses. Also create more jobs, get more jobs by establishing industries offer tax incentives to local businesses such as tax holidays. In the rural areas, attract tourists in the rural areas by improving the tourist attractions, among other factors. So just to put through them, government should improve on infrastructure such as roads, hospitals, electricity. Now, this will attract more businesses in those areas, which will prevent people from moving away to cities. Also, by introducing or creating more industries in the rural areas, this will create more jobs, which will prevent people to run away from rural areas to cities. Offer tax incentives to local businesses such as tax holidays. So it means that some businesses might be given days where they cannot pay their taxes to SARS. That this could as well enable them to to have more capital to improve on their businesses and improve on the services in the rural areas such as water, electricity, transport, etc. Attract tourists in the rural areas by improving on the tourist attraction. So this as well will improve on the tourist department or tourist attractions, which generates a lot of money to people in such places. We can as well say introduce more recreation activities, introduce more and better recreational activities in rural areas. Okay. So that's for question 1.3. 1.4, they said, refer to the case study on the growth of South African urban settlements below and answer the questions that follow. So question 1.4.1 says define urbanization. As well, we know it refers urbanization. This is most of the country's population is in cities. So it means that here most of the country's population is now residing in cities, or posted in cities. So give one factor from the case study which indicates why people prefer to live in urban areas. So they say in 1990, 50% of South Africans lived in urban settlements, but a mere 30 years later, more than 60% of South Africans' population lives in cities and towns. The population density within the nation has risen, reaching 46 inhabitants per square kilometer, meaning more people are sharing less space. Many opportunities for work and leisure can be found. I think it's one of the reasons about many opportunities for work and leisure can be found. About urban settlements as well create improve the health, education, activity. Okay. So they say give one factor. We saw about many opportunities which are jobs. So you could say many job opportunities. Many job opportunities as well. Improve the health, education. Improve the health and education. Improve the health, education, and as well leisure. Health, education, leisure. So all these have attracted people to live in urban areas. 1.4.3, according to the case study, rapid urbanization degrades environmental and health conditions. Describe how rapid urbanization results in the degradation of environmental and health conditions. Okay, sorry about that. It's a blank page. So that is question 1.4.3, correct? Let's do it here. 1.4.3. So let's do this once again. According to the case study, rapid urbanization degrades environmental and health conditions. Describe how rapid urbanization results in degradation of environmental and health conditions. Start with environmental and see. Rapid urbanization, right? So I could say, remember, when they say rapid urbanization, it's the same as like more and more people coming to live in cities. So how is this going to affect the environment? So I could say high population results into high pollution of rivers, air, and land, right? As well as say rapid urbanization causes many buildings resulting into heat island. So rapid urbanization results into many cars producing too much greenhouse gases, which affect the environment. So that is part of environment. Let's look at the part of the health. About the health, so rapid urbanization could result into high spread of contaminated such as cholera, as we saw in Hamascaral, cholera, COVID-19, etc. This is COVID-19. It also causes stress among people as a result of high temperatures. So among other factors. So just to recap through these points, 143, high population results into high pollution of rivers, because we know when there are so many people like in Johannesburg, this has affected just rivers, whereby most people are now end up polluting into the river, affecting its quality as well. Point to rapid urbanization causes many buildings, resulting into heat islands, because we know the high density of buildings contributes to buildings generating more artificial heat, which results into the temperatures to rise in those particular areas. And as well, number 3, urbanization results into many cars producing too much greenhouse gases, which affect the environment, because we know the more cars on the road as a result of urbanization, the more greenhouse gases are being generated, and this contributes to global warming, urban islands, and as well pollution domes, among others. Then on the part of the health, we could mention rapid urbanization could result into high spread of contaminated diseases such as cholera, COVID-19, etc. It also causes stress among people as a result of high temperatures. We could as well mention about diseases such as heat stroke, common in such areas. All right. 1.4.5 1.4.4 explain why the case study refers to Gauteng as the province with the biggest and fastest growing population in South Africa. Okay. So we need to give reason why Gauteng as a province with the biggest and fastest growing population. What is making it so, despite it being the smallest province, but it has the biggest and fastest growing population? So that's what the question wants us to answer. Why is Gauteng the fastest and the biggest growing province? What is causing that? Right. It is 1.4.4. So you could say that Gauteng is strategically accessible by people from other provinces. Okay, can as well say that Gauteng is the economic hub of South Africa. This is where most of the businesses are happening. Gauteng, can as well say Gauteng has and better infrastructures which attracts many people, among others. Okay. 1.4.5, evaluate the effect of urbanization on the provision of services in Gauteng. How is urbanization going to affect on the provision of services in Gauteng? Say one. Services will be under pressure to meet the demands of the growing population to meet the demands of the growing population. Oh, okay. Excuse me. High population will put strain on Gauteng's budget. There will be shortage of service deliveries such as water, electricity, education, and health departments. Will be put on much strain, among other factors. So, the effect of urbanization on the provision of services in Gauteng, like I said, the first point, services will be under pressure to meet the demands of the growing population. Because remember, people keep on coming. They keep on coming from different places to Gauteng, and yet these people maybe they were not accommodated for. So it will put more strain on the budget as well. Then number 3, there will be a shortage of service delivery, which will be water, electricity, because now let's say they budgeted for 20 million, then due to urbanization, you may find that the million goes up to 40, you see. So there will be shortage to accommodate for each and every one. There will be strain on education and health departments because many school-going children or learners are coming from different provinces to Gauteng, and as well going to the Gauteng hospitals. So this is still much strain on the Gauteng government. All right. Question 1.5. For the following infographic on poverty in South Africa, and answer the questions that follow. You can see poverty is easy. It's easy to see, but less to define or to measure across a city, a province or a country. Many measures of poverty are based on money, a person's lives, on less than a certain threshold of income. They are considered to be living in poverty. All right. So they are showing the degree of poverty in South Africa per province. As you can see, 43, 41, 42, 44. All right. Then at the bottom, they show us the informal settlement. Okay. So question 1.5.1, identify the province in the infographic with the highest poverty rate in South Africa. The province with the highest poverty rate. For this case, I think we are seeing Gauteng as the highest percentage, is 44.1. Yeah, I think it has to be Gauteng, is 44.1. Account for the higher poverty rate in the province identified in question 1.5.1. I think this could be due to the fact that not everyone will find a job there. Not everyone will find employment in Gauteng. Let's check if there's something in the infograph. Not really. Not really. Okay. However, we could as well talk about things, for example, for question 1.5.1b, high rate of urbanization, versus available jobs. And still, we could as well say lower wages, some are being paid less money. Okay. For question 1.5.2, they say, give two examples which indicate that people in the photo image of the infographic are living in poverty, People in the photo or image of the infographic are living in poverty. Let's see. What should those people are living in poverty? I think you can see there are no proper services. Look, so you could say no proper services. No proper services. Poor houses. Poor houses. No proper roads. Because we give what we see. There are no proper roads. The houses are poor, as you can see. There are no services. We don't see evidence of electricity. We don't see electric poles. Houses are built of iron sheets. See, as well say houses built of iron sheets, etc. Question 1.5.3, explain how unemployment contributes to poverty in urban areas. Okay, I think we're gonna go to our blank page to see how unemployment contributes to. Okay, let's check 153. So the question says how unemployment contributes to poverty, right? So it means without jobs, you cannot get income. Without jobs, cannot afford better housing. So I can say, so the question once again, how unemployment contributes to poverty. So I could say unemployed people cannot afford to feed themselves. See, so unemployment results into people not affording basic needs. And necessities. So you see, all this does result being caused as a result of unemployment, among others. Okay. 1.5.4 suggest ways in which the local government responsible for the area in the image above can decrease poverty. So how can the local government decrease poverty in this area? This is for question 1.5.4. 1.5.4. One can introduce let's introduce to teach people business skills, start their own businesses. The local government can as well offer loans form of capital form of capital, the government can improve service in such areas also pattern them with established businesses to gain skills and knowledge offer them food parcels so as to reduce on their social problems. So talk about introduce alcohols. Offer them capital and trading facilities, among others. So by doing so, it will assist in helping people in that area that is being pictured above. Okay, let's go to question 2.1, which is about the economic geography of South Africa. 2.1.1, they say a sugar farmer employs laborers to harvest sugar cane. Since this last year the focus was about sugar cane, so this year I think the focus is going to change. We won't be doing sugarcane for 2023. However, let's try to go through the question. They say, give one term to describe each of the following economic activities in the sugar industry by choosing a term from the list below. A sugar farmer employs laborers to harvest sugarcane. A sugar farmer employs laborers. That will fall under primary sector. So that will be primary sector. Sugarcane is transported by truck to sugar factory. That is a service which fall under tertiary sector. 2.1.3, sugar is manufactured at a refinery. That is an industry which is secondary sector, because they are processing sugar canes into sugar, which is a secondary sector. 2.1.4, an advertising agency is used to design the logo for the packaging of the sugar. An advertising agency is to design a logo. That is a service which as well falls under tertiary sector. offering a service to design, falls under tertiary sector. 2.1.5 2.1.5 Sales representatives market the sugar at a retail store. That is as well a service. Cost to market, you're just doing a service which falls under tertiary sector. 2.1.6 the sugar is exported to other countries. So the sugar is exported to other countries. Export other countries. I think that falls under tertiary sector, which is a service as well. For 216, that is a tertiary sector. Customers buy sugar online. That is as well a tertiary sector. Preparation of farmland to plant sugar cane. To prepare, that's a service as well, which falls under tertiary. Okay.